last ride here for the Overwatch Homecoming playoffs in the year of 2024. 4 teams remain, each vying for that title, vying for a spot at the top of Collegiate. And today, we are going to find out who will take home that crown. To start off your day, I'm, of course, Tiny Shiny and joined with Kenobi to get us kicked off here. We got 2 out of our 4 matches to start to find out who will make it to those grand finals. And I just got to hear from you, Kenobi. You've been here so many times, seeing these students come and go, come on the rise. How are we feeling heading into the last day?
We're feeling pretty good. I mean, if it's going to be anything like it was yesterday, we are in for a bunch of slobber knockers, a bunch of barn burners, any kind of thing you want to, describe a bunch of matches like this that are going to be very intense. I think we're going to have a great day of collegiate Overwatch, and I cannot wait to get started. I mean, 3 weeks ago we started, the meta was completely different. Now we're back here this last weekend, meta's also completely different. So now we just we're going back and forth, but it's even the field a little bit, it feels like. So it's just gonna be a great day of Overwatch, and I cannot wait to get started.
A narrative we've been pushing all weekend is to see the rise of these schools that we may not have heard before. There's more investment into collegiate Overwatch, more teams that can get closer and closer to those top ranks, and it's kind of that judgment that we've been making all weekend long of who actually can make it to the title. And we've seen some insane bracket runs to come all the way through that, but of course we got to start back at the beginning. We look where this started several weeks ago, or almost, is it multiple months ago? Yeah, multiple months ago, back in September now, for we had our 10 weeks of Swiss stage leading up to our top 64 bracket.
And I mean, kind of how we've gone through, it's been, I mean, champs kind of went the way that we expected a lot of the time. This in Homecoming has gone, I think, completely awry for a lot of us, right? A lot of the talent, a lot of the people like in the back rooms have been surprised at how this has gone in terms of just the teams that are here, the teams that aren't here in this, last day, but even just through the bracket in general, as we got to November and we got to Homecoming, it's just been an incredibly different tournament compared to something like champs earlier in this year. And I think it's made for an incredible, a bunch of really good narratives for a lot of these teams. I love seeing what we've seen from some of the programs that we weren't necessarily as familiar with now going into this tournament, where now we're starting to get more familiar, and then it's going to set up champs, I think, beautifully next year.
As we said, this is the fall for a lot of these students. It's the start of their time on collegiate, so we get to see the rise of new faces within these specific teams, but also some good old returners coming into this weekend. And we've talked about the ISUs, the Winthrops of the world, and how they can really make tournaments like this their own by building up to this point. But they're all playing for not just that glory. They also got a bit of good old cash money on the line for this. $45,000 in total to be given out. $20K for that first prize, Kenobi.
Nice little chunk of change there. I mean, the difference also between first and second, still a pretty big deal with that $10,000 difference. But, we're at the point now where a lot of these teams are going to be leaving with a nice, little bit of change in their back pocket. So definitely excited to see how these teams are going to be vying for that first prizes. I think, again, when we talked about kind of how this tournament has gone, as we can look at the bracket here in a little bit, it's been probably I've been covering this for a very long time, collegiate. This bracket made no sense to me. I'll be completely honest with you. There were teams that I was expecting to be in this final day in the top 4, not even near the top 4, right? Like Maryville, for instance, already out of this tournament, and day 1, I think, or day 2 of Homecoming, and we can kind of look at how a lot of these teams got here. Illinois State, yes, obviously the one who is 3-1, 3-0'd their way all the way to this winners finals. Winthrop had that insane series yesterday against Northwood where they had to make a miracle happen on Coliseo and map 5 to even get here. So it's been a bracket that still does have that kind of Illinois State boogeyman, I'd say, that's kind of always there, but every other team, it feels like they could win.
It almost feels like that it's a real David versus Goliath situation, except for everybody else is trying to punch up to get to that level of ISU. And we even got to hear a little bit yesterday of how scary that team looks in the eyes. But that's not the only story that we've been following, Kenobi. And I think this lower bracket, you and I were talking about this just before we started, of this has got to be one of the most insane lower bracket runs based on the amount of upsets that have happened.
Yeah, I think as well for when we're going to talk about this a little bit more, but UCI is kind of the one that sticks out to me, where this lower bracket run that they've made is one of the best I've ever seen. Just probably in Overwatch in general, but just in collegiate for sure. Beating Maryville, who was our champs grand finalist from the winner's side earlier in May, beating them in a 3-2, not an easy thing to do. They beat Blinn College, who was a very good team, had a lot of momentum going into that series. And then the Northwood victory yesterday, where, again, a miracle fight had to happen on the end of Esperanza with Excal and that Death Blossom for them to win. And also just putting in Mashiro, a tank for every meta, I guess is what UCI are saying now. A tank for every meta, and now they're here in that top 4 after taking down 2 of the mainstays of Collegiate Overwatch. With how long I've been doing this, it's always been Northwood and Maryville. They've always been towards the top, and they've been taken down by this UCI team.
Yeah, UCI, I mean, it's not like that they've been necessarily silent either in the past couple of years. They've always been around as a team, but this is the first time that we get to see them make this incredibly deep run in a bracket and have some potential to even crack into this grand finals. And it's all going to start here against Fisher Esports. Our lower semis, one team will move on and the other will be sent home early, and I'm really curious to see how this matchup goes, because these two teams played each other just on Friday with a completely different meta. Both of them played the Junker Queen out, which UCI used to be known for, yet it was Fisher who diffed them on it.
Yeah, and it's weird also seeing that, like, ever thinking that Romani ever gets diffed on anything like a Junker Queen composition. That feels like, that's like Romani's character. When I think of Junker Queen, that's exactly who I think about. But this Fisher Esports team, I mean, it's weird when we talk about a team like this, because it feels like they've sneakily been just one of the best teams, and the narrative around them hasn't really been that loud, right? But they're just a well-oiled machine. They play every composition that we've seen them so effectively on. They did beat Maryville earlier in this tournament, so both of these teams have beaten Maryville in a 3-2 series under their belt. And I think that this Fisher Esports team, when I look at them, you have the big names like Iron, Renko, and Grapes, very well known in contenders, very well known in collegiate. But Sloth and Cosmic, I think, are 2 players who have really stepped up. Cosmic, I think this is, when I was looking at the Wikipedia for Cosmic, there's not a lot on there. There's not a lot on there, but Cosmic is stepping up alongside Sloth in these matchups, and I think DPS is pretty important in matchups like this, depending on like what we have with the meta, where it's like if we do go to Widowmaker maps, I think Reaper and Echo are still very important, even though Reaper is a hero that I think doesn't give the best skilled expression, but you still have to be able to pilot it effectively.
With Fisher, they have like so much teamwork, I think, on their side too, which is weird to say, especially considering for most of them they're on this roster for the first time. And Renko and Grapes have a lot of great synergy from playing on Fluffy, but to have 2, I don't really want to say no-name DPS, but that's almost been the case for them. And they've been extremely underrated throughout this tournament and really have the potential to pull off yet another hit, but in the eyes of UCI, Fisher is just another spot on the hit list, the next name that they have to take down. They've gotten Maryville, they just got Northwood yesterday, and you're going to look for that rematch once again.
And I think it's like, it reminds me of like God of War 3 when Kratos starts going up the mountain and killing all the gods. Like, that's what I think, that's what I'm equating this UCI narrative to right now. We're trying to get to that top of the mountain, get to the grand final. But this team, it's so interesting watching it, because yesterday we had Mashiro start, which was completely out of the blue on the Mauga. It ended up working brilliantly for them. And I think that this matchup in particular, both of the head coaches between Tensa and McGravy, both incredible head coaches. I think the job that they've done has been immaculate so far. And this roster doesn't really need too much introduction, right? In terms of the names, we know a lot of them. Rhino looks like potentially is starting on a map like this, but everyone else, I mean, has done their job so effectively well. And with this team of UCI Esports, we have to remember a lot of them are in, this is going to be the last homecoming that they have. And this roster's been together for a very long time. So if this is going to be the last homecoming that they have, it's a great performance so far, and they just want to keep it going. And you have all this momentum from beating 2 very, very strong programs. Why not keep it going and try to get to that grand final?
Like, what is left to stop this team? They have so much momentum behind them, and I think the only thing that can stop UCI is something crazy that Fisher can pull out, but that's kind of the threat of Fisher. We haven't talked about them nearly as much because they're just an overall great team. They don't stand out in the same extraordinary ways because we just expect Fisher to be solid, and that's what they've been, but a lot more than we might have talked up before. So I think if UCI, not only do they need to carry that momentum from yesterday, but you're also going to come into this with a very realistic expectation of what Fisher is able to do.
And it's so crazy as well because Fisher, like, it feels like we should have been talking about them more with like the value that they've had on the broadcast, and like how the matches that we've seen them have been very good, and their ability to maneuver around the meta changes that we've had, even with like not really having too many changes in terms of roster, right? It's been the same 5 players for the most part. And then when you look at UCI is on their 3rd tank right now.
Yeah.
So it's both of these rosters are built very well, but in such different ways. And it's so interesting to see that still UCI, having played all of their tanks, now on this 3rd one, still in the top 4 like that. So I'm very excited to see how these two teams are going to match up. That tank battle is going to be where my eyes kind of go, because I think Iron, very smart, very adept at playing pretty much any tank, I think, besides a lot of those staple main tanks from like Overwatch 1. But if Mashiro is still going to be in the lineup, it's Mauga. It's Mauga all the time, it feels like.
Yeah, and it does look like, at least from the little teaser that we got earlier, that Mashiro will be starting for this UCI team. And so UCI want to stick with what was working for them yesterday by starting their typically DPS player in the tank department. I mean, hey, what just throw otters on tank at this point. We got to get a whole circle going here. Get someone from every role.
They saved that for the grand finals. They put they put otters on the main tank in grand finals, or KHD, or someone like that. Ramani goes to DPS, some weird thing like that. But I think, again, it's going to be interesting. Kind of the negative about UCI, and I'm going to use air quotes negative, has always been that when the tank is in the lineup, whoever it is, if it's Mashiro, if it's Ramani, if it's Rhino, you knew what you were getting. You always knew that it was going to be, if Ramani's in, Junker Queen. If Rhino's in, it's going to be more of like Orisa, Winston, things like that. And now it feels like if Mashiro's in, it's going to be Mauga, and then maybe Zarya as like a counter pick. Maybe, but like on like a one scenario like that. But it feels like Iron has a little bit more versatility in terms of being able to switch on the fly in the mid round than something like UCI Esports do. But to UCI Esports, they're just like, we don't really need to swap because we're winning with this composition pretty easily.
No, and that is kind of a weakness of having that many substitutions, is you're very readable. It's not like we can expect UCI to make a large amount of adaptations going into this, and even on City Center, which isn't particularly known as the best Mauga point, a lot of teams will prefer to play dive. You have Mashiro. UCI will have to run with that, and Fisher will go ahead and meet them with those expectations. We gotta watch where these DPS matchups are going. We've only seen Cosmic on the Genji, but he's been performing so strong so far.
And my eyes are also going to be at Sai as well, because I think the biggest difference that we're seeing between both these compositions is that Echo. And Echo against Mauga compositions farms duplicate so incredibly fast and has that assassination potential that you don't necessarily get from a Genji. And we know that double Mauga in these team fights just completely ruins them. Double Cardiac, being able to get Cage very effectively in these team fights. Seeing what Sai can do, being able to put down that pressure and get those assassinations is going to be, I think, where the momentum is going to change when we see both these team fights.
And Anteaters had significantly more burst damage on their side as well, just thanks to Sai. But the execution needs to be on point. Iron has now used all of his cooldowns, attempting to chase down Mashiro, who sits incredibly low. Wonderful displacement. UCI didn't even get a chance to react to that in the long run. They'll instead have to rely on Sai and XCal to for these later bits of eliminations, and that's what we're talking about with that threat of the Echo. No one even turned an eye to the Flyer.
And they were totally like fine to just lose Mashiro. Fisher used so many cooldowns just to get that one tank, but they knew that with Sai in the air, with the focusing beam still at the ready, they could trade that back for a tank. And in these elongated fights, the Echo is going to do so much in terms of just continuing to put that pressure down, continuing to spam. Already has a duplicate for this next fight, and Fisher have nothing really to work with, so this is going to be a very difficult fight for Fisher to maneuver. Luckily enough, they got 12% to be able to work with, so it's not looking too dire for them in terms of the percentage.
I mean, I see a double Mauga. That's not ideal if you're coming into this as Fisher. I mean, Asai can pull this out right here, right now, and that's not going to be a great look for you. It is a trade out, but Renko having less skills on Fisher Esports, and you got to get rid of that Mauga duplicate fast, which actually ends up happening. Cosmic pulls the blade is more of a threat, but as you said, it's 2024. About what you expect from that, at least the Genji will keep his life in the process. The longer this goes, the better it is for UCI, but they don't really want to keep with this tussle. They're going to just pop that Orbital Ray, end it right here, right now.
Poor Sloth is just like shooting the back of the Brigitte and no one cares. And that's kind of what Reaper feels like in these fights where it's like at the very end and you kind of are looking for those stragglers. But yeah, I mean, even though the double duplicate doesn't get value in terms of anything on the kill feed, it just, the amount of pressure it exudes is just way too much for any team to deal with. And now Fisher Esports have to come back into this one. Luckily, they do have Orbital Ray in their back pocket. Both their support ultimates should be here. And unless like some really disastrous thing happens, this should be a very easy fight win for Fisher Esports if they cycle these support ultimates effectively.
But you gotta be careful with the tank cooldowns. I noticed that Iron tends to burn those a little bit earlier, and it's harder for Fisher to kind of come back in these fights because of it. So I like this slower approach now, and not really taking too many risks or kind of jumping the gun. You wait for your support ults to come up, and that orbital ray sends UCI running for the hills. They'll all manage to keep their lives for now, are happy giving up one fight territory.
But I mean, this is good patience from Fisher Esports. Yes, the orbital ray doesn't really get a lot, but they don't blow everything up during that fight, so they're able to keep a lot of the other ones.
No, they built the cage fights on board now, and it's a blender on the field, and it's also with slightly more. Wonderful stun out of Grapes. That was the entire difference maker for Fisher in that chaotic battle.
And I believe we call that the Cardiac Blossom there from Fisher Esports, with the Cardiac and with the Death Blossom in that cage. Just completely puts people in a blender like you mentioned and ends up taking that fight. But Fisher used a lot in terms of that ultimate economy, right, Tiny? Like, they have nothing really to work with. Cosmic has a blade, but like I said, 2024. Sai's got the double Malga. It's going to be very difficult. Luckily, it's not last fight territory just yet. They'll probably get one more fight if they end up losing this one.
UCI have been very focused on burning down Iron first, and especially having a double Malga potential here, it's going to be even easier to get that. You can tell that Iron is just backing off at the start, knows the duplicate isn't to play. Well, go ahead and rush forwards. Cosmic kind of disregarded in the backline, could have pulled the blade there, but opts to run away. Fisher, completely respecting the duplicate, has done a great job at kiting them out while maintaining this point control all the meanwhile. Will now have to try to rush in with this blade, but obviously both support ults on for UCI. KHD, the first one, pull the trigger. The damage has been amplified, and his Iron now wants to get out of the sticky situation. Doesn't have a ton of help to work with. Renko and Grapes need to work overtime to help. Well, Cosmic takes out the supports from the backside, but it's not enough. It's a 3v3 at this current time, but the healing is down, and you have no tank for Fisher. It'll be a flip.
I mean, Fisher is going to be able to come back into this one if they can get these stragglers out. Renko is very close towards Orbital, so there may be a way to buy back in, but Cosmic is down. They need to get someone to touch on this point.
I thought Fisher's lost would be in trouble, but Ashley's able to TP out. The X-Cal to meet him on the high ground, and that's a Reaper. Differential. Fisher Esports can have to dice this down a player. Orbital Ray will certainly help with that, but you don't have the damage. Actually, both Cage Fight and a Death Blossom on that way. We've seen the devastation that Cardiac Death Blossom can cause in the past. We'll see if X-Cal pulls the trigger or not. Doesn't even need it. Iron have no teammates to come help him while he was stuck in the cage final, beaten and bruised by UCI. The flip about to come through, 99 to 99. Swamp, Death Blossom in the backline, but it gets a whole lot of nothing. It's only Sai who takes out Grapes Wade on the other end. Fisher had not been able to fully regroup, and UCI will use that to their advantage and close out City Center.
And I think one of the things you're going to be looking out for during a lot of these fights is the ultimate cycling. Like, even though the duplicate from Sai, it's not the sexiest looking duplicate, right? It kind of is like engaged and like they all just back away. But what it did effectively was it gave time for the supports to get ultimates. And once all those cooldowns were used to get away, it's a re-engage from Fisher Esports, and they're walking into a rally, they're walking into Orbital Raid, two of the most important ultimates when we see a lot of these team fights. So if you're good, I think ultimate cycling is really going to be kind of the thing that wins or loses a lot of these team fights with how this kind of meta has evolved very shortly over this weekend.
You know, it's literally, these players have been learning on the fly of how the heck these competitions are supposed to. I mean, yeah, we too. Like, even the first couple of games yesterday, like, what in the world is happening? But it's gotten easier to follow, and not only because we now know what's happening, but so do the players. We're seeing less of these chaotic sort of engagements that get kind of scrappy, but more of this decisive decision making.
Yeah, and we're seeing Cosmic stick on the Genji, which feels like it is the staple for Fisher Esports here. And it's doing okay in terms of being able to hold a little bit of space, kind of play more on that off angle. But again, the Echo is really where I'm going to be looking at in terms of how are they going to be able to deal with that.
I don't think Fisher really even dealt with Sai much at all last game. And to be fair, there's not really anything you can do. Cosmic actually goes on a little bit of adventure. I'm sorry, I spoke too soon. Apparently, we see you, Cosmic.
I mean, who needs a hit scan when you just have Cosmic on the flank there, being able to get a nice pick on the side? And I think that's one of the things that they're going to need to do. Maybe not take down Sai so easily in terms of just like getting a kill like we just saw Cosmic do, but just putting pressure down. And with this map, it might be a little bit harder for Sai to navigate. It's not as open as it was on that previous map that we saw.
You're probably not going to catch Sai on that far of an off angle again, so you have to find other ways to deal with the Echo. Fisher Esports will have control of the choke. UCI have to burst their way in, using a lot of cooldowns to get this better positioning, but Iron, the Cardiac Overwatch was too late, pops like a balloon under all of UCI's focused fire, and that's kind of the deadliness of the Echo. Cosmic simply cannot have the same damage output. Still decides to throw the blade out. Not a huge fan of that one.
Yeah, that's what we call an ult of hope there, where it's like, maybe we can turn this, maybe there's some way if I get one dash reset, I'll be able to win this fight, but that's one where Cosmic, I think, is going to want that one back. Still stays on the Genji. I thought maybe going to the Tracer might be possible, but I think Tracer would be really hard to pilot, I think, in a composition like this, where it's like, you can't really kill anything. It's very difficult, and we're in this next fight that we're going to be having. Both the teams have both their support ultimates available to them, so a lot of particle effects we're going to be seeing here, Tiny, but UCI have that double Maga that we talk about being so pivotal.
One of those fights that gives you a headache with how many lights are going off. It will be the Death Blossom in the back, though. Great stun reaction out of Graves, and that will shut it all down. That's the second time now that Graves has busted the door wide open for Fisher.
And this is one of the things Grapes has done so well with this Brigitte in particular, is the usage of the stun with the Brigitte rally to basically negate any type of Death Blossom. We don't see Death Blossom as one of these fight-winning ultimates a lot of the time, but you can't just let those go out for free, and Grapes has done a really good job in the past couple of days figuring out ways to negate that damage completely, and a fight that looked like UCI had in the bag in terms of ultimate economy ends up going awry for them. They still have that double Maga though, so Fisher Esports have a lot to play against.
It was a pretty heavy commit being both support ult here, and you don't really have an answer. You just kind of got to take this blow on the chin unless you can burn through the tank, and yeah, no, not necessarily. Sai is just too good at hitting those sticky bombs for that instance, so Fisher has to go for the reset.
Really good patience, though, from UCI in terms of their ultimate usage, right? Where they're just like, we need Cage. That's all we're going to need to win this fight. Fisher Esports don't really have anything, and that means Sai can keep the duplicate for the next team fight. You can keep Otter's rally as well if something goes really awry. So again, this ultimate cycling and the usage and the patience of how we're going to be keeping these ultimates, very important when it comes to continuously winning these fights and cycling them effectively.
So find a better way into this battle. I mean, Otters will have the rally to hopefully help against this Cage fight, but it's kind of about the positioning. Where are Fisher going to want to go? It seems like that they're considering going for the high ground instead, going just for this main angle. Otters popping the rally, how close to the overhealth, and it's Sloth who got caught out. Now an attempt to turn this around. It'll be the Death Blossom, but it's not the one from Fisher. Excal turning that fight completely on its head.
Sai! Oh, that's bad manners from Sai on the duplicate as well. Anything you can do, I can do better. And 75% up and ticking for UCI. They are on the cusp of a 1-0 lead here in this lower semifinals, and with an orbital ray on lock, that could be something that turns that tide. But Renko has one of their own. Grapes very close towards that Brigitte rally. We know how well Grapes has been able to utilize those in the past.
See what we'll be able to do against this. It's going to be a lot easier, especially with Cosmic finding Sai at the opening of this fight. That's how Fisher won their other battle. Now the Dragon Blade, though, it just looks like you're swinging around with a wet noodle, but it does enough damage for the rest of the team to follow up. Fisher got in there, and we'll get the flip over at 99.
And they don't have to use anything as well besides that one Dragon Blade. Really good job from Cosmic on this map in particular. Sai has been focused down much more effectively than we saw on that previous sub-map. That's twice that we saw in the early team fight. Cosmic is able to take down Sai, who's just a little bit flying too close to the sun. And now, last fight territory for both of these teams. It's going to be orbital ray battles between both of them.
Fisher, they have the better toolbox to pull from, especially with both of those support ults online. UCI look for an angle engage, ideally with their own ultimate. Cage fight up too, but in by their time. Kind of touch in and out. Wait for Mashiro to build up to a cage fight. They'll be the boss of Death Blossom. Wonderful whip shot to boot them back, but the speed was too much. Sloth got right back into the action and will claim the lives of 3. Fisher pulled from their deep arsenal and will push us to around 3.
And it's another like triple stun from Grapes. And I feel like now when I'm looking at Brigitte rally from Grapes, it's a fight-winning ultimate a lot of the time. Like the amount of value Grapes is getting off of these Brigitte stuns is just absolutely absurd. And it's not like Otters is playing that bad either, but just the kind of difference that we're seeing with how these rallies are being used. Grapes seems to be using it as more of like a detriment, more so than anything else, where it's like if there's going to be very key ultimates on the other side, just use that rally, stop very heavy engages, which I think is pretty good in terms of how these team fights are going. And I do want to give credit to Cosmic again. Sai did not have the same amount of value as they had on that first submap. That submap was a lot of Cosmic putting down pressure, which is hard to do against an Echo who is flying infinitely in the skybox, but whenever Cosmic kind of saw that instance to punish Sai for going a little bit too low to the ground, was done immediately. And on this map of University, it's a thing I'm actually a little bit worried about, because this is even harder for Echo to pilot on.
With each round, it's gotten progressively harder for an Echo to get value here, and Sai just has to place so far away. from the rest of this team. Otherwise, Cosmic, we know, is on the hunt for any prey who goes too close. Actually spots Sai out. Thought about it there for a second, but realized that may not be the best idea to start off the round. Fisher Esports about to set themselves up on the point, making UCI burn those cooldowns to come to them instead. Usually a better approach will be the Mashiro to drop down first. It doesn't have the support fully intact. Someone has to drop down. Well, the Honors can help deal with Slop. The loss of the tank here can make it harder for UCI to stabilize. It's always eyes turned to Excal and Sai to see what they can happen. But I mean, Cosmic is not letting this Echo get anything out of this battle, forcing everyone back to Rieger's way from Mashiro.
Yeah, Cosmic is playing this pretty perfectly. Just the amount of space that Cosmic is being able to hold and be able to create for the rest of the team is fantastic. Asai is trying to take down Iron, but Iron's going to be able to get out of there in time, and the point's going to start ticking up for Fisher Esports here.
They'll manage to get at least that first couple of cap, but they're going to let the Anteaters have it. They don't want to cooldowns, and Fisher don't want to take a fight that they are very much favored to lose.
Yeah, this is going to be an orbital ray fight between both these teams. There is going to be that Dragon Blade from Cosmic in this next fight as well, but the engage comes in.
That'll be the first slam out. The orbital rays layered on top of each other. It'll be that Dragon Blade. Oh, another stun out of Grapes. You cannot run from the sights of Cosmic side. Did do a dupe on the double Reaper there, but the plays from Grapes are simply too much. Yet to lose a fight when he uses Rally.
And they're always coming first. That's the thing that's like really impactful about this, is that whenever we have these, you know, moments where there's rallies on both sides, it's Grapes who's always going first. Grapes is the one who's being decisive with the usage of this Brigitte rally, with the stun potential that we have. And again, Sai not really having the same amount of value because of the pressure that Cosmic is always putting on these side lanes and side angles, taking so much space. I love how Fisher Esports have adapted in the mid set to play around this Echo threat.
And there's just not much that Sai's been able to accomplish here, and you gotta look to other avenues. Most often not, it will be the cage fights. Irons that pop first with the second one to strike. Slop starts to clean up with his own Death Blossom, and Fisher will have the numbers to go ahead and force UCI back.
Yeah, KHD probably not going to be long for this world. Going to get staggered out here, and that's going to be more percentage ticked up for this Fisher Esports team, who are, I mean, it looked like it was a little bit dicey on that first sub map, but now on this third sub map of the University, they look like they've almost essentially downloaded what UCI wants to do, and it does have to do a lot with Cosmic and the ability to hold this space, create the space for the rest of the team, and just the effective use of a lot of these key ultimates where Sai hasn't really gotten able to duplicate Amalga. It's been a lot of these other duplicates just to survive instead of being the aggressor and being the one to push the pace with the double Amalga dupe.
And that's a big problem, because the reason UCI have been succeeding so far on this competition is because of the value side's been able to get on that Echo, and just with Cosmic simply existing the way that he has, it hasn't been a possibility for them, and they've been struggling as a result. Move towards this point, Fisher are on about one fight territory with that orbital ray to come out. There's nothing you can do. The damage and back in his face. Cosmic then return to sender as he's gonna go ahead and slice his way through the rest of UCI.
Yeah, luckily enough, UCI were able to flip the point, so it's not done and dusted quite just yet. Fisher Esports, I mean, UCI might get one last ability to touch here, especially with the duplicate in their back pocket. KHT can maybe farm it towards an orbital ray, but they have to go now, and they have to proc that overtime this instant, but they're walking into another Brigitte rally from Grapes, who has been immaculate with them so far.
100% win rate with his ultimate. Surely Fisher can keep this up for one final battle. It's all on the side, and keeping Mashiro alive. A double mount here would be amazing, but it's already Cosmic into the backline. The supports are taken down, and Grapes is helping lead the charge through. Fisher Esports, one final team kill to give them the win on Oasis.
Very, very good play from Fisher in terms of the adaptations that we saw. The first sub-map, it was Echo all the time and how much value Sai was getting. And those last two sub-maps, none of that. Sai was pretty much non-existent for a lot of that, just because of the virtue of the pressure that was being put down from a Genji of all things, right? They kind of understood that Sai is going to be the one to really push this pace for this team. They played a little bit slower, and Fisher, I think one of the best things about how they changed was they started being a little bit more aggressive, right? They never let Sai just kind of poke from afar, get them down in terms of their health values, and then use Malga dupe to just overwhelm, right? Whenever we saw Sai duping in those last two rounds, it was for defense, and that's not what brought UCI to this lower semifinal.
No, UCI have been the ones to push the tempo, to make other teams play to their pace, but Fisher's like, all right, you want to play this? We're going to meet you head for head. It's kind of this kind of tug of war of who will actually be the one to strike first, and so far, UCI has been the one caught completely off guard. And the fact that you can't use Sai as an instigation tool anymore, I mean, it's just crazy. And Fisher know that they're playing well. They made the adaptation from City Center when that pace wasn't happening just mid-round, and that's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of the nature of Fisher, it feels like, where they're just so well coached, right? The team, even though we haven't talked about them as much as maybe the other three teams, they do the thing extremely well. When they make mid-set adaptations, they seem like they're all very smart in terms of how being able to pivot. And I think also Grapes is having a fantastic series so far. Every single Brigitte rally that we talked about with the stun, 100% win rate on a lot of those. So I think that when we go into this next map, I would expect something probably a little bit more open, just so it can allow side. I don't think you can play if I'm thinking about Circuit Royale as just a very open map, and kind of what we've been seeing is the flavor of the second map pick, but just something that lets Psy have that space to work with. Unless we're going to be seeing Fisher Esports or UCI rather switch onto something completely different.
Which isn't impossible, but again, as we've been talking about with UCI, if you're gonna make a swap, you kind of gotta commit to it, especially in the tank role. I don't know if it's likely that we'll see a Rhino or Romani come back into this. I'm not sure if they want to try to take that mirror on Circuit Royale after that win yesterday, since you don't exactly have that strong Sigma player at the helm. I mean, you don't really want to fight Iron on the Sigma either. Let's totally be honest with ourselves. So, when you're talking about this team and what they're able to do, you got to find a way to get Psy back in the rhythm. You got to find a way for UCI to start the fights themselves instead of being on a reactive front with Fisher walking into them.
And the question would be for me, it's okay, if you're going with the idea that Fisher Esports has figured out the Echo, I mean, Psy is a pretty decent Genji. You can opt in for that 1v1. It seems like it would be a little bit difficult just because that seems like it's Cosmic's wheelhouse. Cosmic, very good on the Genji so far. Again, coming out of kind of nowhere and just getting to the top 4, playing this hero almost exclusively no matter the meta changes that we've had. And it looks good no matter what. So I think that would be something that if we saw UCI switch and you're Fisher Esports, you're okay, Genji mirror, we're totally fine with that. We're opting in for that. That means we've done our job essentially in forcing off the Echo, which was the thing that UCI was so good at, and that kind of changes their play style. To be fair to UCI though, if there is a team who can, between map 1, map 2, map 3, change kind of how they want to play and adapt a little bit differently, they're going to be definitely able to do that.
Yeah, you'll have the room to go ahead and reconsider that. And I think that this is a better map pick than a circuit. So we'll be going to hybrid, Kings Row. And that's kind of the comfort pick of any collegiate team, you like to say. It's called Scrims Row for a reason. The question is, do you keep Mashiro in, or are they going to bring back in Romani like we've seen in every other instance? Is this Malga just kind of the way of the day? I guess it does allow Psy a little bit more room on this Echo, if you want to think about it that way. So unlikely that we could see any subsequent awards.
Yeah, I think this is a good map pick in terms of just it is interesting whenever teams pick Kings Row, because I feel like it's a very neutral ground where it's not, because teams have scrimmed on this map for as long as it's been around since Overwatch 1. It's always been that kind of map that teams always go to when they're in desperate need of just some stability. So I think that that's an interesting map pick. It does, I think, like you mentioned, offer that ability for Psy to play Echo if they want to be going for that area. The other thing that's going to be interesting for me as we see the rest of the day, was May just a Northwood thing, or is that going to be a thing that we see from a lot of other teams? Because the May from Boat was working phenomenal. Obviously, it didn't, unfortunately, didn't win the series that it needed to, but that wasn't the fault of the May. That was just some miracle plays from other teams. But this would be a map where I would potentially expect something like a May to happen, especially on point 2 and point 3.
Kings are so flexible with what you can run on the map, despite I know we want to go back to the glory days of our Reinhardt 1v1 honor, glory, yes.
Yeah, honor.
That's not we're not there anymore. It's Malkin time over on Kings Row these days. I think it can change up in that DPS. If we were to see a May come out, I mean, it should probably be here. I don't believe we've seen UCI play much May in the past, just because it doesn't fit into their traditional compositional ideas. But Excal can literally play any hero under the sun. He's been doing great on the Reaper, but you always have that option. Psy, very comfortable on many flex DPS as well. So, I mean, it's all kind of on UCI to show that they can have those larger adaptations like Fisher showed on Oasis.
I think the other thing about this map is that it does open up a possibility of hit scan, and Excal is a very, very talented hit scan player, and if it's going to be the Widowmaker, going to be the Ashe. I remember yesterday that I think Excal had one of the filthiest 3Ks I've seen on Circuit Royale, and I think when we look at a map like this and when I look at Fisher Esports and if they want to play the hit scan, Sloth has done a very good job against a lot of these top tier hit scan players that we've seen and kind of negating them and not having them get a lot of value. So I think that that's another matchup we kind of have to think about where it's do they want to move more towards that hit scan play, a little bit slower, that one pick potential that we've seen sometimes with maps like this. I think that's another thing that probably UCI are thinking about going here, because I don't think you go here if you're just like, we want to play the same thing. I think there were probably other maps where you could play like Echo a little bit more effectively in terms of just like the openness of the map.
This is, I think this also gives more, like, you don't feel like you're stuck on one thing. I think that's where Kings Row kind of shines, is you can do whatever the heck you want. You can even play Pharah if you wanted to on this map, and it might be okay. You could embrace your inner cowman and play Venture. Like, why not? Like, the only thing that we can guarantee will remain constant is this Juno Brig. I don't think any team has swapped off of it, unless I've seen a little bit of Lucio, which actually has mostly been from Graves. We know he doesn't like playing Brig, but he's doing so good at it.
Yeah, you could have fooled me, because all these stuns that Graves are having looks like, I mean, look, I'd be having the time of my life if I'm able to just win team fights by fiat, because I'm hitting 3-man stuns every time I have a Brigitte. But I think, yeah, Juno, very good hero. Hot take, extremely good hero. I don't know if that 10% ultimate charge really was enough. I think we gotta start talking about nerfing that character a little bit more than just the 10% on that ultimate, because I'm still seeing pretty quick ultimate regeneration out of this hero, and I think, you know, the Brig stays as well, comboed alongside that. Again, I think that the real change would be coming from the DPS, not really necessarily from the tank aspect. I think probably it's probably going to be Mauga if Mashiro is in. Obviously, that's the caveat we have to always use with this UCI team, where it's like, if it's another tank, if it's not Mashiro, then it's probably going to be like Rhino or Romani or someone like that, and then everything kind of changes from there.
We'll be sticking with what had worked in the past. So Sai will stick onto that Echo and Xcal on the Reaper. So no hit scan, no Genji, no Pharah, nothing too crazy happened on that end. And I think Fisher is going to be happy to meet that. Again, you gotta beg the question, can Sai manage to keep the distance from somebody like Cosmic, who just negated him completely last round?
And on the defensive end, it's going to be a little bit easier for Sai to pilot, because you're kind of just like spamming into these chokeholds. The real kind of threat is going to be when Fisher Esports starts to make these rotations, right? A lot of kind of how Kings Row first is going to be reacting to is like, where are these rotations coming from? Are you going through hotel? Are you going to try and take high ground and then kind of squeeze the space away from Sai, who is eventually, like, if the rotations work well enough for Fisher and they can take that space with the Genji, it becomes harder for Sai to have that space to work with.
This lower start here. Mashiro's actually very far away from the team. I like the play, but Fisher's like, all right, you're going to sit in the corner? Why don't we go give you a nice little hello and goodbye along with it? Cosmic and Salt are going to go right over this team. UCI did not expect Fisher to react that quick.
Yeah, I was talking about how, like, oh, it's going to be a little bit slow. They're going to have to make these rotations. Nope, just instantly take down Mashiro. But good focus fire from Fisher Esports, where they knew that they had that opening. They pounced on it immediately, and a little bit of a gift from UCI Esports off this first point. And that's going to be a lot of momentum and a lot of time, 6 minutes about, for Fisher Esports to start moving through this second point here.
That is a ridiculous side fake to have heading into second point. I mean, all right, you paid the price, UCI. The cold water slashed on your face. Sit up in your gamer chairs and let's brawl. This choke is very important for them to get the hold. Sai is essentially untouchable here if they can keep this poke up.
They weren't going to try to do this, but Cosmic, you can see playing a little bit aggressively, using that deflect, trying to create that space, and then now the engagement's going to come in.
It'll be the cardiac exchange on both sides, focusing B, not doing Iron any favors, but Sasha Bashir with the lower health pool. Cosmic found his way into the backline once again. They can trade out with the Xcal, but he already has the Death Blossom online. We've seen him be the hero before, and he's going to pull out the 5K early.
Ace from Xcal with the Reaper. I mean, it's weird. I've been talking about this entire weekend, like, how are you trying to pop off on Reaper? It's not that easy. A lot of these players are proving me completely wrong. Like, these fights are, a lot of the time, are being turned by this Reaper play, and unfortunately for UCI, they lose a lot of key members, so they aren't able to hold this positioning, but they do create a lot of time. Now Sai is able to get up towards that duplicate, and this is when we can potentially see that double Malga in this enclosed area get a ton of value.
Yeah, I don't even know if an orbital rank will be able to stop this. I mean, unless Grape pulls out another insane shield bash here, you're asking a lot from Fisher to be able to come out on top of this engagement. UCI will give them a bit more space, opting to fight on this back corner where a lot of teams do. There will be the orbital raise, the Dragon Blade, and the Death Blossom popped out. It's only Otters who ended up going down. They didn't give it the chance to get value out of that duplicate. Look how quickly Fisher Esports shut it down.
I love the aggression from Fisher Esports there. They know that they don't want to let this Echo continuously poke, and they're the ones who go force, and it forces essentially a panic ultimate out of Sai, who's not able to find the Mauga in the meatball that was that push, and Fisher Esports looking crisp and clean on this King's Row, a map pick that UCI picked and are looking down the barrel of a 5.5 minute time bank going into C. That's absurd.
I mean, you just want to burn time off the clock at this point. Getting a hold where you have not won a fight except that last one on this map, it's going to be tough. The cage fight will go down, just catches Sloth, and you have to hope that's enough. Fisher Esports, they know they got time to work with and are fine with waiting for Sloth to get back.
Yeah, and that's good for UCI. I mean, you stop the bleeding. You do have to commit an ultimate for that, but you just need some sort of momentum and some sort of foothold on your side here after those first two fights have gone. But now Fisher Esports can come back into this one. They have a cage of their own, so if they find UCI in a precarious position, maybe caught out a little bit, that cage is going to convert into a kill for sure.
And they'll be able to walk up a little bit faster. XCal, though, the Wraith Form's already forced. This is kind of the go button for Fisher Esports. They know that UCI won't play as aggressive until XCal has his get out of jail free card. That's essentially that first corner. They kind of already bought away. You have to look for big things to come out of this death block. So XCal was able to play the hero before, but again, Wraith Form has to regroup with Otters and catches Cosmic off guard, and that's kind of the second time there. You get one pick. Fisher are not taking any risks.
Yeah, Fisher are playing, I mean, they know that they have such an incredibly high time bank that they're just like, okay, we can, get these ultimates out, potentially not use any of our own, which is what they're doing. They're not using any ultimates. They're kind of waiting for this moment where they can really take a fight on even keel or at an advantage with ultimates of their own. They've let Sai again get back towards that duplicate, but like how it was going yesterday where Sai was always getting value with the double Mauga, Fisher Esports has not let UCI even get a sniff of anything like that after these last couple of maps.
No, it's all been Fisher setting the pace, and even now it forces Sai to use another defensive duplicate, and they get just burned down as soon as it starts. They've gotten zero value from Sai being on this Echo on the map. The problem has not been solved, and Fisher are just adding harm to injury. Oh, this is not a good look. UCI Esports have one more chance to stop this payload.
I mean, they're going to put Sai on the Mei because the Echo is not finding any value whatsoever. Orbital Ray is available, comboed along with the cage, so this is stallable for UCI Esports, but really good disengage from Fisher. I love that they're just going to get out of here. They don't want to take a team fight when they know they're at not uneven footing really for them, and they're just going to back it up, continue to play with their time bank, go back to this neutral, and try and find a way to go back in when we have all our cooldowns available to us.
And UCI do have a chunkier ult bank to pull from here, and if you're Fisher, you just want to force ults. If you can get one good fight, that's all you need to get a full completion on this map. It is harder with Sai being on this Mei. I think it'll be a lot better for them to get value and almost temper some of Fisher Esports' aggression. It'll be a little bit harder though. Dragonblade actually gets caught up. XCal ulting from outside of the cage, and that's not even that's not going to be enough other than just a burn down ult itself. Sloth been in the backline doing way too much than he should be allowed to, and the Mei wall never came. The UCI needed cut off these supports. Fisher Esports full cap and 2.5 minutes to work with.
Yeah, UCI feel like a little bit dizzy, it feels like, at this point. Like they're lost in terms of how to deal with this, because I think this Genji play from Cosmic has been immaculate so far. Just the ability to kind of dance on that side angle, create so much space for the team, and always be kind of the aggressor in a lot of these team fights, not really playing as aggressively where they'd be like a couple of picks would happen. Yes, there was like 1 or 2 times I think where Cosmic died early in a team fight, but beyond that, every time we're on Cosmic's POV, you're seeing how much space is being created by this singular Genji player, and while it's not showing up necessarily in the kill feed too much, it's showing up for the kill feed of the other players. Sloth is getting a lot of value because of the space that's being created. Same thing with Iron and Grapes and Renka. Like, the way that Fisher Esports is playing this composition perfectly, I would say, compared to what UCI was doing with that Echo. And now you see this is where UCI Esports are just like, we can't do it anymore. The Echo's not working. It hasn't gotten any value. The double Mauga, not really a thing that we can rely on anymore. And Sai's going to go over to the Genji, which Sai is a very good Genji. And now they need someone to kind of counteract Cosmic to be able to hold that space, because Echo's not going to be able to do that. It's just not how the hero's going to work. And UCI, I don't think they'll play. They did play a little bit of Zarya yesterday. I don't think it'll happen again. It was like a counter pick to the Sigma, but
that does not sound fun.
I don't know if I'd want to play. I don't know if I want to play Zarya.
Have a good time.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to play. I mean, it feel like if you're thinking about it, where it's like, okay, this would deal with a Genji pretty effectively. It would, like, beam goes through deflect. You can hold a little bit more space, and it looks like they actually might be running out on it. So I mean, they're thinking they're trying to change things up a little bit, and that's actually going to be pretty good for Psy, because Psy is going to be playing a little bit more forward, going to be able to get those bubbles and really force Cosmic out of a lot of these scenarios.
Sim goes for X-Count, but the power bar is getting charged. I mean, Fisher did a sliver of damage to that first one, and Bashiro's just under pressure. Both bubbles have been burned, and he's not looking to be in too good of a shape. That healing from KHD and Otters did wonders, knowing that they have the cooldown advantage. UCI just kind of held on for dear life and can re-engage on their own terms. Bubbles are up for either one of these DPS heroes. A bit of an off angle from Sloth and Cosmic. I love this pinch that Fisher are setting up right now. Bashir forced back into a corner, beaten to a pulp, and that's kind of this glass cannon that UCS comp is right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can see kind of the thought process, right, where Cosmic is not getting the same amount of value. Mashiro, like, turned for 1 second, and Cosmic was half health and taken down, but the collapse, like you mentioned, and the pincer maneuver from Fisher, so well played in that regard, and Mashiro, the experiment's kind of over right now with that Zarya. I like the idea to start things off, maybe catch Fisher Esports off guard, but again, Fisher Esports, calm, cool, and collected as they've always been, do not bend or break at all there, and now you're a little bit behind in terms of the ultimate economy with that cage, and that's going to be a little bit detrimental, but Fisher Esports, way ahead in terms of these support ultimate cards, which is how they've gained a lot of value in these team fights so far.
And it's not going to be easy to necessarily catch up to that gap. This is how quickly Fisher are doing. They've been setting the pace all game. Massive chunks of torpedoes, and it's Grapes getting in there, slapping some players around, chuck a Death Blossom on top of it, and that is a recipe for success.
And just a 2 ultimate fight from Fisher Esports. They also force out the orbital ray from KHD, so that means they're going to have that one in their back pocket for these next couple of team fights. And again, you're talking about how they're setting the pace for Fisher Esports. That's what it feels like it's been. That first sub-map where they let Psy get a little bit, you know, free farming with that Echo, it hasn't been the same nearly at all after that.
No, and you're still at an old disadvantage. X-Cal will pop his own Death Blossom in an attempt to wane some of the cage value, and it does burn down Iron. There's a window of opportunity to work with, and it's going to be a scrappy one, an absolute bloodbath in this fight. But the fact that Bashiro is alive and is more of an anchor for this team to rally behind, no one on Fisher wants to get close to him unless he gets chunked from a range. Wonderful moves from Rekko, not only to finish off the blows, but keep Cosmic on his feet. Yeah,
they also knew they had an advantage because the supports were down for UCI Esports, and they just needed to secure those kills before they were able to get back into that fight. Psy couldn't pull the blade without the threat of just losing that ultimate completely, and now Grapes is back, has this rally. It's worked so good. If Psy is going to pull this Dragon Blade, I expect him to get stunned like the rest of the team will be.
Grapes is yet to miss when it comes to these big shield bastions, but they're already in. We'll pop it inside the cage fight. Bashiro cut off from any line of support, but it's Psy's Dragon Blade. The stun didn't end up hitting. This is actually a winnable situation for UCI. They baited out the bash with the cage fight and let the Genji get in and do the dirty work.
Yeah, put slice and dice, put him in a blender for Psy there, and UCI can take a little bit of a sigh of a relief here. They're going to get some more time on the clock because it was looking very dire in those first couple of minutes, but now they're going to be able to move forward a little bit, have some momentum. They still have a pretty okay time bank if they can win a couple of fights quickly, and X-Cal is actually going over to the Ashe. This is something that I was talking about before the map started, where hit scan is a little bit more viable, and Fisher Esports, their composition a little bit short in terms of that range, right? The tiny T-Rex arms, this is going to be a moment where X-Cal can get that value from long range and hit these dynamites and make it difficult for Fisher Esports to really be the ones to put the pressure down.
It'll be easy on this first little stretch, but once you actually get to the corners and you have to brawl, you don't have many angles, and that's kind of why Psy will swap over to May to try to stop into that negation. TP will make sure the TX Rex arms are now in reach, and your orbital ray should do just the job to seal this one off. I mean, Fisher, I think it was a Sloth TP to the high ground and completely just bamboozled UCI in the backline.
I love the way Sloth has been playing Reaper, kind of just like, it's very interesting that we're seeing this Reaper play get so much value in terms of just like getting into the backline with the TP usage. The Wraith cooldown has also been very good in terms of just not dying in a lot of these scenarios where you would expect potentially the damage is too much to deal with. And I like the positioning here from Fisher, just being so aggressive.
And they're fighting in the spawns right now. This is a hole we haven't seen in a while, but it favors Fisher so much. They have to probably comp. They want to fight in these small rooms. Iron does get pretty low. He'll have a way out, and Cosmic has to burn the dash to do the same. The important thing for the defense is everyone is still on their feet, but look at this off angle from Sloth behind them. Yet again, TPing into the back line. There's the cage fight already in the front. Fisher Esports have already committed to this battle, and UCI are still lacking from their tools. Both portal turned and nothing to show from it.
Yeah, and I mean, UCI Esports are floundering a little bit right here. It feels like they don't know, they haven't had a foothold on this map kind of at all, even when they've won these team fights. Again, Fisher Esports doing the smart thing here. They know they have such an advantage in terms of the macro with the time bank that they're just holding them at spawn. KHD in that last fight had to use Orbital Ray just to walk out the spawn doors, and you'll take that trade 9 times out of 10.
They're probably going to have to use Blizzard or Cage Fight to do the same, so I just built up to that ultimate, but is it going to be enough? Graves is happy to be in a small room. All of the Inspire is helping. Yeah, XL needed to swap back over to the Reaper, and it might seem that UCI have found a way to get themselves out of the spawns, but it's not a pretty one.
And it also takes them 30 seconds. They're not moving the cart during any of that, so now there's a minute left, and with where the cart has been stalled, you're not going to get another chance at this. This is going to be the last chance UCI has to try and walk forward and try and get to that second point. And now we're thinking about, like, can you even finish this map at all? And you're almost looking at only a draw is going to be possible for them. Fisher Esports is going to come back into this also with both their support ultimates. So this is going to have to be an insanely miraculous team fight for UCI Esports to try and get back into this one.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's going to be a Cage Fight Blizzard combo, right? But if one of those gets shut down, Sloth can always just jump in a Cage Fight and decide to turn that into a bit of a mess with his own Death Blossom. It's not going to be pretty. UCI need to find a way to act first, but they're low on options. Instead, B side putting everyone into the icebox. 3 players frozen up out of Fisher, and it's XCal there with the final bits of damage needed to shut them down. Sloth did not end up popping his Death Blossom. After all, is opting just to go for next point.
Yeah, I think that was really smart from UCI Esports, where they throw down that Blizzard and just say, okay, regardless of how Fisher is setting the tempo, we're just going to throw this Blizzard down. Sloth doesn't get any value because Sloth has to Wraith away from that Blizzard, and the Death Blossom can't come in and help the rest of the team. And UCI Esports, again, going to get an extra lease on life here. A minute and 30 seconds is all that they've got to try and get to the end. And we have to remember, if they don't finish with time, this is only a drawable map for them, and it's been their map pick. They picked this map of Kings Row, and it feels like it looks like a Fisher Esports map pick more than anything else here.
This has just been Fisher's map that UCI have been living in, and granted, they've gotten pretty far, but when you're looking at best case scenario, a draw, if Sloth is going to let you have it, goes in the back line, puts his spin cycle on high, and Fisher Esports, 1 more minute to defend, 1 more minute before they could be up at a match point.
Very expensive fight from Fisher Esports, though, and also they won it. It's kind of weird to say that they won it too quickly, but I think they almost might have done that, where they just kind of won. They had to use 4 ultimates to win that one, and UCI Esports are going to be like, okay, we can come back in. We still have 1 or 2 team fights left for us. Blizzard and Cage is going to be available to them, so they can section off some members and take a team fight win, but they're not going to finish with time here, Tiny. They definitely are looking for a draw at most.
UCI's only hope once again is down to this Blizzard and Cage Fight combo. They'd actually get the Sun onto Iron. Cardiac Overdrive popped early, and it's not enough to save Sloth. The torpedoes to finish them off. They're actually winning this out in the neutral without the ult being used.
Can they even get, I mean, there's 10 seconds left. I don't think the car's going to move fast enough to get there in time. But now it's just about getting and completing this map. But the really difficult thing here, Renko has that orbital array, and in this enclosed area, in this last part of the map, it's going to get so much value in keeping the team alive through what UCI Esports have.
And Sai's still walking back from spawn. You can't even layer the Blizzard on top of it. He's only now just walking back around the corner. The Cage Fight will have to be there on its own. It's not enough for Mashiro. The Blizzard shall arrive, but it's too little, too late. Every single player moves away, and the payload 3 meters shy of getting to that point. Cosmic causing chaos in the black line, and Sloth right there, his right-hand man to go ahead and do it. Fisher Esports making UCI's map push look like their own to push them to a match point.
That also was not close. It was, I mean, it was close a little bit towards the back end where they made some swaps on UCI side, but that was a fantastic performance from Fisher Esports. Again, the usage of this Genji from Cosmic, just to, again, create that space for the team, completely negate what the success that UCI had yesterday, where it was a lot of this echo, a lot of this duplicating the Mauga's winning teams by that double Mauga combo. None of that. I haven't seen any of that since that first submap of Oasis, and since then it's been Sai having to switch off of the Echo, having to go to the Mei, having to go to the Genji. And again, if you're Fisher Esports and you're seeing Cosmic playing this well, and you're watching UCI Esports swap over to a Genji, you will take the mirror because of how well Cosmic has been able to pilot this.
Genji has been the name of the game for Fisher Esports. Normally, like, Cosmic only plays Genji? Yeah, he only plays Genji because he's so dang good at it that there's zero reason for him to switch off of it. I mean, Fisher Esports are taking what they're given and are running with it. From the start of this map, or the series rather, when UCI looked to be in the driver's seat, they had that glory for a single round before Fisher put their foot down and have been playing extraordinarily well as a team, with Cosmic really helping lead them.
And I think a lot of it has to do with the pace as well. I think when we're seeing a lot of these team fights, like whenever Fisher Esports is playing aggressively, one of the things that they're doing is they're sending Sloth into the backline. So Sloth is this kind of assassination reaper that makes it almost like a horror game, where they're just like, okay, well, we have these 4 members that are rushing at us with the Mauga, and then, oh, in the backline, if any of our members are still alive, there's a reaper there to get these assassinations. The combination and the way that Fisher Esports are playing, setting the tone, setting the pace, making it difficult for UCI to kind of stand on ceremony and play a little bit of that slower tempo that they would like to play, has really been the defining factor. And I think that's kind of the thing when we talk about Fisher Esports and how we haven't talked about them as much. They're just a solid team. They're so well coached. They're so well oiled. Everything that they do, it feels like when they've downloaded you, there's no going back. There's no going back whenever this team has like figured you out.
I think that's the hard part for us talking about Fishers. Like, they're just good. And like, how many different ways can we say that they are just a solid team working together as a unit? There's not one reason why everything is working out for them. It is every single player being on the same page and identifying what needs to happen. They can pivot quickly, they can make those adjustments, and it really helps with their coach and the experience at their backs. With only needing one more map to get a shot at these lower finals, Esperanza will be UCI's final map choice.
Esperanza is where we go. This is where they kind of had that miracle team fight at the end yesterday to beat Northwood on that map 4 and continue through this lower bracket. And I think this is a map where, again, my thought process is, okay, we play Ashe here. Excal, very good at that hero, right? I think especially in those first couple of fights when we're kind of on those high grounds, battling each other with that hit scan and how long we have of the sight lines and how good we can use those. They looked very good on it yesterday as well. But I think the thing, again, I'm going to be interested to see what we're doing with Sai, because Sai has the success of the Echo, and the Genji hasn't necessarily looked as good. The Mei hasn't looked as good. So are we going to be continuously able to play that Echo on a map like this where you do have an infinite skybox to work with? That's the best thing about a map like this, where you can still play a little bit less slower, pokier style. But I don't think against the pace that Fisher is setting, the Echo's viable anymore.
No. If you're going to play Echo and you're going to make it work, you want to go slow. You want to make sure that you can get that chip damage in and you can poke all you need to, so that by the time you actually choose to engage in a fight, they're already nice and soft for you to just beat up, right? That has not happened since the first round of Oasis. Fisher have been going well before UCI are ready to take that fight, and that's where Cosmic can really do the damage, is when it's faster and when it's that form of close combat. And not to mention, Sloth is playing the Reaper in a way that we haven't seen many other teams play. Like, a lot of the times, like, we've seen Excal and Mashiro kind of holding hands and fighting blow for blow with each other, whereas Sloth is just lurking in the back line like this little secret assassin, going, look behind you. Like, that's just how Fisher has managed to overwhelm them.
Yeah, it feels like they're like on UCI, it's like they're hugging each other, like they're never going to see each other again. And Sloth is just going to the back line and just continuously playing this very like assassin-y Reaper style, which I think actually works a lot of the time, especially when you have Wraith form available to you. Even if you don't get kills, which Sloth has been doing, like Sloth is not going into the back line and just doing nothing. Picks are being secured, but even if you're not securing those picks, just the amount of pressure mentally you're putting in on the back line, where it's like, I got to deal with this Reaper. I got to heal myself. I got to heal myself. I got to heal the other backliners, and then we got to maybe take down the Reaper. Nope, Reaper just hits Wraith form, walks out back to the team, and then you're back at a 5v5, and you've used cooldowns on just one character, compared to just using TP and Wraith, which is a trade I think a lot of people would take in the marketplace of ideas.
This is kind of Fisher winning out the cooldown game, almost like mentally, to a point. Like, there's only so much that the supports can do. Their attention's been completely split, and Fisher have done an excellent job at disarming this kind of focus fire that got UCI to this point. The UCI that took down Maryville and Northwood within these past 2 weekends, and now they're going to find themselves in an even trickier position going forwards, because if UCI want to move on, it is a reverse sweep or nothing.
Yeah, and I mean, if there was a team that kind of had that written in their script for like the lower bracket run that they've had, it would be Fisher Esports, or it would be UCI, where it's like they took down Northwood, they took down Maryville. What a way to get to that lower final than just, you know, reverse sweeping Fisher Esports. What a way to do that. That would be a complete and utter fantastic end to their story, but their story might end here if they cannot take down Fisher Esports, who have been playing immaculately so far with the way they've been able to set the tone and with the pressure that they're putting down. And this is kind of, I think this is good for UCI if they're going to be opting in for this hit scan role. xCal has been playing it phenomenally. You take Sloth off of the Reaper, which has been so impactful, but Sloth is no slouch on this Ash and on this hit scan play, so it is going to be a matchup that's not going to be completely in favor of xCal, but xCal is going to be on a very patented hero for them.
And we talk about skill expression on DPS characters. Ashe is certainly up there, at least in comparison to Reaper, and Sloth is much better known for his hit scan type of play here, and should be able to draw a challenge to xCal. Sloth does drop down from the high ground. He's going to rotate with the rest of the team. Doesn't even want to risk getting caught out by somebody like Side. Remains the only difference between these compositions on the Echo, but it's Sloth who gets collapsed upon. The healing from Grapes just enough to keep him on his feet and overwhelmed. Mashiro is actually caught up for the LOS of his supports.
Yeah, if you're gonna go for if you're gonna go for Sloth like that, you better come correct, because if you don't, the healing and the peel from this Fisher Esports team is so good. And you saw how many cooldowns UCI were using to get into that backline, using to try and take down the Ashe, and it just doesn't end up working out for them. And again, it's that time it was UCI trying to set the pace and set the tone, but Fisher Esports absorbed so much of that pressure, come back in. Now they have control of this high ground for Sloth. Cosmic already creating so much space for the rest of the team, and this is a perfect position for Fisher Esports to be in.
Like, look at this. Cosmic is just holding on this off angle, poking at him, and just making UCI have their heads on a swivel. They can't focus on one target. They can't fully help Mashiro when he's going in on these charges because of what these DPS are doing. Sai trying to get into the thick of things, and they're just kind of deterred by Sloth's hit scan type of play here. Robot will be turned around just a little bit, kind of more back to this bridge. Fisher have this high ground. They got the slightly better positioning, and it's more on them to make a move out. Wonderful set of sticky bombs, though. UCI flips the script on them, and we're able to put them through a small corridor.
And that's the success you're going to be seeing with this team. Is if Dragonblade actually committed from Cosmic. Cosmic wants to buy back in, trades one for one. Not sure. Another ultimate of hope from Cosmic, I think, there that we've seen. And UCI Esports will be taking that one, saying thank you very much. As UCI Esports, I mean, that's kind of the miracle. That's not the miracle team fight, but that's the ideal team fight, where you poke them down, you play a little bit more slowly, you let Sai farm up, hit a huge sticky bombs, and then you go in and get that assassination.
And Fisher can't necessarily go as quickly because they need to make sure that Sloth is still in a position where he can be effective on this Ashe, and because of that, UCI, this is a playstyle they're more familiar with, and Fisher will have to show us some similar adaptations going forwards, with the paces of these robots being relatively even so far. If this ultimate fight, they'll have a bitter definition. The bombs and the over ray is out, but it's xCal who gets the better of Sloth. The bullet to the dome. Fisher Esports kind of pushing all in to see if they can make anything else out of it, but it's all blue in the kill feed. UCI should get us tied up.
Yeah, this is looking like the UCI Esports we saw yesterday, as they're going to be able to clean up the rest of these kills, probably take the lead off of this as well, control all that high ground, only having to use both their support ultimates in that, and now they're able to continue to keep the duplicate, they keep the cage, they keep the Bob as well. So Fisher Esports, who have looked so good rotating those ultimates effectively and cycling them, have a team fight where it doesn't look as strong, and this is kind of the first time since that first map of Oasis that we've seen a foothold for UCI Esports, and now we'll see if they can convert that into a map win and into more meterage for themselves.
And already getting the checkpoint here is a massive W, because now UCI, you can choose whether to fight this quarter or just sit at this spot where you can have xCal on this high ground side and keep going for these more assassination plays. Fisher Esports know they need to win it. It'll be heavy investments from both sides. The double Malgo, we see its first success in this regard. They'll have to make up for the loss of Mashiro, but it's all xCal on the high ground. There's no one to contest him. He gets another 4K on the board. He's been shutting down Sloth everywhere.
Yeah, and xCal, I mean, this is the patented hit scan from xCal, very adept on this hero, very adept on that role. One of the things that also xCal has done with this Ashe, not only just winning the 1v1 against Sloth, putting pressure onto Cosmic. Cosmic, every time Cosmic is going a little bit aggressive, Dynamite's right there, putting it onto that hero. Cosmic has to dash out, has been feeling a little bit more pressure than normally with this composition, and UCI Esports have a healthy lead right now to work with as they're going to continue to move forward.
Any extra meteors you can get at this point it's just consolation. It's great that you can take it, but you're kind of happy. If you can just keep Fisher Esports at a point where you're trading a fight win for a fight loss every other, that's all that needs to happen. And so instead Fisher have that mountain they need to climb. It'll be great rally at first, massive stun, but that one can't be converted on. Grapes had the right idea, but the rest of Fisher Esports wasn't quite prepared for KHD's overray to come in. It's now the Dragon Blade out of Cosmos, yet to fail with one of the ascents earlier. Now a 3v4 gets the kill on KHD. Now we'll get Fisher one step closer to that checkpoint.
Yeah, Grapes sacrificed his life for that, but he sacrificed it with a nasty 3-man stun that completely wrecked what UCI was trying to do, and that's what we've seen from Grapes throughout the series so far. Whenever that Brigitte rally is online, it's going to get value no matter what, with the healing, with the stuns that we've seen. And one of the interesting things we're seeing as well from Fisher Esports is actually Sloth. I like this decision, just kind of foregoing the Ashe matchup because it hasn't been working so far. Go over to something like a Sojourn, you get a little bit more peel for yourself, and a lot of these rail shots are going to be farmed for free because of the fact that there's not really any mitigation. You're just hitting a Malta, and you're going to be able to get a lot of value just by poking and prodding, and those rail shot 1 potential is something that UCI is going to have to respect.
With overclock first, and yep, there goes Zai. Did not respect that railgun in the slightest. Fisher Esports going to get a move on. Fortunately, doesn't quite have the slide to finish off Excal, but if you can get another stagger here, even better for this pushing team.
I think UCI Esports need to get out of here, but just minimize their losses. Nice speed ring gets them out, so there's potential for a recontest here at this point they can get before the bot, but I think that actually if they just let it go, that'd be viable. But also, they're just going to go in.
They're going to want to commit, at least make Fisher Esports expend a couple of ultimates. Orbital Ray out first, and yeah, that's enough to kind of bowl over this mismatched ult fake that we've had so far and get Fisher the checkpoint.
Yeah, and now you know as well, if you're UCI, you have KHD at 65% towards that Orbital Ray. This would be the point where I'd wonder, how aggressive is Fisher Esports going to go? Because Fisher Esports, if they're tracking this, know that KHD doesn't have it just yet. So they could potentially play a little bit more aggressively, not have to walk into Orbital Ray, and maybe catch UCI Esports off guard in a scenario like this and try and take back the lead.
About first from Excal. Iron keeping the team safe from that bomb, but this is where things start to get a little crazy. It's Cosmic Bell unsheathes the blade, slices the supports into Fisher Esports. Once again, look towards their Genji player to have the secret ace up his sleeve, turning his sights to Excal. And it looks like Fisher should be able to stabilize right here and get even closer to taking this lead back.
Sloth has 1 health. It actually gets taken down. Cosmic with a great Dragon Blade creates so much pressure and so much damage, but there's going to be a recontest. Iron is not in this team fight, and I don't think Fisher Esports can hold this ground. They're going to try to continuously play here, and now Iron is back in this team fight. Rally available from Grapes.
It's a 5v3 right now until these DPS get back. UCI are just trying to sustain long enough before the damage comes through, but yeah, there it is. KHD, those damage and torpedoes. Oh, you're going to feel those when you wake up tomorrow morning. UCI aren't about to give up their hard-earned lead.
2.5 minutes left is what is the difference maker here. So close from Fisher Esports almost getting the lead. I think they really were trying to get that one back, and we've seen both these teams forego the hit scan, now going back to more of that Reaper style, a lot more brawly. We'll see if Sloth is going to continue to try and play much more of that assassination style that we've been seeing from them. But Renko has got Orbital Ray, and we kind of know Orbital Ray against no Orbital Ray, it's usually a win for the team with it.
Yeah, Fisher Esports are in prime position to close this one out. They do want to make sure these cooldowns were used. Mashiro, that's the charge, and KHD doesn't have any health. They might not even need that Orbital Ray right now with the lack of healing on the side of UCI. You should be able to just burn down these targets quickly, especially if this robot is going to be allowed to push uncontested. The script is completely flipped, and UCI, this is a terrible position for them to be in.
They're also straggling these kills as well, so UCI is not going to get a 5-man team fight as they come back and contest, and Fisher Esports is going to take the lead here with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Is there a way for UCI to get back into this one? Sai is also, I think, being chased by someone in the foreground, actually going to be going down. They're just staggering this Echo in the backline. Sloth gets the kill, and now Sai is not here, not going to be able to rejoin this fight for another 30 seconds, and this is going to be Fisher Esports taking a huge lead.
Fisher Esports, they just made sure that UCI have to win the next 3 or 4 team fights in a row to get back to where they started, and you have less than 90 seconds to get there. Renko still has an unmatched Orbital Ray. Mind you, Kenobi, he didn't even need it in the last fight. Put a cage fight on top of that, and it's looking just as good as done for UCI. Those were some serious magic. Sai forced to duplicate just to stay alive defensively. It's now on the Excal, but his best blossom. There's a whole lot of nothing. It's all Fisher coming up in this kill feed, staring down the spawns of UCI.
And I don't even know if there's a way back in for this one. No support ultimates. Cage is all they have. Excal is just desperately gone over to the win up here. Never mind, just goes to the Reaper just to try and continue to fight here. But even if they use this cage, you're going to be put in slice and dice machine by this Genji Dragon Blade.
And the Death Blossom is gone. Claw getting so aggressive again. Chili will get stunned out of it. But it's now looking over to Cosmic. Bushiro is already gone. It's X-Cal. And everything looks down and grim. It's him who will hit the shots when it is needed. UCI Esports will hang on by the skin of their teeth.
I mean, we've seen one team make a miracle return run on a Coliseum, but this is a very, very difficult. I mean, again, they have to play literally perfectly from here on out. They did manage to get out the Orbital Ray. They have one of their own, so that potentially is a team fight win for them because Fisher used a lot. They do have Grapes with that rally. We know how good the stunts have been so far.
Your big thing here is Fisher Esports. They'll still have their forward spawns too, unless KHD and UCI can manage to overwhelm Fisher quickly with this Orbital Ray. Their miracle run might just be over. Maywall out, trying to block Grapes off, but it doesn't matter. He's happy to retreat. Fisher aren't even going to fight into their Orbital Ray. UCI know this is their chance. They're trying to chase down these players. They're just too far away. Wonderfully played by Fisher. They can easily re-engage with Grapes rally here, yet to lose them out yet with a massive stun. The robot kind of sitting, waiting for someone to make a move. No one wants to get aggressive, but UCI, they know that they're down and beaten. It's really only X-Cal with the Death Box. He's done it in the past. Can he do it again? No. Normal Ray healing is simply too much. It's a fast blizzard from Psy, though. It catches 3, all turned into popsicles, but they only managed to get Grapes from that entire exchange. It will be the Helmet Cage fight on the point.
What?
Nothing left in the tank.
Oh,
to another. And they can't get it done. Fisher will move on.
Fisher win at the very end of that one. A crazy fight. It looked like it could have been wrangled back by UCI. Did they have one last miracle team fight in their back pocket on Esperanza, but they didn't manage to do that. And it's it's Fisher Esports who take a convincing 3-0 and end the Cinderella run of UCI.
It was a beautiful run to watch. UCI had one more check mark left on their hit list today, but they couldn't get it done. Fisher, who have silently been one of the best Mauga teams that we have watched. They have this DPS line figured out to a T. Even if it's a bit unique, it's enough to take teams that have fought against some of the very best off guard and even shut them down 3-0.
And I mean, I think the thing about this team was that the way that they did it, the way that they saw kind of how it was played on the first map of Oasis, they saw how UCI wanted to play. They had tape on it, obviously, from yesterday as well, but they had that one little hiccup on the first round of Oasis, and from that point on, UCI never had a foothold. Fisher was just completely downloading them every single time. Cosmic deserves a lot of credit for being kind of the linchpin of how this team operated, creating so much space, putting that pressure onto Psy, and Psy was never really the same as that pressure came through and as they were forced to switch over to other things in terms of like the Genji or the Mei. And if you're Fisher Esports and you're seeing the enemy team pick Genji into Cosmic, you're totally fine with that. I think this was a fantastically well-coached performance from Fisher Esports, who very quietly are now one of the top 3 teams in Collegiate with this roster that, again, we know some of the names, some of them we didn't know going into this, but now we definitely do. Sloth and Cosmic are very, very good players, and I am incredibly excited to see what they're going to be able to do as they continue their lower bracket run.
We've seen Fisher continue to just be on this incredible rise, and I almost feel really bad that we haven't been giving them the credit that they have deserved for this immaculate run. They started in the lower bracket at the same position that UCI did. Kenobi, they also have made some great strides forwards in these past couple of weekends, and they even get another chance to return to the grand finals for the second homecoming in a row. I mean, they have to be so proud of where this team has gone from this point. Now 3-0 2 very strong teams this weekend.
And I think as well, just this is the way that they're doing it. Like, again, it's they're just so well-rounded. Like, it's hard to kind of pick that like one thing that's like really, really incredible about this team. It's just the kind of the unit as itself just plays so well. Yeah, you can talk about Cosmic and the way that the Genji has been creating space, the way that it's played, Grapes with the Brigitte rallies, but then you have like Renko, who's just kind of doing Juno things in the background and just playing very effectively, cycling ultimates well, and Iron very good and very well handled on that Mauga as well. Like, there isn't like a part of this roster that's like a weakness. It feels like they always just have a way as a 5-man unit to win these team fights, and there's never like there's never a place where I'm just like, oh, this person's like popping off super hard, or they never get like high or low. It just feels like just so well-rounded, so calm, so cool and collected, and they're quiet, but they're mostly like the silent assassins is what I'd call them now going through this lower bracket.
Yeah. I think it's honestly more impressive to be like so solid as a team than it is just to have one player stand out. And I think one of the biggest examples of that is going to be in that support line in the Shield Basher himself, Grape. So I did just get word will be joining us here on the desk for an interview. Now for the second time, you've had 2 3-0s within these past couple of days. Took down UCI once again, a team that has had so many powerful teams knocked out of this tournament. How does it feel to get a shot at this top 3?
It feels really good, especially since last semester we kind of lost out a little early. Got 5th, 6th last semester. So it feels really good to be able to fight for first place again. It feels really good.
So how has it kind of been, I think, with like, the patch came and we've been seeing more of this meta with like the Mauga and stuff like that. I know you're not like, you don't like Lucio that much. I mean, you're not too fond of Brig either, it feels like, but those stuns, they do be hitting a lot of the time when you're hitting those rallies. And like, I think in terms of, I'm interested in what's the comm structure like, because it feels like everything is made perfectly well, like placed. Sloth is in the perfect position. Irons, you're in the perfect position. Like, how does the comm structure work in like the middle of those team fights?
Well, this meta is a little different. It's really all like ult reliant and stuff. So almost all the time we're just trying to constantly remind ourselves like which ults do they have, what ults do we want to use, stuff like that. This ult's so bad, or this meta is like just terrible. It's just super bad, low skill ult meta. A lot of the times we're just screaming at the top of our lungs, like get in the cage, get in the cage, get in the cage. Shout out to Riker for that. Just it's different in this meta. It really is. It's just crazy.
Chaos is definitely a word to describe this meta. We got a lot of particle effects going on at once, but I am kind of curious how, especially since when we saw the very start of this series, and Kenobi and I had a lot of expectations for this to be a very close game from the start, and we think that first round of City Center of Oasis there, you guys it was close, but UCI did come out on top. And I'm kind of curious because after that round, it's like some sort of switch ended up getting flipped, and there was not really a stutter from Fisher between that point. Was there some sort of communication or something that went on between that round that kind of went into effect the rest of the series?
No, we just started using our ults a lot better and started again, it's just like an ult meta. We're not really used to playing this. This just randomly became meta, like for some reason. So
it did.
We just kind of like talked about like how we should use our ults better. Target focus, all that. Notice, this guy's trolling. Just kill this guy. nothing crazy. Just we just noticed our mistakes more and use our ults better.
It did feel like, though, that there was like a little bit of adaptation where you're like, okay, the Echo, like we kind of figured out that this was a problem, and like Cosmic did, I think, specifically on those last couple of maps, did a really good job of like focusing that down. And like whenever you see like the enemy team go over to like a Genji or something like that, are you kind of just like, oh, okay, we'll take Cosmic in this mirror, we're totally fine with this, we have faith in this player who, I mean, kind of came out of nowhere and is like, I mean, now a top 3 Genji in Collegiate. Like what's kind of like the thought process of having someone like that on your roster when a lot of the rest of you are like very, from contenders, very experienced, and having like Sloth and Cosmic who are kind of rising to the potential of this top 3?
I think Cosmic's just the best Genji in North America, so we just always have him on that character. He just is. That guy does crazy things. He just randomly kills an Echo on Genji. There's no reason to take him off Genji because Genji's good. He's really good right now, so you just keep him on it all the time as much as we can.
I mean, hey, if it ain't broke, why would you even try to fix it? At the same point, yeah. I mean, it's always crazy to think about that you are one of 2 returning players to this roster in the semester. You guys have showcased some of the best teamwork, and I'm kind of curious, what have those preparations looked like? Is even though this Mauga meta, it kind of came out of the blue, but to show this level of kind of communication and adaptability mid-series is kind of ridiculous for you guys.
You're saying like how did we like adapt to the meta change?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we played like
Is it tentative? Is it tentative?
Partially.
That might not be able to answer that.
A little bit.
Okay.
He went over the macro. He went over the macro a little bit with us before our match today and before warm up. it's just kind of one of those like metas. You just play it a little bit, you start to get the feel of it, and it starts to click.
Yeah. Well, hey, you guys are definitely clicking out there, and you have looked like one of the best Malka teams that we have seen this entire tournament bracket. And your journey, it's not over yet. If you want to make those grand finals, you still have to play the lowers and then go into another best of 7. So we're going to give you guys all the little break that you can have here for this next series. We'll find out who you're placing against in your next game. Thank you so much, Grapes, for joining us on the desk, and we wish you the best of luck going ahead.
Thank you, guys.
SKenji in North America is high praise.
Crazy.
That is high praise. That is high praise. But I mean, I can't really say anything bad about that. Cosmic's playing like insane. I think this Genji player has been fantastic, and a lot of the value that this team of Fisher Esports, who has quietly again risen through that lower bracket, gotten this top 3 now with this meta that seems like it's leveled the playing field for a lot of these teams. I wouldn't be surprised if they make a run to that grand finals for that lower side.
Like, this is one of the very few teams that, and they just have so much confidence in their individual ability and trust in one another that in something that is ultimate based, and you really have to rely on your teammates. That is Fisher's bread and butter so far, and if this is how they're going to continue playing Kenobi, we very well may see them return to the homecoming grand finals for the 2nd year in a row. We're gonna find out who their next opponent is with our upcoming match. It was scripted from the start. Illinois State and Winthrop will face it off in the upper finals. The only 2 teams remaining there. We're gonna go ahead, jump to a quick break, and come back to you with this long anticipated matchup. If anybody made a bracket for the Collegiate Homecoming Finals here, Kenobi, you definitely had Illinois State and Winthrop facing off against each other in these upper finals. They have been undisputably the two best teams within Collegiate North America so far, and they'll meet themselves for the first time in this playoff bracket. I'm so excited to jump into this because there's so much we can talk about where these two teams came from.
Yeah, and while the bracket might be busted literally like everywhere else, it feels like this was kind of like this was part of the script where it's like Illinois State University versus Winthrop University in that winners finals, potentially even a preview of what we might see in the grand finals. But Fisher is sitting there in the lower bracket saying, not so fast, my friend. There's potential for a little bit of an upset. But this is, I think, when we look at kind of the overarching narrative of Collegiate, these are the two best teams, right? I think everyone would kind of agree that is these two teams at the top. Illinois State, I think, is probably more heavily favored if you ask 10 different people. It's like, who's the best team in Collegiate? Probably 9 of them, maybe 10 of them say Illinois State University. But Winthrop, when you look at their roster and look at the players that they have, even though they're on ping, you could have fooled me that they were on ping. They're still playing relatively well. They have those members infected Tree. A lot of these members who are still very, very talented and can go up against the Goliath that is Illinois State University.
Yeah, we've been painting Illinois State as like the Titans. They are the reigning kings of collegiate Overwatch. And you look back at last semester where they won literally every single major tournament they competed in, including the Overwatch Championship. Like, this is just ridiculous. You maintained all 5 players. They've all been finding great success within OWCS. Some of them are even playing on Ping 2 coming into this weekend. But this has been undisputably the best team for a very good reason. The mechanical talents of players like Lethal and Maimon, and then you look at Kuffa, Admiral, Luke, Mina, who have consistently been building themselves up for this roster.
And I think when you kind of look around this roster, you could probably make the argument that they're all at the top of their roles, respectively, right? When you look at kind of the success, like Kuffa is someone who has been continuously growing as a fantastic tank player, now coming into Collegiate with this Illinois State University roster and finding so much success. Lethal, I think at this point, maybe not even arguably, is the best DPS that's left in the turn. Yes, I mean, we're playing on Reaper, so again, not necessarily the same thing as like a hit scan roll, but he still has that ability to pop off. Even when on the Reaper, a lot of the times when we've seen ISU, Lethal's ahead in ult charge significantly. Like the amount of damage, the amount of pressure that Lethal puts out is unmatched, I would say, with the rest of the teams that we have in Collegiate.
And no one has been able to really put a good marker on where Lethal can stand. And we'll be saying his name a lot for sure, but it's not like Winthrop don't have those same type of players. We've seen the up-and-coming talents of players like Infected and Tree really start to shine yesterday. It was a close series with Northwood. Took it to 5 maps, but those miracle fights were all won by this up-and-coming player. Tree was playing out of his mind, and they're going to have to all be at that same level if they want a chance of taking ISU down today.
And I think the thing that was different about that series against Northwood is that the May really caught them off guard. I think that was like the main thing that I saw. And yes, you do have like this ability, like the Tree factor. Is that something we coined back in Contenders, where we talked about Tree has this ability to just kind of take over against pretty much anyone, even like someone like Lethal back in Contenders. There was that potential for Tree to just pop off. But this roster, all very good players. They are on ping. We do have to mention that. But again, kind of it didn't really matter yesterday in terms of like how they were playing. They still played like if they were normally there. We do have to kind of mention that Sam was like, we're going to get 3-0'd by ISU, and then walked it back a little bit. But like, I think that kind of just shows the respect that a lot of the teams have for ISU as like, this is the bar. Like we are very confident that this is the bar, and we're trying to beat that and figure out a way how to do that. And with kind of the meta coalescing a little bit into a more even-keeled with this Mauga stuff, where it's not the same as they were playing a couple of weeks ago, it does offer that ability to equalize in terms of like the strength of these teams.
Winthrop, it's asking a lot. We've almost had this narrative of Collegiate that it's a fight for second place, or even third place at times, because Winthrop has also been very strongly that second place team, whereas ISU hasn't taken a loss really at all this semester. Winthrop, the only team they've lost to is ISU. So if they want to go ahead and at least try to change that around, it's going to be here. And it's really hard to kind of mentally prepare yourself to a point like, we're going up against the undefeated team. They've beaten us 3 times already this semester. Like, what's going to be different about this time? You have to acknowledge that the meta really can give Winthrop an advantage. It levels that playing field just enough with everyone learning how to adapt to this Mauga.
Yeah, I think that the meta is going to be the thing that kind of equalizes and gives a chance for Winthrop to, especially since they've played it now a little bit, and we heard from Grapes in the previous interview where it's like the meta is kind of like you play it a couple of times and it clicks, and these are two teams who are, if it does click for them, they're going to be running through this bracket. So I think that this is going to be kind of a Goliath matchup from Illinois State University, and yes, Winthrop is David, but I think it's a little bit closer than that in terms of just the fact that we have this meta that has evened things out a little bit more.
I think an exception to that will be Ilios, though. Illinois State is the only team who does pick this map for the reason that no one has been able to match them on this dive composition. If they're playing this Echo Tracer or Echo Ash, whatever, with a Winston from Kuffa, it's kind of just GG's go next. Winthrop have a chance to do it, but being on ping, it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, and I think, Infected is a tank who I would, take, like, in terms of in a matchup versus Infected, or versus Kuffa, rather. I think that's a pretty even matchup, even if it does go over to the Winston. I think on Mauga as well, Infected is one of these players who has grown to be potentially one of the best tanks to ever come out of North America in terms of just the history of Overwatch. So I'm very interested to see how this tank matchup is going to go. I would unfortunately assume that it is just going to be the Mauga mirror, and Mauga, I think you have some sort of skill pressure with Mauga, right? Like the timing of the dives and things like that. But for the most part, a lot of it's going to be hindered around kind of the team itself rotating and cycling those ultimates effectively. How are we going to be getting into the backline? Are we going to be seeing Reapers play a little bit more towards the front? Assassination style that we saw the Sloth playing. Like, that's kind of how I think there's going to be variation in terms of what we see going forward. Ilios obviously is its own beast, where it's like the map is really deciding what composition we play, and it's probably the only time we're going to see Winston ever. So, props for that, I guess. That's going to be good. We're going to see a little bit of variability, but I think on the rest of the maps, it's probably going to be Mauga for the most part.
I don't think this map will be a good testament to how the rest of the series is going to go, just because it will be so drastically different from this point. And if there is a chance for Winthrop to really show us what they can do, I think it is on this map. It is against one of ISU's better compositions as of late. I pick Ilios because not many other teams will do it, nor do they want to match somebody like Kuffa on this Winston. You don't really have to worry about the hit scan as much. It's mostly been Tracer Echo. Maybe some Widowmaker if we get to a Ruins. It's just such an oddball pick of a map that anything we can say about how the rest of the series does not apply here.
It's not like Oasis, where Oasis was kind of just like, we're playing Mauga, we're playing the standard meta. This one's like, I wouldn't expect to see, if we go to Lighthouse, like Mauga be played. Like Mauga probably gets played on like Well, would be where I would see that coming to the table. But like all these other maps offer a little bit of variance in terms of the DPS as well, I think. And even the supports, like Ana is very good on something like Lighthouse, especially when Winston is always going to be in that kind of area where you're going to be played. Nano and Anti-Nade's really, really effective in that regard. So I think you're right where this isn't the best litmus test for the rest of the series and how it's going to go with the meta, but it'll be nice to see kind of the coordination and how these teams are going to be playing. Is ISU just firing on all cylinders, wipes this map 2-0, and then we're like kind of like, okay, like the meta really has to be doing a lot of heavy lifting to even this out?
Yeah, this one will showcase more of that kind of mechanical difference in a way that ISU have ran straight through Collegiate with so far, and whereas the rest of the maps, that's where that more even playing field will come in. So it's almost up to Winthrop is how close can you make this map at the end of the day. Like, ISU are so heavily favored on this, it's just crazy that I can't say it. I want to hype it up. I want it to be close. We've just seen so many good things from the Redbirds. It's extremely difficult to doubt them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I can't doubt them until I see that they've lost a series, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, even if I'm Winthrop here, I'm like, when I'm thinking about them and thinking about how this would go forward in terms of, the rest of the day and the rest of the series that they have to play, if they can, like, take a couple of maps, take a map, and look very clean on it, that would give me a lot more confidence in their play. But if Illinois State comes out and just 3-0 wipes this, I'd be very worried. And we're going to be starting things off out on the composition that Illinois State is very, very good at. Everyone is on a comfort hero in a map like this. Lethal playing more of that Echo instead, up against Tree. And Tree, I mean, the Echo is kind of where Tree made a name for himself coming up and playing in Overwatch, so maybe that DPS can make a little bit of a difference in terms of this matchup, because Lethal, very adept at any of the DPS that he plays, but this is Tree's wheelhouse.
Yeah, it's not like Lethal's going to struggle. It's that with past experience, Tree has had more time to prove himself on this Echo. It's more of these Tracers you want to see, but that's already an excellent start. That the Echo Duel won in the skies, and not to see how this objective is played around. Sam beginning the cap alongside a Rack Attack, daring anyone from ISU to go ahead and touch. Well, yeah, Maymon will go in, wane them away for a little bit, but after losing that early pick, Infected was too deep to be stopped.
Infected's also going to get out and live with the rest of the healing from Winthrop University, so a great start for them. And we talked about that Echo matchup could be a difference maker, and Tree has already come out and shown a lot of stuff in these neutral fights, gotten 2 picks early. Now it's going to have to be Illinois State retreating, so this composition that we talked about with Illinois State being so strong at, when you have Tree on the other side who is so adept and so knowledgeable about this Echo matchup, it does even things out a little bit, and it looks like it's working perfectly for Winthrop University to start things out.
Hey, so far, it's all been Tree. You want a stable pillar to go back on? Then take a look at this guy right here. Sticky bombs onto the backline. Perfect point to dive in, and the nade is too late. Wonderful execution. Completely busted the door open as Tree.
And I like this kind of decision-making from Winthrop University, where they're the ones who are being a little bit more aggressive, taking that space away from Illinois State University, not letting them set up and really get into these engagements, and that's really helping Winthrop University continue their stranglehold that they have on the map. Currently, there is going to be that duplicate from Tree, so Tree can play a little bit more aggressively without the threat of just instantly dying and having that duplicate as a secondary life in his back pocket.
I've been more concerned about this nano boost, too. Like, look at this. He's so aggressive on his supports. Luke, Mino, and Admiral have not been allowed to play the game. There's such an advantage when it's come to that support ultimate charge, and only now with being evened up. Cuffa Crowd Rage into the back just to keep some of his teammates alive, and it works really well in completely deterring that duplicate form. The Echo was nanoed throughout all of that. Ultraviolet popped it out and cancels the duplicate of Lethal. Illinois State are running out of options on Sam Tobies to make the more beautiful stick onto Admiral, blows him to bits. The support's removed from Illinois State once again. They haven't even had the chance to make a single dive play. We didn't think this would be close. Winthrop had just shut the door on them.
I mean, these dives have been so crisp and clean from Winthrop University. The focus fire onto that backline, I mean, you can see Illinois State University, Luke and Admiral have just been holding on to these ults because they haven't been able to play the game because the antis are always there. The dives are perfect from Tree and the rest of the team with Infected, and that's 100-0 on a map that we thought Illinois State had in the bag, Tiny.
What is this? I'm here for it, but what in the world is this? I've never seen ISU get shut down on the dive composition on the map that they picked. We were drawing the narrative of, oh, let's see how close Winthrop can make this. They just dominated, not even letting ISU get in. I think they maybe got 2 kills that whole time. Like, which is just ridiculous to think about. And you're going to go into this map and have to change it up. We'll get a bit more of a taste of what maybe they'd be expecting. Not if Infected plays the hamster, though.
I don't think Infected plays.
I mean,
this is Infected. This is when Infected was like coming up as a player in Overwatch in Contenders. This was the moment. This was the Trick Room team where they beat the San Francisco Shock in Pro-Am, and this is Infected's hero inside and out. And I always say, when you pick Hammond, you got to be a ball player, and Infected is one of those. Infected knows how to pilot this hero probably more than anyone in NA right now. So I think this is a nice little wrinkle and could potentially catch Illinois State off guard, but a lot of damage already done. Just trying to put some pressure somewhere else.
Why is Cuffa chasing the hamster? Like, I don't... That's weird. You do force him out. He'll get healed up pretty quickly. I don't really know where ISU can find a way in. It's going to be very difficult to put a kind of a marker on Rack Attack or Ultraviolet. Tree will be uncontested on the Widowmaker for the time being, as Lethal opt to go for the Sojourn instead here. Yeah, a bit of extra damage. Ultraviolet, though, sliver of HP. Eventually, Cuffa will manage to take that one out of the equation. Spots Tree on the low ground. Went for that slam, but left the rest of the team vulnerable to Infected and Sam Chovies. All the meanwhile, Winthrop are choosing their opportunities to strike, to dive very well.
Yeah, and you can see actually just the amount of space that's being created for Winthrop right here and for Tree. I mean, Infected is just in this backline, and realistically with this composition, it's hard to kill the Hammond. Like, the Hammond has a lot of survivability against this. You can see W Maymon is on the Tracer and is farming a lot of that ult charge, but just not being converted into picks like they would want against a composition like this.
Like, realistically, you're not going to kill Infected. You got to find some way to get somebody else, but if Tree's going to hit shots like these ones, I don't know what can happen. ISU, I'm not sure what is going on in this game, but Winthrop has been entirely in the driver's seat. ISU might as well just be shoved in the trunk at this point.
Who needs ping when you can just click heads? And Winthrop University are winning these fights completely in the neutral as well. And you can see Lethal is throwing down the gauntlet now, trying to go back to that Widowmaker, and Cuffa going over to the Junker Queen. Everything we thought about this meta is just completely going awry. WMA was able to take a big pick onto Ultraviolet. The Ana's not here. There's a lot of healing loss, but look at the ultimate economy for Winthrop University here. So much to work with, and Luke hasn't been able to farm up towards this orbital ray, which is one of those fight-winning ultimates they need to equalize.
And he can't really do anything. Like, he's getting both bombs sucked at him from one angle, there's Infected harassing him from another one. Like, ISU, they made the swatch to the Junker Queen in hopes to have a little bit more kind of just existence in general. But oh my god, Tree again gets Luke Mino mid-air. We'll get punished for that one, but that's just a massive pick. Luke Mino has been absolutely silenced throughout this map. We've seen none of the support line. It's all Winthrop.
Winthrop are playing to their comfort right now, and it's working so well for them. And when was the last time that we've seen Illinois State on the back foot at all in Collegiate? At all, just in general. Like, they seem to just not be in control of the tempo, which is not like them.
No, I mean, what in the... we said at the beginning, we can't count this match towards too much, but Winthrop should not be close to 200-0 sweeping this game out. Like, what do ISU have to work with? Luke Mino can get up to a orbital rate, sure, but at this point, how can he even get to a target? Tree is yet to receive a single glance from anybody. Heads have been falling all over the place.
Oh my god, Tree!
Luke Mino again! There's no orbital rate. It's just done. Winthrop should win this right here and right now. Rack Attack under a bit of pressure, but Santobi's has plenty of heals to deal with WMA. Mon, Pulse Bomb out again. That one goes a little wide. The health bar's already down. The Rampage gets shut off. Winthrop University did what we thought was impossible. 200-0 total sweep of Ilios.
I don't know what to think anymore, Tiny. It's just melting my brain. I love, though, the decision-making from Winthrop University here. Go to your comfort. Infected. There is no other team that Illinois State has ever scrimmed, besides maybe Winthrop themselves, that's running Hammond. And I love the decision-making where it's like, we're so close to being able to win this map, let's just bring out what we're most comfortable with. And they do exactly that. Infected on the Hammond, the tried and true. And Illinois State didn't load into that server, Tiny.
No.
They never had it. I don't think I can remember a team fight that they won, that they had any, pace setting. They had no tempo whatsoever. And I don't think I would have ever have said that on Ilios of all maps, but for Illinois State just in general. This was Winthrop having complete control.
And look at this. This is just a Tree highlight reel on Ruins, and there was no answer, at all. Not only did ISU not win a single fight on Ilios, they never got a first elimination. They never got more than 2 picks per battle. That just cannot happen. That cannot happen for an ISU team who we
Luke
have
didn't
this
get orbital ray.
Exactly. What?
I don't. I mean, full credit to Winthrop for throwing down the gauntlet and playing more to their comfort and not opting into this Mauga composition that was kind of so effective for even keeling this meta. But if the meta is going to be as open and not as defined, yeah, the Mauga is very good and it does offer a lot of avenues to be played. But if you're going to be playing this composition that I don't think so the thing about this Hammond composition, I think that was a Ruin special. I don't think we'll probably see it again. I don't know anymore, though, because I should not cast or curse or do anything like that, because now my brain, it doesn't matter anymore. We're just playing anything right now. It's Mystery Heroes, it feels like at this point. But if, we were talking about it, where, I want to see Winthrop do, well. I want to see them, put up a challenge to ISU.
Yeah.
And they just completely reversed it, where it was that looked like, if you had taken the nameplates off, I was like, oh yeah, ISU 3-0'd that map, or 2-0'd that map, and didn't let anything happen. But Winthrop coming to play again, we talked about how they were on ping. Could have fooled me. They're playing really well.
I'm starting to think Sam just baited us. He knew that this team was going to do well. I just wanted to make us look like fools up here. And
he's hustling. He's hustling.
Literally.
Hustling us.
He's we'll take this Winthrop stocks down. So then when we do this, you just have no idea what hit you. And I will say that the one thing about that map, it's not going to be a testament to every other match that will be played out, because we will most likely be returning to that Mauga, as this Kings Row pick does suggest from ISU. Knowing ISU, though, they aren't a team that is familiar with losing at all. Yeah. They have not lost a game this whole season, dropped very few maps, and you gotta think, how much does this actually affect them mentally? Because they don't have that experience recently.
Yeah, I mean, the last time they lost, I think, in bracket was last year, during Champs, when they lost to Maryville, kind of relatively early in the tournament, I would say, comparatively to where they are now. That's the last time I remember them losing pretty bad. I don't want to get ahead of myself. It was Ilios, it was map 1. There were some things that Winthrop had, but this is not a team that's used to getting punched in the mouth like that. That is a very convincing win from Winthrop, and they deserve a lot of credit for being able to do that. And now my question would be, is there anywhere else where the Hammonds can win? Because again, not a lot of people are probably playing that composition, and now that it's like a threat, Illinois State does have to think about it. They do have to always be aware, but like I said when we talked about Ilios at the start, one of the things that we did mention was it's not going to be indicative of the rest of the series just by the virtue of the compositions we're going to see. We probably just go back to the standard, amount of compositions that we've been seeing so far, and this will be a little bit more even-keeled, most likely to be, as a deciding factor of what we're going to be seeing in previous maps.
Yeah, this is more the actual test to see if Ilios was a fluke or has Winthrop just really stepped it up so far today, and it will be going back to that kind of traditional Malaga comp. Maimon will be on the Echo. We've seen more of him on the Genji lately, so he's going to try to take more of this play out of Tree's playbook. It'll be on the Widow to start.
I mean, the thing about the Tree on this composition where I think they were, with Rakatech just pulling it back in. So this would be Echo, I think, for Tree. And I mean, Tree had a very good performance on that. I mean, regardless of like the compositions being different, Tree's Echo is kind of the thing that made him so popular and so, promised as one of these best DPS players along with the Tracer. So I always have faith in Tree being able to pilot this Echo effectively.
Yeah, Tree was shutting down Lethal. What's to say that can't happen for Maimon? In fact, it's actually Admiral who stood a little bit too close to the sun. You could argue Maimon just used all of his cooldowns and the support there to feel better from Derby. Rakatak is excellent at supporting his specific DPS players, and again, not a single elimination going the way of ISU until this last one from Lethal.
I mean, Tree is going to go down, but it's not going to matter too much. This is a point cap from Winthrop University, and again, I'm like, whenever I'm looking at this team fight and how it's happening and how they're playing effectively, Winthrop are schmoving and grooving right now in terms of just all the rotations. They're getting cooldowns out effectively, and they're the ones, again, setting that pace. You saw Illinois State in that team fight. They had to use the ring defensively just to kite away, and it didn't even matter because Tree was still able to find a pick, and this huge time bank, 5.5 minutes, about for them, is going to do wonders for them trying to move forward.
This is just great right now. And look at the difference between ult charge in these tanks. And Infected is at 30% away from a cage fight already. And Winthrop trying to look to move through the choke and setting the pace so far. Treeing is a little bit low, but it will be that double Malga composition. More familiar with the problem is you lose out on Lufmina. Ultraviolet much faster to that orbital ray that by the time it was popped, it's too little, too late. Admiral doesn't really stand much of a chance. Curled up in a corner with Kuffa and Winthrop. We're going to keep this payload moving.
And Illinois State, I mean, you're talking about the difference in the tanks. There is so much pressure being put down onto Kuffa right now. And even, I mean, I love what Sam Chovies did in that last team fight where Sam Chovies goes into the back line, is able to take down Luke Mino before Orbital Ray is even going to be a possibility. And without that healing, the fight is just completely over. And Tree is able to keep this duplicate. And this is where we see the double Malga being so extremely valuable in scenarios like this, in enclosed areas when there's a cage with your duplicate, so you can just keep them in there, and the double cardiac makes so much work happen.
This is just a tough fight to win, honestly. In fact, it'll pull the cage early. It actually catches Kuffa a bit off guard. He does have to pull the trigger on it, too. That's actually very smart, not letting himself get caught up by the orbital ray, and it moves away from Kuffa's onslaught. ISU have used every cooldown and their orbital ray just to get there. Winthrop can easily be engaged with their own toolbox.
Duplicate actually comes out. Here comes the Malga.
They're doing this really early, so Tree goes for the double duplicate on the backside. Only Lethal Deathbomb was stunned out by Rack Attack. Another stun though that came in from the backline from Admiral. It didn't quite stop Infected from hitting onto Kuffa. Same with Rack Attack. Everyone's in this small corridor. Lethal Maimon are trying to make it bloody, committing the duplicate into this as well. I mean, ISU are so desperate to get a fight win under their belt. They haven't found it in 2 maps, and it doesn't look like they're going to get it here either.
Trying to get a foothold, but I mean, this is so scrappy right now, and this is working really good for Winthrop University. They want to be in the scrap like this. They want to make things uncomfortable. W. Maimon is in the backline, going to get assassinated by Tree most likely, along with Ultraviolet, and Illinois State University, again, not having a foothold on this map whatsoever.
No, not a clue on what is going on. I mean, this team is so staggered right now. They're bleeding out from multiple wounds, and one single band-aid you can slap on isn't going to do much of anything. You need a full-on cut off a limb and regroup at this point. You don't have a choice right now. You have to get towards the field, try to stop some of this timely contest, and it's not going to do anything. 4.5 minutes is what Winthrop have to work this for third point.
What is happening, Tiny? I feel like if you had strip the nameplates off either of these teams, I think that Winthrop right now looks like ISU with how well they're playing. Lethal goes down, and Winthrop are not letting Illinois State load into this game. This has been all Winthrop all the time. They're cycling ultimates effectively. They're playing these very chaotic fights so well. That one disengage from the orbital array was absolutely immaculate, and look at them. 5 ultimates right here. 4 minutes in their time bank. What is ISU going to be able to do?
Can they do anything? Like, you're gonna have to do some serious outplaying, because we know that this entire meta is about ultimate usage, and Winthrop simply have more shiny buttons to press. Surely they're the ones that win the fight. Double Malga combo that up with a cage fight. Anchovies chucks in the blender ultimate, takes down 2, and both DPS ultras from ISU. Not a blink of success from that. Another team kill, and this payload is sailing home.
I mean, Admiral's got a rally to work with, but it doesn't matter. UV was able to hold on to the orbital array throughout all of that, and now it's just stagger picks from Illinois State. They have to be able to come back and stall and proc that overtime, but you're walking into orbital array. Lethal's obliterated.
Lethal's dead before the rally gets out.
What
he
is
can't
happening?
Even continue a touch. Sam baited us. I'm convinced. Sam baited us. He wanted us to underestimate them, so ISU underestimated them. They have not won a single team fight in this series.
What is my brain? I guess Sam is the best hustler I've ever seen. Whereas, like, I mean, Sam was here. It's like, oh, we're gonna get 3-0'd. And it looks like Winthrop is about to do the 3-0ing. This has not been close, Tiny. And the last time I feel like I saw Illinois State lose this bad, I don't even remember. It was probably like 3 years ago. Even when they lost to Maryville earlier this year, it wasn't like this sweepy as it feels like right now. This is bad for Illinois State. They have not been in a position like this in a very long time. Like this, behind the 8-ball, the moment, the mid fight's not working out for them. The ultimate cycling is not working out for them. And Winthrop looked like just the completely better team overall. Like bar for bar, nothing that Illinois State is doing right now is better than Winthrop.
Like, literally, I might as well just close my note sheet at this point. Like, there's nothing useful that we can get from previous iterations of this matchup at all. The script has completely flipped itself on its head. Yes, these two teams were fated to meet each other, but to have this level of differential, like, I can't even pinpoint one thing that Winthrop are successfully pulling off every time, because I don't think there's one part that Illinois State has managed to do better than them so far. Kenobi, you just said it. I gotta say it too. There has to be some serious turnaround between these two breaks for ISU to even have a chance.
And I mean, even if they do, like, you know, come back from this one, they do need to have a really big momentum, or a lot of momentum in this one, because there's 3 minutes and 11 seconds on Winthrop's time bank. So even if we go again to another round of this, it's still going to be very difficult. And if you look at Illinois State, even when they're making these engagements, their health bars are so low. Tree already so far ahead in terms of their ultimate charges. How much pressure is being put down?
How does he do so much? For this team, I'm like, there it is again. Full set of stickies onto Admiral, and the rest of ISU are standing close to him. The collateral damage as makes him topple over.
They do lose Infected, which is a big deal because the respawns are a lot closer for Illinois State University. But again, I mean, and Ultraviolet, I think, gets a little bit too over-aggressive there. That's one they're going to want to have back. And that's space that's going to be given back to Illinois State University. I think that's Winthrop maybe feeling themselves a little bit where they have a lot of momentum to work with, and they need to be able to keep their heads on a swivel here. They're going to have to give up all this space away, and now they'll come back and re-engage. Tree really close to that duplicate. We've seen how valuable the double Malgas can be, and WMAMO not matching at the same pace.
Having to give up 2 ticks right now. They know that there'll be a better advantage when we return. 3 duplicate on board. There's that double Malga. Papa about to be put through the shredder. Sam Chovy pulls over the rest, and one final pancake. Go ahead and get Winthrop back and forth.
And I'm really glad we got the POV of actually Tree in this team fight, because I think one of the things that is so important in the difference between these two compositions, we're kind of grasping at straws to figure out what exactly is the thing that's making the difference. And Kuffa has been focused so hard. Every time there's sticky bombs coming out from Tree, it's directly onto Kuffa. Assassination with the focusing beam. Look at how much Tree is being able to farm just by the virtue of throwing all this damage onto Kuffa. And it's not the same on the back end. Infected is being able to play a little bit more freely in these team fights because the threat of just being bursted down is not there.
ISU do well if Kuffa's doing well, but Tree hasn't even given him the chance to say anything in this match so far. You're looking on the Reaper hoping to be something to work with, but it's Tree again who strikes first. That's a full support. That is full support ultimates that have been traded. Mayman only gets rack attack for all of his troubles, and we're just going to reset to 0.
I mean, and now it's a minute and 30 seconds left. Illinois State used both their support ultimates, both their DPS ultimates. They only have the cage left. Lethal is just desperately going over to the Sojourn just to try and make something different. I mean, the Reaper clearly not working out, clearly not offering that skill expression that Lethal would want. And Winthrop University, they're sitting pretty. Tree has another duplicate, is close to probably lapping WMAMON at this point with that ultimate charge. And how are they going to be able to get out of this with the cage and with the duplicate? Again, double Malgas in cage. Seems like a free fight win.
Tree is simply running the lobby right now. As I say that, he is going to get shut down. First time for Maimon. ISU maybe about to win their first team fight. That's the 1-win condition Winthrop has left. It's only this cage fight now, but it's Infected that can just place it right there. You're not trapped in there with Infected. It is everyone else who has to be worried about it. ISU finally managed to clear everyone from Winthrop off the board. And we'll see some Pale in progress.
Yeah, a game of inches right there. Like, you can see Tree, like, pivot so quickly, wanted to find a duplicate target, but a great assassination from W. Maimon. And now, Illinois State take a deep breath. They finally have somewhat of a foothold right here. They won a team fight. They're able to start setting the pace themselves. I like that Lethal is on the Sojourn, a patented pick for him. Gonna have overclocking with how the game has been going so far. But Tree assassinates Luke! How did that even happen?
He's in the middle of the team. How does he manage to just sit in the middle of the team, kill Rosino, and then escape with his life? The only reason ISU won that last fight is because they took Tree out first. Tree is the biggest problem for this team, and they cannot find an answer for it.
And this chokehold's so hard for them to work through again, especially because Tree is just sitting here with this duplicate, with the spam, and Kuffa is just getting poked down so hard.
I can't, like, all those sticky bombs just hit Kuffa too. They have to regroup on that, but they're still gonna face with this double Malga. Yeah, Tree's held on to get this a while, but he doesn't even need it. He's, like, all Kuffa can do is sit in this corner and wait to be healed. Like, he's having a miserable time playing this tank because the amount of damage Tree puts in, and it's causing a whole other world of hurt. Over Ray isn't even enough to save Kuffa. The support ults are back up, and Rakadak has the rally. Tree straight into the backline. The overclock got a whole lot of nowhere. It's only this duplicate from Maimon that makes this somewhat winnable. That was a smart choice, ignoring the duplicate in the backline and trying to trade out, knowing ISU's the spawn advantage.
Yeah, really good. I think that was really good stuff from Illinois State University. Like you mentioned, just going for the backline instead of just trying to fight even keel on that front line, go into with the duplicate of the Reaper. I think it's a great decision instead of something like the Malga, where you're going to get a lot of value right away instead of having to wait for something like Cage, and that burst DPS of the Death Blossom really ends up working out well. But I mean, talk about it all the time, Shiny, with this meta and how we see these ultimates used. Lethal gets a big pick onto Tree. That is huge. That means that in the neutral now, they have to make a decision of Winthrop. Do we want to commit Orbital Ray to try and win this fight and hold?
Well, they're going to give it a cage fight, not the Orbital Ray. Okay, nope, never mind. There it is. Goodbye, Kuffa. You did not stand a chance in that arena. Yeah, just goodbye, the rest of the team. Like, they still fight without Tree perfectly fine, and ISU, they don't have any ults to commit to this. They're running out of time.
I mean, this is just fantastic from Winthrop University. They win that fight at a deficit, losing Tree so early. It doesn't seem to matter for them. They know they have an advantage with that cage to be able to be used, and with a minute left and with where the card is, Tiny, this is one of the worst places to be held, but Tree gets a little bit low, gets healed up by the rest of the team, and I'm thinking this is last fight territory for Illinois State. If they don't win here, they're not getting a second bite of this cherry.
The spawns are so far. I mean, Winthrop know exactly where they need to be holding this, and it's just unlethal at this point. He's opened it up before, but no, I mean, Infected just acts first. ISU couldn't even take a step forward. Maimon was turned into a pancake. They will punish Infected for his overstepping and look for any other people to sneak their heads out front of the overclock. That doesn't quite happen. They have to give it the cage fight. ISU are not taking any more risks, knowing Winthrop's ability to clutch is simply too strong, and in fact, taking down that extra tank there, Infected will be back for another contest should this be possible.
Yeah, I think they might give this one up just because they know that there is that possibility. They got what they wanted, I think, out of that team fight, where they got basically every single ultimate. Yes, Luke is going to be able to have Orbital Ray in this next team fight, which is a big deal, and that momentum is going to be there, but I mean, you're still only a minute and 30 seconds with Illinois State University's time bank. That doesn't offer you a lot of time in a lot of team fights. Maybe one, like two, maybe three if you're lucky, but luckily they do have Orbital Ray. If they can maybe go a little bit aggressive with this before Ultraviolet can get theirs, that might be a little bit of an advantage that Illinois State can use to try and win this team by fiat.
Even then, Kenobi, ISU's playing for a draw at this point. Unless they win these fights so quickly, it's not going to look good. They'll commit the Orbital Ray early, but usually the later one will win for Ultraviolet, and it lasts long. Shield Bash out of Prac, keeping Admiral and Kuffa in place for Dirty Shemchovis to chop them down. ISU will get one more chance to even force a draw.
Oh, Tree's going to end up going down to that focusing beam, but Infected trades back, and that's totally fine for Winthrop University, and you get out the Orbital Ray. That's perfect for you. You keep all of your DPS ultimates. You keep Cage, which is going to be the biggest thing. Cardiac, in terms with comboed along with that Reaper Death Blossom, so strong. Can W. Maimon find a good dupe here and turn the tide back in the favor of Illinois State University? Because this is the last fight they're going to get.
It's not going to be a pretty one if I'm looking at those pretty shiny buttons that Winthrop have in tow. Even once to start the fight, Infected going deep, gets the stun, waits to hold the cage fight. This is Instead, Lethal tries to deter the Winthrop players from pushing up and isolate a few and actually makes Infected going deeper. There's that cage fight we were waiting for. Blade comes out and there's nowhere for ISU to hide. They just have to face the music, and it's not a sad tune. Winthrop running to the beat of their own drum, and it will go up to match point, one map away from booking a ticket to the grand finals.
Everything, all of our notes on fire, all of the brackets busted. This is not the script that we were expecting. We were expecting these two teams to face each other, but we were not expecting Winthrop to have this 2-0 lead so quickly, always ahead in the tempo, playing this so perfectly. I mean, it's like we're seeing a different team than we saw yesterday. Like yesterday, we saw them struggle a lot, and yes, it was probably off the back of that May being very problematic, but again, they're working at such an insane clip with each other, and Illinois State University does not also look like the same team they've been looking like this entire time. They are on the back foot completely, and Winthrop University, they're schmoovin', they're grooving, they're making all the right decisions with the ultimate cycling, and if there was a team that could like reverse sweep this, I'd be like, yeah, it's Illinois State University.
Yeah.
But I don't know anymore. I don't know.
If it was closer, I'd say maybe, but I think ISU, they've won like 3 fights the entire series. Like, that's crazy. That's just ridiculous. From a team that is known as the best of the best, and it's not even, I don't think that it's just Winthrop playing lights out. ISU are very much on a go second mentality right now, trying to punish mistakes instead of taking initiative, and it has not worked. They need to change that because you are falling behind because Tree gets a first pick. Infected's already in the middle of your team before you can even make a move, and they look so lost in the middle of these fights. They have one more chance to turn it around.
Yeah, and again, if there was a team that I was like, could come back from a deficit like this, if there's someone like, Light coaching this team up, I think Light's a very good coach, but this has not been close. Like, we kind of see this with 3-2. It was not a close 3-2. The 2-0 on Ilios, not close. And yeah, while Ilios was like kind of its own thing in terms of the meta that we saw, in terms of the compositions that we saw, that King's Row is very, very bad if you're an Illinois State University fan, because of the fact that you got beaten on the meta. So now you've lost on kind of the picks that weren't really yours and the compositions that weren't yours. You can throw that kind of to the side a little bit. This map was not close, and it was on the meta at the moment. And I don't know where you go now if you're ISU, because it feels like it's all in the favor of Winthrop University because they've beaten every single composition that ISU has brought to the table.
Winthrop have proven it's not a fluke. They are just this good at the composition. Like, I don't know what happened between when they played Northwood yesterday to today. It's like completely
It is
place,
different. It's like
honestly.
a different team. It's a completely different team.
It is. And like maybe you break the May out? Like Winthrop really struggled with that, but even then they figured out an answer to that at the tail end of the last series. I don't think there's a way to avoid a Malga at this point in the game unless you pick like a Circuit or a Gibraltar, which I'm not 100% sure ISU want to do based on how Ilios went.
Yeah, I mean, Circuit would be... what I would be wondering is, like, can we get Lethal on a hit scan? Can we get Lethal to have a little bit more autonomy in these team fights? Because it feels like Lethal on Reaper is just... I'm very good. Like, I don't want to discredit Lethal's, like, ability to play Reaper, but it's not the same amount of impact as something like the Sojourn, as something like the Ashe, a Cassidy, that we really know Lethal to pop off on. Even the Widowmaker is something that I would be interested to see, but even if that does happen and Lethal does move over to those hit scans, Tree's playing out of his skull right now, like on the hit scan, even on the Echo. It doesn't seem like there's even a matchup between him and W. Maimon, who is a very good Echo also. Yeah. And it just feels like this Winthrop team are firing on every single cylinder, and Illinois State were just not ready to be punched in the mouth like they were.
I'm still not convinced this is a Winthrop ISU matchup. Like, even like Winthrop winning, that's not even the most shocking part. It's the fact with the how they're winning and how dominantly they've been showing up. I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with Tree. When he's on these high points like this, Kenobi, there isn't really much that can turn him down. Like, I'm still blown away by that one fight. He ended up just appearing in the middle of ISU's team, assassinating Luke Mino, and then leaves with all of his HP. Like, that's illegal.
Yeah, I mean, gets out like a smooth criminal there, and I think that's the thing that's like been so interesting about this Echo play is that they seem to always have incredibly good target focus as a unit, right? There's times where they're like, we need to assassinate the backline, or there's times where they need to just make Kuffa not able to play Overwatch, and they did that a lot, and a lot of the value comes from if ISU continue to have these very like close-up, balled-up engagements, I would trust Tree to just hit sticky bombs and make your life miserable throughout all of that. Almost lap W Maymon in terms of that ultimate charge for the duplicate. And I think the reason we're seeing so much time spent in this map pool is because ISU is dizzy. I don't know what you do. You got beat on your map pick of King's Row. Ilios, yeah, it's like kind of a throwaway because of how the compositions ended up, but it was still a 200-0 map. It was like, it was still very convincing. So like now it's like, where do we go from here? Because King's Row was very even. Is there a map that we even have an advantage in anymore because of how good Winthrop is playing? It's a very difficult decision because I think no matter if you had like the script of like ISU playing Winthrop here, a 3-0 for Winthrop was not on the cards, I think, for a lot of us.
And we want to make it very clear. It's not like we think Winthrop is bad. You just can't be a reasonable person and bet against the team that has not lost a game, not only in this tournament, but any other league that they're currently competing in this semester, and really last semester for that matter. Like, it is insane what ISU's been able to put out in the past, and the fact that Winthrop are kind of leaving them a little stunned. Like, they're taking a very long time to pick this map. I can only imagine, like, what's going on behind the scenes, the pep talk, the mental reset that this team is getting, because I know for a fact that neither team wants to head down to that lower bracket, especially with how good Fisher looked throughout the day today, too.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it as well, for like kind of the discussion about like why we're so shocked about Winthrop, is that because of the fact that Illinois State has been so successful, right, on a multitude of different things, right? Going back to May, they were still like the best team, it felt like, in collegiate, regardless of what they were playing with. And while Illinois State or Winthrop University was playing with Ultraviolet on DPS and didn't look the same, now that they're at full power, there was still that question about like, is this team going to be able to match up with ISU? And with the names that you have, it definitely shows like they can, right? And how well they're performing in OWCS, how well they're performing here on this composition, multitudes of compositions. They seem like they are ready and raring to go to get this to get this grand final spot from the winner's side, which a lot of people would be surprised about.
Yeah, Winthrop are about to pull the upset of the tournament. Like, we thought it was crazy what UCI was able to pull off. I mean, if Winthrop can manage to do this in a 3-0 faction, we might have somebody new up for that title. But we are going to take a little bit longer of a break, get this map pick in order, and prepare to head in to what could be the ending of the series. Don't go anywhere. Our collegiate bracket is only just getting started. Upsets of a lifetime might be on the way for Winthrop University. ISU are ready to make one last stand here, one more opportunity to flip the series on its head and live up to that former glory that we've known them through. Yet to get a word in on this series so far, Kenobi, and they think New Junk City, after this break, will be the best spot to take this series.
And so now for me, the thing would become, if we're going to New Junk City, it is like a Malga-centric map. This is where Northwood was very good against Winthrop because of the fact that they could play the Mei. And I'm wondering if they saw that on ISU's end and they're like, let's try and get the Mei. Maybe we can stop the bleeding a little bit, get some momentum, because it was something that Winthrop struggled with quite heavily yesterday. And I think that on a map like New Junk City, you can definitely pilot the Mei effectively. And I think they have, WMaimon can play Mei. I'm not worried about that. Lethal could even play Mei in this regard. So I think that that's probably the thought process, is what I'd be thinking that they might be thinking, because if they want to just play the mirror, they're losing on the mirror, and it's not close.
But if you pick New Junk City, like, it's gotta be the mirror, right?
Yeah.
What else are you going to play?
The Mei would be like the thing where I would be like, that's the only that's the only wrinkle I can be like, so this is the best map to play the Mei, I think.
And at this point, if you've lost on the mirror, you've lost on your signature map pick, I mean, you're kind of just pulling at straws anyways. You might as well just go for the Mei. Maimon hasn't been able to do much of anything on this Echo in comparison, and I don't even think it's because he's necessarily doing bad. Tree is just doing so dang good that nothing can stop him from the side of ISU. Let's see what they're going to be able to think about coming out of this map, because they did take quite a long time to think of how they could approach this.
And again, I think potentially moving away from the Echo, I think, is something that also is good about New Junk City, where if these maps are a little bit more enclosed, you don't have to play Echo necessarily on like some of these other maps that were way more open. You can play the Genji. Tree is still a phenomenal Genji in his own right, but it feels like the Echo isn't working out right now for Illinois State University. So going to a map like New Junk City, where you had the possibility of the Mei, but you also force them off of the Echo, I think that makes this map even better for this Illinois State University team, as looks like Lethal going to be swapping back onto the Reaper. So it's a full mirror, but the Genji is the thing that we're going to be looking out for between both Tree and between WMaimon, if WMaimon can finally get a foothold in this series.
WMaimon has looked significantly better on the Genji throughout the course of this weekend, so see how much of a real difference that makes. Infected already went in. This is where that go second mentality they normally say wanted. They actually get the punish onto Infected. You're happy to pay Admiral as the price for the lack of a tank. Tree will still try to push up. Kind of considered about dashing in on Luke Nino there, but yeah, with the tank engaging like that, ISU will get themselves off to a strong start in this match.
Already looking way better for Illinois State University. Light probably had a great conversation with the team to kind of like reorganize them and just have them take a deep breath, and now this is looking like the Illinois State that we saw beforehand. A really good start to that team fight. WMaimon had a great side angle, and then they collapsed onto Infected, who goes a little bit too over-aggressive there. Winthrop University have to start walking into this, and it's going to be difficult because Kappa lived so long in that team fight that stage is very close to being up, and we'll see if Winthrop is even aware of that being tracked on their team, and if they have to walk forward into this very deadly composition of Illinois State.
But Cuphead's going to get this cage fight up. He's already at 90% and grabs Rack Attack off the back. Very rare to see him go down first. Cuphead has actually been allowed to play the game, and look at the difference it is making for ISU.
And I think the way that they're playing this a lot better now is that Illinois State is finally going first. Even if Infected is going to be playing as aggressive as he is, Illinois State are just saying, that's totally fine, go take our backline. We're going to instantly dive on yours, we're going to secure these picks, and you're not going to be able to win the team fight in a front-to-back scenario like that. So I really like the decision-making and the adaptation we're seeing from Illinois State University already.
I mean, look at this. They're going first. They know that the cage fight advantage is there. Maimon and Lethal will both have their ult, should it be needed, but Infected and getting cut down so early, this is already better. This is night and day from ISU between maps 2 and 3. If there's one team that can make a comeback like this, you gotta say it's the Redbirds.
Yeah, and I mean, again, the way that they kind of adapted, they've always been good at adapting in these mid sets, figuring out ways to come back into series. We've never seen them at a 2-0 deficit quite like this, but I never count out Illinois State until it says that they've lost a series like that, and they're already cycling these ultimates so effectively, keeping both their support ultimates for this next fight, and they are on the path to try and bring this reverse sweep.
If Winthrop can get a good cage fight going, probably their best chance adapting some of ISU's momentum. It's not going to be easy, though. It has to be a pancake early out. The Lethal shuts down. Tree's Dragonblade 4 gets a glimpse of the field. Take out 2, but ISU already down 3 players. A little bit of bonking heads on the high ground. And yeah, Winthrop will get right back in control for Junkyard.
Winthrop are going to wrangle this one back away. If you are Illinois State, you do keep hold of your orbital area, which is a big deal. And you can see now that we've gone to a more open kind of map type or point here on this New Junk City, we're going to be seeing Tree go back over to this Echo, which was so successful before. WMaimon might follow after this Dragon Blade is used, but Orbital Ray is going to be the thing that kind of breaks this fight open, unless Winthrop University want to go first and use that cage and put the Cardiac Blossom into the team fight.
here. Rally first to initiate, and actually Maimon going in with the Dragon Blade in the back. Ultraviolet and Tree are cut down in just a flash. Wonderful Dragon Blade out of him. Maimon just looks so dang good whenever he pulls out this Genji.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like a night and day, like we were talking about earlier, where this is a completely different Illinois State University team. The way that they were able to keep hold of that orbital ray as well in this team fight is going to be so fantastic for them, and they're the ones who are now going first. You saw how aggressive they were in that engage. They used the rally, cover W Maimon's Dragon Blade, gets into the back line, slices and dices before Rat can even think about using that rally. Now Illinois State have all of the positioning to work with, and Winthrop has to walk into an orbital ray, which is not something you want to do in any team fight, especially comboed along with that cage that Cup is going to have.
No, but you don't really have much of a choice. Infected will try to act first on that. The orbital ray is out, and yeah, might as well just be using paper bolt Sam Jogies with the Death Blossom. That ultimate is so good, and the one from Admiral is even better, so slap them down with lethal, doing most of the devastation.
Pretty expensive fight also from Winthrop University, and I think they both kind of trade out evenly overall, but I think that Winthrop University, this is what it looks like when they're on the back foot a little bit, and you can see Rack actually is going to, okay, I was going to say Lucio would be not the pick I would be expecting in a scenario like this, but Brigitte is going to be where it's going to stay, and this is kind of where I think Winthrop has to really grab hold of this game again. They're going to have double Malga for this next team fight. Illinois State don't really have anything in terms of resources, ultimates-wise, to get into this team fight. W Maimon with the Dragon Blade, if there's nothing to counteract it, we've seen W Maimon get into this backline and really wreak havoc, so there is an angle for Illinois State University to come back and win this team fight, but again, if you get a good duplicate from Tree here, it's going to be difficult.
The reason that this hasn't worked out in the past, Kappa has just been blown up, but now that he's had the chance to play alongside Maimon's Genji, it's looking tragic out if you are a Winthrop fan. And this has just been so different compared to what we've seen in the past rounds, and it's literally because Kappa isn't exploding.
Yeah. And Kuffa's also, like, when Kuffa gets to play the game, Kuffa looks fantastic on this Malga. Like, the way that these engagements are going, the amount of stun potential that we're seeing from Kuffa, the target selection, going after Rack Attack on the Brigitte and taking down that support so early has hindered a lot of what Winthrop University wants to do, and you can see just by the benefit of Admiral having this rally to work with.
It'll be the support ult in the back line, but usually orbital ray to none. Should mean that Winthrop could clean this out, and yeah, it'll be Admiral. We got Pancakes, wonderful positioning out of Infected, and yeah, that'll be Winthrop coming back into control. Had the better support ultimate.
But I mean, if we're talking about kind of the trade and how ultimate cycling is so important, you're fine if you're Illinois State taking that trade, right? Luke Mino's going to have Orbital Ray now to work with in this next team fight. You're going to be able to combo that along with a Cardiac Blossom from Kuffa and Lethal. That's totally a fine trade. The big thing you're going to have to be looking out for, though, is going to be Rack Attack with this rally. If a big stun can happen, it can negate some of that value that those ultimate combos are going to be getting from Illinois State University. But Winthrop, I mean, it seems like they're on the back foot now again, and they're a bit testy when they're trying to make these engagements against Illinois State University, who has been going first on them.
Yeah, and it's literally that change of faces. ISU are no longer sitting there and letting Kuffa be the punching bag of this game. They're instead going first and forcing Winthrop to make errors instead. Free will be the one to kind of drop down and contest the point, just getting a couple arm attacks from Rack Attack on the high ground. More cage fights layered on top of each other. There's that orbital ray. Lethal drops the Death Blossom in there, and that will be a bloom of death on the objective. ISU back in control.
That's a wipe there, and with 55% and up and ticking, this is the last chance Winthrop University is going to get. They're going to have a rally, they're going to have a Dragon Blade from Tree, but it's a lot to ask for to try and win this last singular fight here and bring this one back in. This looks like the ISU we were promised when we kind of came into this tournament, and how well they're playing right now. Kuffa's not a punching bag like you mentioned. You need to play a little bit easier against something like the Genji instead of that Echo. Illinois State, just one last team fight for them. Here comes the engagement from Winthrop.
Going in, Rack Attack's rally, and out of the Tree got shut down last time. The blade was out, and having used the deflect is a good old fashioned what you have to get out of Dragon Blade in this current day. But there's one person this doesn't apply to. It's Maimon. He doesn't care if it's the year 2024. He's still gonna get it done with the Dragon Blade, and even Crabtree off the back of his ISU after getting beaten down, broken, and bruised will stand up tall and fully sweep New Junk City.
And this looks like ISU. That was the ISU we were kind of talking about. This looked convincing. Whatever Light told them, or whatever, they had a conversation between themselves after that map too. This looks like a completely different team. I think the Echo not being there made a huge difference, allowing Kuffa to be able to load into a server of Overwatch, because it wasn't happening on those previous 2 maps. And now when Kuffa's able to have that space, make these engagements effectively on this Mauga, the team looks completely different. And the scary thing though is that because they lost those 2 maps, the first one so bad, they now are kind of behind the 8 ball in terms of like any map that you're choosing. If you're Winthrop University, it's most likely going to be an Echo map. I think they've identified that is going to be the thing that wins them the series, because the Genji, I mean, Tree didn't play bad. It's more so that the fact that they can't play the Echo and put that pressure onto Kuffa made a difference in how Illinois State was able to continuously rotate and have these effective team fights that they would have.
Yeah. Before, it was like Winthrop just completely removed an integral gear from the clockwork that we know ISU to be, and they can't function if they have that missing piece. But now that that's been reinstated by forcing Tree off of his Echo, then things change so quickly. Like, we've had 3 not close maps.
Yeah.
Which is insane to think about, and we're still going. I love this game. I love this series. It's keeping us on our toes. The whiplash is nuts, though, going on forwards. Winthrop will have a significant advantage. As you said, you need to get Tree back onto this Echo. If you can just make Kuffa pop like a balloon, I mean, Winthrop could take this here in 4.
And I think the other thing about, having to play at a deficit in terms of the map picks that we're going to be going between both these teams, it's always going to be Winthrop who have the advantage in map picks, right? They're always going to be able to choose for the rest of the series where they want to go. And if the Echo is going to work anywhere near as good as it was previously on those first 2 maps, it's a very, very tough and high mountain for ISU to climb to get back into this one. But if there was a team that could do it, it would be ISU for me.
Yeah, and hey, the Redbirds, they are one step closer. You sweep your way for their new Junk City. What else is stopping you from continuing on the run that they started so far? But guarantee Winthrop, they're going back to the drawing board as they prepare for map number 4. I mean, in fact, we're going to give them a little bit longer to think about what their next decision shall be. Heading to a quick break, and we'll be back with the continuation of this series. preparing for a map 4 in a series, Kenobi, whereas we looked back after the conclusion of King's Row, we thought could very well be over heading into New Junk City. Yet here we are, standing with even more Overwatch to be played between ISU and Winthrop.
And I mean, this is kind of what I talked about a little bit, like, before we got into the series, and, like, I don't trust that ISU is ever going to lose until it literally says so on the score that they've lost 3 or they've lost 4. Like, they can always come back. They have so much composure in this team. And, I mean, that's how you win as much as they have been in the past, is you have that ability to, you know, no matter what is thrown at you, to be able to just, like, regroup and be able to, you know, stay calm, cool, and collected and continue to try and get back into this one. Gibraltar is where we're going to go next, and this is where I am... So this is what we were seeing a lot last week, where we'd see Gibraltar come out instead of, I think Circuit Royale was the thing we're seeing a lot more today. And this is, like, to me, it's Winston matchup, it's hit scan matchup, and that's really where this map is going to be decided between both of these teams. And we have 2 fantastic ones, Tree versus Lethal and Infected versus Kuffa on that Winston. I think this is going to be an insane map to look at. And I don't really think, like, I don't know if there's like an advantage is what I'd say, because I think both of them can play this map extremely well. We've seen them do it in the past, so I think this is just going to be a throwing down of the gauntlet from Winthrop, where it's like, if you want to try and reverse sweep this, you got to beat us kind of mano-y-mano right here in the ring, not Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, but like, you know, an actual boxing match.
For real, this is about to be a major throwdown. I mean, no other team has picked this. I mean, granted, the ones left in the bracket aren't exactly known to be dive teams, whereas ISU and Winthrop have the flexibility to pull this out. And big props on the DPS for what this matchup is going to look like, and of course our ANA players too. I'm more curious about what Maymon's going to do. Is it going to be the Genji? Are we going to do the Tracer, the Echo? Like, Maymon had a really rough time at the first start of this game, and was a big part of the reason this series turned around in New Junk City.
I would expect probably Tracer, given how the nature of this map has gone out. But again, like, nothing makes sense anymore. Like, I'm even thinking about, do we see Hammond be played by Infected? Because it is it is a viable tank on this map, and if you just don't want to, like, kind of opt into the 1v1 against Kuffa, even though Infected, very good Winston player, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they do just opt in 1v1 like that. But there would be the possibility to play Hammond. It is something that, based on Ilios, we do have to think about, but it looks like it is going to be kind of normalcy here, where it is this Tracer, Widowmaker, you know, Winston dive style of composition. Yep.
And I think that our point needs to go to Lethal, too. He's finally on his hero, that he can express his wonderful mechanical talent. Question is, Tree's been just on something today, and when Tree's on one, not much can shut him down. Will Lethal on a Widowmaker do that? A big part of the reason why ISU is here in the first place. I think that's what I'm going to have my odds on the most as they start to roll on this map.
Yeah, and I think also you made a good point about the Anas. Anas on a map like this in particular, with how much high ground you have, how much effectiveness you can have with nade, is going to be something that we have to keep an eye on. And we do have 2 very good Anas, Ultraviolet and Blue Camino, very good at their craft in terms of being able to play that Ana. But yeah, that hit scan matchup, Tree versus Lethal, that is where the gauntlet will be thrown down.
Yeah, Lethal is going to start on the low ground, not even giving Tree a chance to look at him. That's a good sleep zone. That's kind of the definition of the Ana play. Ultraviolet almost single-handedly making sure Kuffa met an early grave. I'd love to see another day, but his payload's already on the move here, and with how passive Lethal and the rest of ISU are playing, they're not even risking those shots to come in. Another Bionade too out of Ultraviolet. So far, oh my goodness, Winthrop have been controlling how this map is played, even if there have been any wins.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking out for those nades, because so far it's been 2 very good hits from Ultraviolet that have kind of given this space over to Winthrop University, and you can see kind of just this push and pull of these Widowmakers. And Lethal finds Sanchovies. That means that Lethal gets to play a little bit more aggressive, and so does W Maymon, and that has to be a retreat for Winthrop University.
Headshot too, that damage fall off nerve. If that didn't come through, we'd be seeing 1 dead Lethal right about now. Winthrop, they don't have their Tracer players, so they're willing to wait a little bit of time before Sam gets back. This is a risky angle, though. Maybe trying to catch Sam off guard again. Actually, almost landed on the shot there. Eventually, we'll take a more passive angle where, as look at that nade in the backline, that was a flank out of Ultraviolet. Hits Luke Mino, but not before the sleep hit the opposing Ana player. Nano on Admiral, knowing how important it is to keep their 1 support player alive. Let him get a little bit in there, brawl some out, become the tank player Brig wants to be.
Nano was also used from Ultraviolet and didn't find any value in this defense from Illinois State University. Is working incredibly well for them so far. We talked about how well Tree has been playing so far, but it's Lethal who has a little bit of the advantage right now on this Widowmaker duel in 2 minutes. It's been dwindled away from the time bank of Winthrop University. They do have a Primal Rage, so a lot of disruption can be caused in this next team fight, trying to get into that backline. Sites have to be respected, but Lethal will return, and now it's just a 1v1.
3 players that was hit. As he didn't end up jumping on it, they're instead just gonna leap right on Tree's face before he knew what was happening. Eventually they're down to Cuppa though. I don't know if they had the damage to actually finish him off. Yeah, no. It's just that the fort's in the backline and Cuppa will escape with half his HP. He's now infected. Going into the back.
Oh, what a
Wonderful sleep out of Lumino. That just saved both Lethal and Maimon. Okay, well then save Lethal. He did get a rude awakening there. Sam pulls bomb on out. That one goes a bit wide, but it brings tension away from this Winston, who will manage to live, where as Cuppa is antsied in a precarious spot.
I mean, Cuppa's trying to live as much as they can, and both of these teams have farmed up back towards close to a nano. Tree is on this low ground being poked down a little bit by W Maimon. Both the rallies available, and they're coming out this team fight.
It'll be Rack Attack looking for the backline, but Ultraviolet gets head ripped off from Lethal on the high ground. Both BPS 1v1s have been given to ISU, and Winthrop have not been able to make much work of this first point attack yet.
Yeah, Winthrop no footholds right now, as it looks like finally Illinois State are back to their full potential. Nano Boost is still going to be available for Luke Mino. Ultraviolet's getting close towards one of their own, but these sleeps from Luke Mino have been incredibly impactful. Even though it didn't save the Widowmaker outright in that previous team fight, the amount of resources that were committed just to try and continue to kill Lethal, all of them were used, and then the team fight turns completely on its head. This Widowmaker battle has been so far wholly in favor of Lethal, and Tree has not been as impactful as it was in the past 2 maps.
No, and it's hard. You're playing Lethal's game on Lethal's hero, and not to mention Cuppa has just been getting more value. He's going first. Ultraviolet and Rack Attack are dealt final blows by just his hands. He's even going to get a third here onto Tree single-handedly. Cuppa is dragging ISU back from the brink when Winthrop have simply looked to be in control. It's all going to get blown up, quite literally, by Maimon. This is going to be a full hold out of ISU. Winthrop unable to convert on their map pick so far.
And now this is where I start to get a little bit nervous about a reverse sweep potential, because this is not the last map of New Junk City didn't look really that close. This one's not looking very close either. It is defensible, but I mean, again, the way that this team from Winthrop has looked off of the Echo has been night and day, right? Those first 2 maps where we had Tree really having an impact on that Echo in particular, making Cuffa not have the greatest of time or the greatest of impact. Now it's completely different. Cuffa is everywhere on the map. Lethal has a lot more room to work with, and Winthrop University, again, it is a possible defense, right? You get a couple of Widowmaker picks, you start cycling your ultimates effectively with, Nano Boost and the Winston and things like that. It's possible, but the way Illinois State are playing right now, this is like the Illinois State that we talked about being the best in collegiate.
This is the ISU that you're afraid of, and right now I think some of that panic is starting to seep in to Winthrop. They picked this map because the Mauga didn't play as well. They couldn't get Tree back on that, so they wanted to go back to Ilios, and what ended up working for them there, where we didn't get a lick of ISU, but we're kind of running into the same issue where Maimon and Lethal have kind of been the ones shutting down Tree and Sam. Not much of light to be shown there, and there's a little infected that he can do to really stop all of that if he doesn't have that same amount of support, and it's gonna be a hard hold here out of Winthrop to stop ISU from taking us to a map 5. This payload is so close.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like one really disastrous team fight and it's over, as Illinois State's actually going to use this little play at the start to see if they can get some space away from the enemy team. And actually an early command, Sanchovis goes down, and that's really bad for the start of this Winthrop defense. They're going to have to give away a lot of positioning because they don't have the Tracer anymore.
Oh, Cuppa, though. Okay, Cuppa will live. Let's do the Sam now. Sam was trying to get a read on that teleporter on the high ground, and it's actually going to pay off. Okay, Tree, I see you. Body shot on the Lethal, finish off Maimon, and okay, Winthrop, if all seems wrong, you always got Tree to sit on.
Yeah, we gotta string together a couple more fights like that if we're Winthrop University. But Lethal has gone over to the Widowmaker himself. Cuffa getting taken down low with a nice anti-nade, but it's not gonna get into a team fight win. Infected actually in a very precarious position.
He'll leap to safety. Thankfully, both Rack Attack and Ultraviolet were one jump away, and actually helped farm closer to that Nano Boost, which Ultraviolet fell a bit further behind in. It's all lethal. Swap back over to that Widowmaker now. Any one-shot potential. Sam knows how deadly that is and isn't even going to risk it. Recalls almost immediately after.
We're kind of just jockeying right now for positioning between both these teams, waiting for nanos, waiting for primal rages and things like that. Nice shot, puts pressure down onto Kuffa, but Infected is taken down so low.
Oh, Infected!
Oh,
no! Not late enough. Kuffa gets the punch onto Infected before he can be saved. Oh no, Winthrop, it's time to start panicking. Only the nano left. Ultraviolet sleeping the primaling Winston, but it only slows the inevitable. Kuffa is looking for this brig. Rack Attack pulls the rally, but someone's gonna get to the point. Less than a meter remaining. Someone has to come up big, and now Infected will have plenty of stall potential with the Primal Rage, the Western Wind condition. What actually is going to go right, especially when Maimon just one clip your Widowmaker has a pulse bomb, looks for the Ana, and will get the kill, even if it doesn't stick it down. Maimon on the Tracer, running the lobby. ISU, they got their feet back under them. They found that foothold that they so much needed. Oh, Kenobi, we're going to game 5.
Yeah, we're going to game 5, and I mean, Overwatch is a game of seconds, milliseconds. If Infected gets to live through that dive initially, this fight looks completely different, but a fantastic collapse from ISU, who are running the gambit right now in terms of these last 2 maps. It's so wild to me that we've seen 4 maps, and all of them have looked like complete wipes. This was a wipe for ISU. The last one was too. Those first 2 maps were so far in favor of Winthrop University, and it's all going to come down to this 5th and final decider map where, again, because Winthrop had such a successful first 2 maps, they get to pick and take us to a map where potentially you can get that Echo back in the pocket of Tree, because Tree had some good moments, but not necessarily the same amount of impact, and who is having a lot more impact is W Maimon in these last 2 maps. It has looked like night and day compared to what we saw in the first 2.
Yeah, maybe he just had to chug a couple cups of coffee. I don't know. He's awake now. I can tell you that much. The Echo just hasn't been it. He needed to swap it off. Went to this Genji, looked great. Pulled out the Tracer, amazing. And
looked great.
You got one more map. You got one more map for this to either be a full reverse sweep or for Winthrop to pull off that upset that they've been seeing. And it will be a push map for our 5th and final one. And I don't really know what you would want. Like maybe an Esperanza to have more space for that. Like, I feel like you have to go back to the Echo. If you try to take Maimon on in the Tracer or Genji, I think it might just be over.
I think Coliseum is open too if they want to opt into that. I think it's a possibility. I think just any map where you can play Echo, I think is good for them because it's where they've had success. I mean, even like yesterday when we saw this like incredible comeback from Winthrop on a map like this on Coliseum where they came back, they were able to play more of that like Sojourn if they wanted to, but it's actually going to be Runasapi, which I love in terms of a map pick because everywhere where I look on this map, it is open sky. The skybox is infinite. You can play Echo on a map like this. You can also, though, if you're the opposing team on Illinois State University, Hitscan's not bad. Widowmaker's not bad. Ash isn't bad on a map like this. You have a lot of long-range sightlines to work with, too. So I think I understand this from the perspective of Winthrop University, where it's like, we need to have some ability to play Echo.
Yeah.
I feel like that's really where they're going to try and get their bread buttered.
I wouldn't exactly say it's an uncomfortable pick for ISU either. I highly doubt they're going to pull out the hit scan. It's just because if Sam Chovies will most likely be on this Reaper, they kind of have to match it. Otherwise, Kuffa isn't going to stand much of a chance. There's no deterrent from Infected just pushing in whenever he wants to do so. And this map is going to be an insane one because there's so many points that you can switch off whether it's going to be that Echo. I mean, Maimon's going to have no issue pulling out the Genji either. Should that be the selection for the Redbirds? And I mean, Winthrop are really going to have to bunker down and think what was working for them so well in those previous maps and pull it back out here.
I think the other thing about this map in particular is no lead is safe, right? I talk about this Rich a lot, where it's like if you 130-meter lead is not a safe lead until this round is over, unless you full cap or something like that. And ultimate cycling, again, becomes incredibly important for having that ability to win these team fights with momentum, continuously try to accrue that meterage, get back into the game, or try and, you know, get as much of a lead as you can. And you can already see with what the hovers are, it's going to be Winthrop University back onto their Echo composition, and my eyes are fully going to be on Kuffa's health bar throughout like the most of this. If Kuffa's able to live a little bit longer, if ISU can go first, that's really where where they're going to be able to see that success. But if they give this space for Tree to just continuously throw out those sticky bombs, throw out that focusing beam, Illinois State is not going to stand a chance unless they've learned wholeheartedly from those first 2 maps.
This is not gonna be easy. There's so much open space. Like, there's no one that really can stop Derpy other than W Maimon. That's the one thing he's yet to do so far. With how good Tree's been with these maps, we'll have to see. It was Infected to initiate first. Almost actually ended up getting Admiral. This is where Illinois State kind of actually punished him for it. It will be the pancake down, and he can't exactly get out of that. No tank for Winthrop, but they got to pull a reset.
And I saw the vision there. It was a really good start from Tree with a great sticky bomb onto the Brigitte, and the engage was so closely hit from Infected where that Brig was 1 health away from dying. That was just a very aggressive play that just didn't end up working out, and that's one you have to kind of take on the chin if you're Winthrop University. But again, on a map like this where you have the potential to come back, losing team fights early isn't necessarily the worst thing overall, as Illinois State University have a nice accruement of, in terms of ultimates, they have duplicate way ahead of Tree because that fight was lasting so long, and their support ultimates are much higher online.
Yeah, oh my god, those sticky mid-air! Oh my goodness! Dragon Attack and Ultraviolet barely keeping Tree alive, and that's actually going to be the entire duplicate for him already up. The checkpoint is named for ISU. You have a second cage fight to rely back on, and all it does is say, Winthrop, go away. It's our territory now.
They get that checkpoint, which is a big deal. They're going to have respawns a little bit sooner as well, and they're just going to retreat and continue to try and play this slow game a little bit in the post phase.
Yeah, here come all the ultimates. We well know it is Lethal who hits the big one, death blooming across the streets of Runasapi, and ISU are to remain flawless.
Admiral also had a nutty stun there with that Brigitte rally. Rack Attack wasn't able to pull out one of their own, and Illinois State, I mean, if you were ever to give a team momentum, this is not one of the teams to do it. They look like they are calm, cool, and collected. They are on the cusp of a reverse sweep with a 80-meter lead right now, but again, on a map like this in Runasapi, you have to play it out all 8 minutes. You cannot just get cocky and give leads away for free.
Austin getting so aggressive. It was actually set out of the cage fight. Wonderful timing out of Rack Attack, negating that ultimate completely, and Infected is free to do whatever he needs to shut down this long push, all thanks to Rack Attack.
Now, Illinois State, or Winthrop University, they stop the bleeding a little bit. They have to commit a lot into that team fight to try and bring it one back, but you had to basically win that team fight, or the map was pretty much going to be over at that point. You do able to keep, in terms of the cage, that's going to be a big ultimate in this next team fight because Illinois State don't really have anything to deal with it in terms of negation, and they're actually going to just give this space back away and try and fight again in this neutral open area with Tree being able to pop off. But here comes the engage.
Oh, they're going to only catch Lethal in that. Well, he should be just as good as dead. By the time Kappa decides to go and try to help his Reaper player, he's already been sent 6 feet under. I mean, they're committing to duplicate into that too. I mean, if you're Illinois State, you might want to just take it as a slap on the wrist and move on, but they did far from that.
Yeah, I think that's one that W Maimon is going to want to have back in this next couple of team fights. But that was a great decision from Winthrop University. I like that they kind of baited Illinois State to walk forward. They got Lethal. Lethal had to use Wraith Form, and when Wraith Form is used and you're still stuck in cage, you're basically dead no matter what. So really good early fight planning coming in from Winthrop University, who now are a little bit more even-keeled when it comes to those ultimates. The economy is looking a lot better for them. Orbital race from both these teams most likely in this next team fight if Blue can find a way to farm up the time.
It shouldn't be too much of a problem considering how much damage Kappa likes to take at these first points of fights. Violet starts to sneak his team around the corner, but no, Lethal will sneak his way into the middle of the roster and grab the Tree. Without don't get to initiate, they're just gonna have to fight this 4v5 with nearing orbital raise instead. Then Toby's turn now with the ultimate. The stun didn't do enough to stop the Death Blossom. I believe it was Infected who got in the way, kept Sentobi's ult from getting cancelled.
These fights are on a knife's edge between both of these teams, and you could see Illinois State how much they committed to try and buy back into that team fight. In Winthrop University, they keep their Brigitte rally. They're also able to keep a duplicate from Tree, who died very early. I thought the assassination attempt was a great idea from Lethal, but it just didn't end up converting into a team fight win, and now Illinois State have to walk into this rally coming in from Rack Attack combo that long with a cage. It could be disastrous.
Duplicate forced earlier than Tree wanted to. He was under a lot of pressure from Maimon, but that's okay. You can just stand right on Kappa's head. Why not? Illinois State don't have a tank, and Winthrop are going to rush forward. The gas pedal pushed to the metal. Now not only the checkpoint, but even closer to getting that lead away.
I don't think they're going to be able to take the lead with the respawns that Illinois State are going to be able to have here, but cage versus cage is going to make this a little bit spooky in terms of Illinois State University trying to get back into this one. It is going to be respawn advantage in favor of Illinois State, so if you're Winthrop, you need to win this fight crisp and clean and get those picks. Trading is not going to work out for you.
No, Winthrop has been doing really good at wiping these fights clean. Kind of hard two cage fights happening at the same time. Everyone forced in the arena in a deadly brawl, yet it's lethal. The one is the kill feed, picks up 2 and not a blink from Winthrop. They're going to fall just a couple meters short of the lead.
Yeah, and I think that's one you have to kind of take on your chin when, if you're Winthrop University in that regard, you trade out both of the cages. It is going to be a little bit tricky, the fact that you don't have anything in terms of the ultimate advantage when it comes to those supports. Also, Lethal's going to have Death Blossom, and I like what Lethal has been doing recently with Death Blossom, just going into the backline, securing singular picks or waiting till all cooldowns are being used, and then going to be able to find picks.
Lethal actually spots Infected out of bounds. Wants to try to take him out for it. The healing though, and the cardiac overdrive. It was so close to keeping him alive. The later support ultimates are really just the rally from Admiral is what did Winthrop in.
Yeah, UV not being able to hold onto that ultimate is going to be a big deal, because now you're just basically even with Illinois State University in terms of that ultimate charge. It's just so back and forth in terms of the cycling of ultimates. It feels like whichever team is going to be able to get the better go first button. That's really where these team fights are being decided. And if you see W Maimon with that Echo duplicate, duping a Mauga is always a great way to try and just win these team fights. And with where the card is, I mean, if Illinois State win a team fight, they can potentially just win this map.
Hey, we talking about go first buttons. I'd say the double Mauga's a pretty dang good one. They'll have to fight on neutral territory there. I think that's a TP from Sam into the backline, ideally setting up for a Death Blossom where Maimon is a little bit lost, ends up doing a Reaper instead of the Mauga here, trying to burn down the tank, and they might want that one back because Sam Chovies is hurting all of ISU's health bars in. They're all alive for now until it's actually Sam Chovies who can get the return close enough to do those deadly blows.
I do like the idea now that we're seeing W Maimon focus a little bit more on Tree instead of focusing in the tank battle and trying to keep it even there. Like, there's a lot of pressure being put down onto Tree, and luckily the supports from Tree or from Winthrop University are very good and are able to keep Tree alive. But still, just having the threat of that pressure is always going to be something that Tree has to keep in the back of their mind when they have these team fights.
Lethal. Other Death Blossom here may even use it to get Infected out of the cage fight. That's exactly what will happen with a rally from Fractal. So close to keeping Infected on his feet, but without a take here and an orbital ray committed. Oh, it doesn't even get Kappa. All right, this is just going to be a scrappy one for the ages, but it's a massive point for ISU in terms of an ultimate economy. Turn it around. It's only this duplicate Mauga that really stands a chance with how much healing that we're seeing Lucino do. It's making it close, yet it's all Tree. He finally is finding himself here.
Well, Tree is able to save Ultraviolet's life, which is a big deal because now they can continue to move this card forward. They're going to be able to regroup. Orbital Ray is available for Ultraviolet, but I don't think they want to push too far. Wait, regroup with the rest of your members. A very high commence of ultimates from Illinois State University in that last fight, but Orbital Ray difference usually spells a win for the team that has it.
Winthrop should not have a problem with this fight, and I think ISU know that Ultraviolet has this ult. Let's see if they're able to kite it fully, because usually the best option to deal with their Orbital Ray is to not deal with it at all. There's the ult down, and Kappa can't run away. The perfectly timed stun out of Infected like clockwork. Wonderful out of Winthrop, and that's going to go ahead and snag them the lead in the map.
Oh, and this is actually really bad for Illinois State University. They're losing these members really in a staggered situation. They lost the lead as well, and with a minute and 30 seconds, I talked about how no lead is safe in a map like this, but it's going to have to take Illinois State having a couple of really perfect team fights from here on out to try and hold this one back. And we see Tree again, duplicate available. Those double Maugas have been so disastrous and have spelled the difference of a lot of these team fights.
Now, see if Winthrop can do the same thing. I mean, they don't really have a reason to push further. They just want to burn time off the clock, because now ISU are at a point where they got to win about 3 or so fights in a row. It's really aggressive. See that Kappa is low, and Lethal wants to bail him out. That's 2 down with the Death Blossom. A little bit of help from Admiral there, too, and ISU will at least keep this one contested.
You could see the red in their eyes when they saw Kuffa was that low, trying to get the assassination, but great peel from the entirety of Illinois State University to keep that member alive. That tank just holding space, and with where we're at right now with the times, Tiny Shiny, this is last fight territory, I think, between both of these teams. You have the orbital ray from Luke Mino. The thing you're going to be looking out for is, I believe Winthrop's going to take this fight early right here, try and force out orbital ray, and then come back with one of their own as they get the fight back where the bot is going to be towards them.
They're going to use the cage fight defensively. What?
It gets timeout. It gets timeout.
I mean, yeah, it does make it so it's one last fight, but you burned the tool. It needs to be some sort of DPS play, which Tree's already off to a great start in that regard, but you don't have infected. Winthrop used that so, like, they just burned a win condition like that. You kind of have to win this fight right now. Rally invested too.
Oh, what?
A Rack Attack, what is happening? Simtovi still thinks it's winnable. Chucking the Death Blossom into the mix. Rack Attack trades it out. Tree with another one. They're winning this. What looks like it should have been a fumble. When the Winthrop looks like that they were done, it's the Eagles who soar above the rest and book themselves a ticket straight to the grand finals.
Winthrop stopped the reverse sweep and hand Illinois State one of the few losses they've had this year. And it's back on the Echo, it's back with Tree, and it's back on this composition that feels like it is tailor-made for this team and for this Winthrop University. They played that last fight to perfection in my eyes. I mean, even if, like, theoretically, let's say that they don't, the cage is, like, I think a good defensive tool in that regard where they just, like, potentially catch you. It has to be a disengage at that point, and they're just waiting, trying to force that over away. If they don't, like, you know, if Winthrop, let's say, loses that fight, but they force out all those ultimates from Illinois State University, they're going to win the next one because they have orbital ray advantage. I think the way that they piloted that last fight was very smart from Winthrop's end, and they are deserving here of having that winner's side grand final.
It was definitely a panic moment when you can't see into their heads. You can't see into their plans to have a cage fight go awry. You're like, is this really how it's going to end? But no, I mean, Tree was able to step it up. They played their cards pretty darn close to perfect at the end, and it never really was a fumble. They just wanted to make us scared at the end, and I gotta say, Winthrop being in the form that they are, taking ISU down when they actually came to show up, when they are here to play, is a wonderful sign for this team should they meet again later in the grand finals.
Yeah, and that would be following the script here. And, you know, I do have to, if we do interview Sanchovies again, I'm going to have to ask him why he hustled us like that in the previous interview. But, like, this was a fantastic performance from Winthrop. I haven't seen ISU get punched in the mouth like that and it kind of, those first two maps where it was such a convincing win for Winthrop made the difference because we saw what happened when it was the map pick for Winthrop. They would go to those Echo maps, and while W. Maimon is playing well, put some pressure on a Tree, it was always Tree who had the advantage in a lot of these matchups when it was the Echo v Echo. And I think that that's really, I mean, if you could just look at it kind of where it's like, that's where Winthrop won the three maps, when it was the Echo more favored, when it was like the Genji and other things like that, that's when ISU were able to come back. And while that map was close, it did favor, I think, Winthrop University in a lot of those team fights, except for like the first couple that we saw where it felt like Illinois State University had somewhat of an advantage, but it ended up, you know, the way the Runasapi goes, if you have a 100-meter lead, it's going to vanish pretty quickly.
If we learned anything today is that if you try to match Tree on the Echo, more often than not, you are not going to have a good time. I mean, Tree was, even though it was a little bit rough within those maps 3 and 4 there, I think he was the biggest consistency factor for this team, that he could pop off if it was more of a clutch situation or just get away with absolutely absurdity in the back line. Like, it should not be something that should be allowed, especially by a team such as ISU. And I think Winthrop's confidence almost caught them off guard at the beginning. Any game plan the Redbirds had going in today was completely dismantled by Winthrop absolutely exploding out of the gates like they did. And you know, they consider this to be a major rivalry, and they prepared so hard for this specific matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing about this Winthrop win is that it sends ISU into the lower bracket, which is where they find a lot of the success. Like, there's all those memes about, you know, even back when Gig was on this team and like a few years ago when it was the Jotesmen, it's like loser or lower bracket ISU, you can't really deal with them. And I think that this ISU team still has a way back into that grand final, but if you're Winthrop, you are so happy with getting in through that winner's side.
This is great because not only does it save you from playing another match before this, but you get to relish in the glory that whoever you end up playing next, you've already beaten once before. And we gotta hear what this was like from behind the scenes, and I think we have Infected who will be joining us here for a brief interview. And Infected, we just gotta start it off. 5-map series against ISU, the rival from the season. That's the first time you guys are able to beat. What are the vibes right now for the Winthrop?
It's pretty great to definitely beat them, especially since I don't think we've beat them this year. But yeah, I mean, no, that was a really close and fun match. I'm glad we pulled it out. I can't wait to play them in the finals. Or I mean,
okay, what's up with your? Yeah, they still gotta play. They still gotta play against Fisher.
Hello.
Okay, also why? Explain to me what your boy was hustling us yesterday, saying you guys were gonna get 3-0. Sam was in the interview saying, "Oh, we're gonna get 3-0'd," and then was that a hustle? Were you just trying to like put some doubt into ISU?
I don't know.
What was that about?
Maybe the strategy was like we're scared to play them, so they're like not gonna like take it as seriously. But
okay,
I don't know. Sam's a funny
guy. I
mean,
in all seriousness, like. So it felt like in a lot of those maps where it was the first two like come out and you play like your patented, Hammond. Ilios is a map that it's like in terms of composition is not really what the meta is, and with like the Mauga and stuff like that. Then you come out on King's Row and you wipe the floor with ISU. How did it feel after those first two maps kind of having such a momentum in beating them in basically every facet of the game?
Yeah, so for Ilios, I think we just really honestly just like really gapped them the dive on the first round, and then the second round I just said like I want to play ball. They were playing like the normal Mauga stuff. Yeah, and I think that just threw them off a bit. Like Kings Row, honestly, I think they just played like not as they normally do. I mean, we were definitely playing good too, but I think the difference between how they played Kings Row and the difference between how they played like Runasapi and New Junk City was like a very big difference for sure.
You gotta appreciate the respect that you all have for ISU, and ISU, I'm assuming, has for you guys too, after the series finished. And I am kind of curious, because you guys were looking so good at the start of the series, and then you headed to map 3, kind of get swept on Flashpoint. Similar situation with Full Hold on map 4. What was really going on in the communications going into Runasapi, knowing that you had to deny a reverse sweep with a very momentum-based ISU?
So the thing about this comp is it's very like team oriented and like goes around like macro and ults and stuff like that. And it's kind of hard since we haven't really played a lot with each other, like just in general and on this comp. And also 4 of our players, like all of us except Sam, are playing in EU right now, so we're all on ping. So just kind of trying to get more like adjusted to that is a little bit tricky. But I think like New Junk Cities, like specifically, they just kept going in first every single time, and every single time they won the neutral, and that allowed them to gain like ult advantage over us. So we were kind of just stuck in like sticky, like tricky. I don't know why I just said sticky. Tricky fights where we had to try and like win ult deficit fights. Yeah, for sure.
So I mean, because it felt like throughout a lot of the series, it was, when the Echo is available, we're going to be able to win a lot. Like, because obviously Tree, kind of that's how Tree started, was it's very adept Echo player, and obviously still has it in the back pocket. Did you think that when you were on map 5, and like, was there kind of a change in focus? Because it felt like there was a lot more on ISU's side to pressure out Tree, but it didn't seem to matter too much in like those elongated team fights where when you scrapped, it felt like you guys were really coordinated in the mid fight.
Yeah, like I think on New Junk City, I think the Genji might have been hard for him just because of the ping, like purely based off the ping. So I think he was saying like Genji was hard on ping and like I just want to play Echo. So like that's why we went Runasapi. And I think like just allowing him to go Echo, like Tree really did carry that map. And I think like we just had a lot better like ult fights too, like especially near like the latter half of that map.
And this is something I'm kind of curious about too, because a lot of these, with this beta, it's brand new, right? You guys had to adjust to this very last second and kind of figure out where you wanted to go, just in terms of the hero selection and these plannings. And these fights that do get rather chaotic, you guys still manage to get calm, cool, and collected. Like, is there usually, like, one person who kind of, like, helps you maintain that through all of it, or is it more of, like, a team effort?
I think it's definitely more of a team effort. I think me and UV definitely, like, talk the most, but, like, everybody's, like, definitely, like, hard commenting and, like, putting in the work. I think we're just, as long as we're all on the same page, it all works out.
Awesome. Hey, it did work out. You guys got that 5-map reverse sweep. Well, denied the reverse sweep, rather, and are now solidified a spot in those grand finals, which I'm sure you guys are very excited about. You did get a little bit of a break before we jump into those, but I want to give you the chance for any final thoughts, shout-outs, before we go ahead and let you go back to your team here.
Shout out my parents for letting me come to Winthrop and just pursue this journey. And shout out to Flack, the owner of Nightmare, for allowing a boot camp to even happen. I'm playing this in this awesome facility. And just shout out my team, like Winthrop as well. They're all awesome.
Absolutely love it. That's so awesome. Well, thank you so much, Infected, for joining us here today and giving some insight on Winthrop as you continue your journey through this homecoming bracket. We'll go ahead and let you go and look forward to seeing you guys perform in the grand finals.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Good interview. It's really interesting.
Respect that. That was good.
He didn't say they were going to get 4-0'd by ISU in the grand finals. So that's a pretty good interview there. But it's interesting to kind of hear that the ping was a little bit of an issue, and I can kind of see that being on the Genji. But it did really feel like whenever Tree had that echo, had that ability to carry maps like that, Tree is always someone who has that potential in their back pocket. This is where it shined for Winthrop University. And you know, Infected was a bit coy saying that ISU is going to beat Fisher in that lower final, but you know, anything can happen. Nothing matters anymore in terms of like what we had in terms of plans with the maps and stuff like that. I don't have any of these 3 teams could just win the tournament and I'd be totally okay with it.
We've thrown out the script. You and I both closed our notes after like midway through the series. So like anything can happen, and that is what makes a wonderful Overwatch homecoming bracket is the unpredictability, and it shows how close these top teams truly are to one another, as anyone can win it on a given day. We already know Winthrop's going to be in the grand finals. We get to find out whether it's going to be Illinois State coming back for the rematch, or Fisher will make it to the finals for the 2nd year in a row. That's going to go ahead and be it for me on this homecoming broadcast. We're going to get Rich Rad in here alongside Kenobi to break down the remainder of this homecoming bracket. We got 2 more games to go. You're not going to want to miss it, and we'll see you back in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. We've had the intermission to the great theater that is the Homecoming Championship right now. We have the grand finals so very close, but we have one more match to see who is going to be the one to resort back to that upper bracket and take on our remaining team. Again, Winthrop being able to move on as we find Fisher and ISU. Here I am, Rich Rat, alongside Kenobi. We had Tiny taking the lead. The stage has been set. The time is now, and I am so ready to get this underway, my friend.
Me too. I mean, if I needed an adrenaline shot in the arm after all the Overwatch I've been casting these last 2 days, that last series was it. That was a fantastic series to see. And weirdly enough, I'm looking at a lower bracket graphic right now with ISU in it, which is not something I would have expected going into this tournament, Rich. ISU in the lower final against Fisher, a team that also, it's kind of strange that they made it all the way through here. We talked about it with Tiny a little bit, how quiet it kind of feels like they've been going through like a silent assassin throughout this lower bracket, just taking names, looking just so cool, calm, and collected on anything that they played. And up against ISU, a team that a lot of people would have expected to be on the upper side of that bracket going through to that grand finals, but here on the lower side. And while they did lose against Winthrop, Rich, we always got to talk about lower bracket ISU.
Yep.
I talked about it even back when Gig was on this team. That was when Lethal was on this team as well. Lower bracket ISU does not mess around.
No, they really don't. And before we dive more into ISU and a little bit of a discussion, at least even when having an interview specifically with Light, we could talk about Fisher because we did get to see them more towards the top of the broadcast where we did have them face off against UCI, which had a extremely convincing performance. You and I, even before coming live here on this broadcast together, were making the comment of unexpected is the best way, and completely perplexing in how it turned out the way that it did, thinking that UCI was going to be able to be as competitive to Fisher. But Fisher just coming out here on such a tear. Highlights to Sloth, Cosmic, just even the support line. Grapes, by the way, on the Brig has, I think, been one of the MVP players for a Brig across the board here in this bracket.
Yeah, I think me and Tiny talked about it was like 100% hit rate when you like had stuns and you had rally, and now it's like when team fights were won. But I think that this team, whenever I look at them, they just all do their job so effectively well. You heard Grapes call Cosmic the best Genji in NA, has to go up against W Maymon now, which is a duel in and of itself. But I think that this team overall, from top to bottom, they even talked about how Tensa has been really helping out with the macro, and we know Tensa best from coaching Wisp and things like that. Very smart, good eye for the game, and which helps in a scenario where this meta has kind of come out of nowhere with the Mauga and really shaken things up. And this Fisher Esports team definitely deserving with how well they played throughout these 3 weeks, different metas coming in at that top 3 spot. But they have to go up against which I thought was the best team in Collegiate. Now I'm not so sure how well Winthrop played in that last series, ISU.
Well, and that's one of the things I really wanted to touch on. Again, we already had a chance to really go through the players here. We just got to see them moments ago, so I want to touch a little bit onto the discussion with Light and something that we mentioned. You know, there was the tense effect that happened. Light even openly said because of the factors that are happening, players are in EU. They're on ping. Granted, Light still felt very comfortable that a lot of the players that they've got that are presently there have already historically played on ping, are extremely comfortable doing so. So that's not really like a crippling effect, but even admits that, you know, any given team can really be putting themselves on top of another opponent. But as you mentioned, when ISU is able to lock in, and those were his word too, when we have to lock in, we will do it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw. I mean, they didn't, the last series that we saw, that map 5 was close. There was a very easy chance that they just, you know, win that map 5, they complete the reverse sweep, and they go on through winner's side. But I mean, Winthrop played completely out of their minds as treated as well. I'm really going to be interested to see what compositionally we see from this, because it felt like in that previous series against Winthrop, a lot of what we saw when they struggled was that Echo. That Echo performance was really, really impactful to this team. And I don't see something similar coming out from Fisher Esports. However, I do see Cosmic playing Genji against W Maymon's Genji, both very good in their own right. And I think that what that will do is my eyes will end up, because I think that kind of Genji like clashes each other and they're pretty even on that regard, that opens up Kuffa. We saw when Kuffa was able to really get a handle on this Malga matchup, they were able to go first and make the initiative picks. That's really when ISU were able to get a lot of their value. So I think that while the Cosmic W Maymon matchup is going to be impactful, overall that will open up the tank matchup between Iron and Kuffa, who are very talented, both very smart in terms of understanding the game. They can probably pick up something like a Mauga very quickly, cooldown usage very important. So I think that this map, I know Infected kind of threw it away and said, like, ISU's going to win. But I don't know anymore because I don't trust anything that the Winthrop players say because Sam said they were going to get 3-0'd and then they won the series.
Almost doing 3-0 themselves. So
I don't know. Yeah, nothing makes sense. I don't trust them anymore. So we'll see what happens. But I think this is going to be a match where if we see, what I'd be worried about is if we see Illinois State University like 3-0 this very quickly with that momentum that they know they love having from that lower side. If I'm like Winthrop hanging in that winner side of the grand finals, I'm like pulling my collar a little bit, sweating, because that's a beast I don't want to deal with.
Absolutely. And again, mentioning about how there's been so much, unexpected and just waiting to see what unfolds. That's one of the glorious things about this competition that we've had, and being able to see such a, almost what we would recommend, like from just discussing with people. Oh yeah, we know it's a stacked deck. This is what it should look like. No, it has been heavily shuffled and it has been dealt in a way that we are not quite sure how it's going to come out, and we're hoping to see something fantastic on the river. See what I did there?
We're going to be starting off... I did. And I tried to move past it a little bit, just quickly, just for my own sanity, so I can keep
Starting
it for the
early
grand finals.
for you, bro.
Yeah. You just want to soupify and liquefy my brain a little bit faster, but we're going to try and keep it a little bit enclosed here as Fisher Esports coming... and this is what I was expecting, kind of this similarity of these compositions where it's going to be the Genji and the Reaper more so than something like the Echo. What I will be interested in is looking at the Reaper play in particular, where Sloth was playing much more aggressively in the backline as like an assassin with the Reaper. Is that something they're going to be able to continue to do? Because diving onto Lucmino and Admirable is a very hard thing to do.
And you can see already that ring going to give that acceleration forward. Kappa gets very low and is blown up instantly. Something we've seen repeatedly before, being a detriment to this ISU squad. Fisher does lose Ranko, so they don't have as much sustainability, but the fact that they still have that front line from Iron does make them gain the advantage.
And Fisher Esports there, I mean, they play Sloth a little bit closer to the chest with the Deathclaw, and it ends up working out relatively well for them. Now they have all this space to work with. Cosmic going to be able to poke down a little bit as they end up moving forward here. Grapes really ahead in terms of their rally, and we know how important Grapes has been with these rallies in this team, so we'll see if he can get it in this.
Quick engagement once again, trying to control the tempo here, but Fisher gets another instant pick, not on the tank this time, but it's the support out the gate, and it's numbers reducing here for ISU, and despite them attempting to have this more aggressive rush into their opponent, Fisher is being so reactive and playing much more efficiently.
But this is what I love about Sloth's gameplay. It's like very rat-like, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but kind of like Sloth is just hiding in the back, waiting for these very aggressive engages from the enemy teams, and then instantly goes into the backline, assassinates one of those low-health members, and then they turn the team fight from there. I really am enjoying the Reaper playstyle that we're seeing from Fisher, and it's going to force Illinois State to try and redirect and figure out a way to negate a lot of the value that this Reaper's have.
Especially with some of the shade you've been throwing, like a Redwood on like the ability to play a Reaper, but here it's been coming out tenfold as Sloth comes in with a double. Lethal tries to do the same, but unfortunately gets the short end of the stick here, and you've got Fisher once again taking this third fight in a row.
Yeah, Sloth is the epitome of like how to pop off on Reaper, because I've been very critical about the fact that, everyone can play Reaper, it's a boring hero, but Sloth is making it work so well for this Fisher Esports team, and that was a fight where Illinois State committed Orbital Ray into it. Fisher Esports didn't have to, and now they have one of their own, and we're in last fight territory. This is almost an impossible fight for Illinois State to win, unless they find a miracle.
Feels like a deja vu moment, seeing it be 100-0 already once on the upper bracket might mean the same historically on this lower bracket, as Illinois State gets absolutely eviscerated and just picked up to make this, as I mentioned, a team kill with 100% to 0 with a cackling Sloth on the high ground.
Yeah, this is another interesting kind of wrinkle between what we've seen with ISU playing against Winthrop, where the Reaper wasn't really impactful in terms of just in general. Now it's like something they're going to have to deal with. They cannot let Sloth continuously play this style where Admiral is getting instantly killed in team fights, Luke Mino is getting instantly killed in team fights, and it's because of the fact that Fisher Esports is playing so well around it. You see whenever Sloth is getting these kills in the kill feed, who's with who's those little like squares in the assists? It's Iron, it's Renko, it's Grapes, always kind of just there at the same time. And they really just love this style of, if Illinois State is going to play super aggressive, super on the front foot, you have to be wary of the Reaper getting into that backline and making life miserable.
The Collector of Souls right now. Sloth looking to continue being a monumental impact here for Fisher to try and take down ISU, who for this entire season we've touted as #1. Now just only moments away from potentially finding themselves at another map loss to start off between these two. 15 seconds before that control point does become active. Cosmic does find one early on a W Maimon, and once again things look quite dire.
I mean, what did we hear from Grapes, where Grapes is like, Cosmic's the best Genji in NA, he'll just randomly kill these Echoes, and that's exactly what happens at the start of this team fight. It is almost like deja vu with what we saw against UCI, where the Echo was so effective for Psy, negated completely by the virtue of just Cosmic being so good at this Genji, and Illinois State, again, on the back foot, not something that we're completely used to seeing them be in. Grapes is a little bit ahead in terms of that rally charge, which is going to be impactful because Grapes getting these stunts have always been money for this Fisher Esports team.
Cosmic still putting in some chip damage from a distance. Has to be very careful as that is an explosive amount of damage on top of the Omnic Ninja. Now sweeping back in to try and find the advantage. Has to force out the defensive from Lethal. Can't overstay their welcome as a Death Blossom comes in swiftly from behind. Luke Mino is down, so that's a lot of healing. Even though Sloth is taken down, it still doesn't allow ISU to push in.
And again, it's Sloth being so patient, this like rat style of gameplay that's working out so well. I'm loving that I'm seeing this Reaper play, the pace that it's really utilizing, the patience is so strong as Lethal's gonna try and do something similar in this front line. Death Blossom at the ready.
See if Lethal finds an angle just as cleverly as Sloth has. Like you said, that rodent mentality coming in hot. But again, nothing really committed yet until Reiko starts to unleash. Orbital Ray from on high. Iron gonna get topped up as the damage continues to overflow on the front side. Double Malga, though, is still a threat to any team, and that's exactly what ISU is gonna do, but look at how much they put into that.
Admiral also had a nasty Brigitte stun. I think 4 members were hit there, and that's something that we praised Grapes for a lot of the time, but this time it's Admiral who comes up really clutch, and you're right, though. Extremely expensive fight. They have to use everything. Cosmic has Dragon Blade. As Lethal's gonna try and assassinate in the backline. Reiko getting low.
Can the execution come through? Taking a chapter out of Sloth's book and saying, all right, friend, if we want to play some hide and seek, I'm gonna join the fray.
Yeah, I'd like to see that a lot more from Lethal, kind of going into the backline, making Fisher Esports have, play their own game to an extent where the backline is not going to be safe from a lot of these engagements. Go first, be a little bit aggressive. Dragon Blade available for Cosmic, who has made Dragon Blade look like a very good ultimate in 2024, which is not something I thought I'd say.
Patience is a virtue, though. Fisher not out of this yet, as they can come back in with that Dragon Blade unsheathed, diving into the back, potentially waiting until the opportune moment once the Ray form is completed, but has to force the deflect and actually retreats out, but it gains enough space and momentum forward that it denies ISU from staying on this point and swaps it back over. That Ray form comes in just in time, cycles back through to give the necessary assistance on the side. Rubis Sloth now has another Death Blossom to be unleashed onto those in a tightly packed room and put them now with another team kill.
But it's like so smart from Fisher, where they're just like, we know we have Dragon Blade advantage. Illinois State has used everything. They're going to have to use every single cooldown to get away. We create so much space for ourselves. And now look at Fisher Esports ult economy. They have both support ultimates up. Illinois State not necessarily there just yet, but this might be another fight where Illinois State has to use all 5 ultimates just to win and try and get back in.
Now with the duplicate again. Double Mal. Oh no, it's actually a double Reaper this time. Looking to get that extra damage with a secondary Death Blossom potentially. One goes first, but unfortunately, despite the contribution that came in from W Maimon, it's still Fisher able to withstand. And my goodness, that team fight bell is going to keep ringing for Fisher.
I mean, this is going to be another really... I don't know what's happening anymore. Like, in terms of this ISU team and how on the back foot they look a lot of the time. And obviously the meta has changed, and it's kind of changed the dynamic of what we're seeing from a lot of these teams. But man, the ultimate cycling and rotations coming out from Fisher has been picture perfect every time we've seen them on broadcast so far. Like, even back when it was the old meta and it was pretty alt-cycling as well, this one, they just have a great understanding of the macro, and you heard it from Grapes. Tensa has a lot to do with it. They are just rotating, cycling these ultimates so effectively, schmovin' and groovin'. Cosmics is looking like the best Genji in NA right now. Like, this team is firing on all cylinders, and it's strange to see ISU being on such a back foot.
Yep, firing in all cylinders and a well-oiled machine, and ISU is really going to have to start evaluating how they need to play this moving forward. They don't want to find themselves in a situation as they did already 2 maps down, and then having to just rely and resort on their opponent constantly picking the map selection. So again, we talk a little bit about, and you mentioned it with Tiny, that the first map of Control, playing some uniqueness, getting used to things. Okay, we deviate away from it now to see what we can do for map selection to play to the strengths of ISU, but even when it came to Oasis, I don't think it was as wildly variety in comparison to the previous one, and playing on something more so in that mirror aspect, and just unfortunately getting cut down by Fisher.
Yeah, it was pretty standard. I mean, with that meta that we've been seeing throughout most of this, as Kings Row is going to be the next one. This is where I mean, I think this is kind of the same thing that we saw in our previous series, where Winthrop got picked Kings Row against them, and Winthrop was very good on this map. Necessarily, the Genji, I mean, it's probably going to be Genji from Cosmic, and the Echo's not really going to be like the same amount of impact, but if we're following the script, I mean, that was a very brutal Kings Row that ISU played earlier against Winthrop, and if I'm Fisher, I'm feeling so good right now with how that first map went. Again, with the ultimate cycling, the way that we played the macro, it looked incredible from them, and ISU, again, on the back foot, not something we're very used to seeing, but I don't remember the last time I even, like, in 2 series back-to-back where ISU lost control both times. I'm trying to even remember when that was possible to happen.
See, the thing is it's not only just, I feel, finding themselves, like, on the back foot, but it's unfortunately feeling almost kind of like a spiral. Like, you feel like the plane is trying to gain its bearing. It needs to level out. And right now, I don't know if they've got enough strength to pull that gear up and start gaining their bearings, because it's looking very dangerous. And hopefully, this Kings Row can be that moment of where they acknowledge each other again. There are some that are playing in EU that across the water and here on this continent that they got to start figuring it out.
I do want to give props to ISU, though, because, again, this is a team that I never count out until there are 3 or 4 maps on the other side. Because we saw that they lost this Kings Row convincingly. It was not close against Winthrop, but they came back. Map 3 was a wash, map 4 was a wash, and they barely lost map 5. So this team is never out of it. I think that with the players that they have, the composure that they have, it's always winnable for them in any scenario. It would be scary for them to lose this map just because it feels like having map pick is so important now with the meta and kind of how it's shifting and how important maybe certain picks are on different maps. So we'll see I think if you're ISU, it's feeling kind of must win right now, even though I wouldn't count them out to try and reverse sweep against Fisher Esports, but this is not a position that ISU wants to be in, and it looks like they're going to be taking Echo back in. So maybe now they're going to try and do what Winthrop did to them, because they know that Fisher Esports cannot play the Echo. It's you know, Cosmic's going to stay on Genji more so than anything else, but one of the things Cosmic has done so well is playing against Echoes. We saw Sai, who's a very adept Echo, get pressured out very heavily by Cosmic, so if that's something Cosmic can do again against a very adept Echo player in W Maymon, that's, I think, a win condition for this Fisher Esports team on this map of Kings Row.
And we watch with intent to see how Cosmic's gonna evade and maneuver onto the backside. Focusing beam does come out, no way to deflect that, but does manage to dash through Hotel to get that extra armor pack and assistance from Grape. So feeling comfortable as Lethal is caught off guard from behind. Hyper focused onto the tank specifically before unfortunately getting overwhelmed. Already 1 tick accumulated, and Fisher still playing strong.
Yeah, it just felt like they really were a little bit discombobulated after that aggressive push in from Cosmic on that Genji. Didn't secure any picks, but just pushed the pressure down as Illinois State wants to come back and recontest.
Diving in quickly, big deflect onto W Maymon for those shots that were coming in. Great assistance in partnership along with Iron. Kuffa has been at least able to outmatch Iron, but unfortunately falls themselves, so the trade, unfortunately not favorable, because ISU has a long way to get back to this point, with Fisher having the closer spawn, and now transition with 5 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, Lethal's going to be able to get out of that team fight and make something happen just with picking up those stragglers, but this is a great position for Fisher Esports to be in, especially because of the fact that there is a little bit of a tempo advantage right now with Renko having this ultimate in the back pocket, the orbital raid. Luke Mino not necessarily as close, 10% away, could potentially find it in time, but Fisher Esports has been doing great in terms of just going first in a lot of these team courts, and first orbital raid usually spells a win.
We'll see who activates it first. Renko looks to lean in. Luke Mino waiting for the moment. Lethal still goes down with the Death Blossom not generating any advance. And this is once again now Fisher on the attack, absolutely capitalizing on every waking moment of ISU.
Fantastic tracking. That's all of them understanding that there is going to be no orbital ray on the other side. They track that ultimate perfectly, and yes, Illinois State University will come back with one of their own, but there's a lot to deal with it. I mean, walking into with orbital ray against something like a Dragon Blade, against Death Blossom, those are things that can really negate some of the damage. And also Grapes. We've talked about how good these Brigitte rallies have been so far. With those stuns, could annihilate anything.
Cage active now as the orbital ray comes across the center. Big opportunity to turn this around, especially when you have 2 Reapers on the floor. But Luke Mino still goes down, and even with that, you finally see it light up in blue, where ISU is able to hear that gong ring for a team kill.
ISU able to get a team fight win there. Very expensive, though. That is the one thing that is a little bit of a detriment. And good hold. I mean, I think this is good from Cosmic to kind of hold this ultimate, because there's not going to be a lot to deal with the Dragon Blade. Yes, I mean about Dragon Blade in terms of securing kills a lot during the year of our Lord 2024, but we've seen that they're totally willing to use it as just a way to create space and force cooldowns out of Illinois State University and then take that space.
Big advancement forward by ISU, but instantaneously, even before the blade finishes being brought to the table, Lethal is down. There's no way that they have enough damage to try and counteract against it, because at this point, they're just playing triage.
And that's going to be a point cap here on second for Fisher Esports. They're going to have like a 4.5, 5 minute time bank. I think Illinois State can try and recontest here with Lethal TPing in. Has the Death Blossom already. Here comes Kuffa.
Yep, managing to use that Wraith form, but now no longer has it defensively. Playing around the payload gives a little bit more viability to this Death Blossom. Does at least get Cosmic out of this equation and forces back the remaining aspects of Fisher. With just under 3 meters, there's still a majority. Oh no. That was a hard shift. Renko says, turn about, my friends. We going back in.
Yeah, that's call an ambulance, not for me, but for you at that moment right there. Fisher Esports going to try and continue to take this fight. Death Blossom on the cart. Admiral so low. Lethal takes him out, though. Sloth is down.
Oh, now they're going to have the cage, though, from Fisher to attempt to complete the last few meters here so that they can have a decent time bank for the remaining home stretch as W. Maimon swaps back and actually keeps on to this Echo. Attempted to make the adjustment, but said, nah, let's go back, retreat to it, and ISU holds on the defense.
I love the decision-making there from Fisher Esports. I like the aggressiveness, trying to buy back into a team fight like that. It felt like they had all of it to play for, but the peeling away from ISU so clean at the very depths there. And we're going to be seeing ISU in a great position where it's 2 minutes on the clock. There's no semblance of a respawn advantage, and Fisher Esports have to win these fights really clean if they want to. But look at the ultimate deficit they're at right now. If Illinois State cycle these ultimates effectively in these next couple of fights, the cart's stopping here, and Fisher cannot get second.
Orbital Ray from Luke Mino will have the advantage over Renko for quite some time. Could look to lean into it with this minute and 30 seconds to go to guarantee. As the speed ring comes in, it's the go button. Torpedoes are launched, but ultimates still retained.
Really good patience there. I mean, not using any ultimates, just forcing time out, forcing cooldowns out, and they get to keep every single one of their resources for this next incoming team fight.
Lethal, the Pirate, with the Kraken on the back. Looking to send out the tendrils. There comes the cage, but it only lands onto one until the rest start to move forward. The bash by Grape, as we've talked about multiple times like clockwork, denies Lethal from any more value. But it's still Luke Mino with the orbital ray. Fisher actually looks to enter in first, and because they've entered first and ISU draws back, they can now re-engage and take the chase. But it's this ebb and flow, the bob and weave, until finally ISU is able to capitalize onto Fisher. Such economical play, but going favorably to ISU.
And Fisher Esports, I mean, this is the last chance that they're going to have here. They're going up against a duplicate. Double Reapers seem very strong. Double Malgas seem very strong as well. Cosmic has to make something happen with this Dragon Blade here. And I love the positioning from ISU, being so aggressive, trying to take as much time off the clock and making Fisher work for every single inch to get back to this payload.
Lethal now still in the danger zone. Will be brought down, so has to wait, but 18 seconds now. This is a chance. There should be enough time for Lethal to get back in quickly with the Swift.
I don't know.
I don't know,
I mean,
actually.
that you can TP out, but this is a lot of space that's been given over.
Oh,
is annihilated. The duplicate's not there anymore.
Nope.
ISU fly way too close to the sun.
Yep, that was a beautiful deflect on the stickies as well to get the extra necessary damage to get the follow-up onto WMAMON. Now the Death Blossom coming in by Sloth, banking the space, 0.3 meters. It's not going to be long. They gain the position, and now 1:30 to go through the furnace.
I mean, the idea was so smart from ISU there. Just take as much space away, maybe force out some cooldowns from Fisher Esports at their spawn door, but you cannot die in that scenario on a character like Reaper where you have that ability to continuously fight in the meatball, and Fisher get a complete new lease on life here, being able to have a minute to move forward through second. They have some key ultimates rarely available to them. This rally from Grapes could be big here.
Death Blossom active, Lethal once again attempting to gain something, but it's blocked and bashed again. Up top, the blade comes in from the top rope, slashing those within its arena, and that is a triple kill with that Dragon Blade.
Grapes is so good, man. That fight, if Lethal, the Death Blossom, gets any more damage done, it's a complete wipe. And now Fisher Esports continue to take this percentage, this extra life that was given to them by ISU. They don't have a lot to work with in terms of ultimates, and they get one more fight.
30 seconds to go. Time dwindling in front of their eyes to see if they can prevent this completion to have the advantage once we take the swap of sides. WMAMON, though, looking for that prime target for the duplicate to guarantee this fight goes favorably. Focusing beam instantly. Great reaction onto Lethal, getting those shells up front. Now the double Malga playing into this. The cage comes out because WMAMON got it lightning fast. They'll be able to hold defensively and be able to deny this completion for Fisher.
Really well played from Illinois State at the very end. Their Kuffa had a great cage, taking Sloth down because they wanted to keep Sloth in that team fight with the Orbital Ray, with the Death Blossom, could have made it really good with the Cardiac Blossom. But I think one of the things that we're seeing a lot of is when Malgas find these Reapers kind of by themselves, using Cage is so effective because you only have Wraith Form, and Wraith Form doesn't last long enough to keep you alive in Cage, and the target selection, if it's good, you're just assassinated. Really good heads-up play and target selection coming in from Illinois State University, who I think will be kicking themselves that they didn't hold at second, but this is still a very winnable scenario for them. I think, like, in a perfect world, they held, like, way before they even got started.
Yeah.
But if you're Fisher Esports, you're like, we'll take that new lease on life, totally fine.
100%. And as we got that lovely pan underneath into the furnace, things are definitely heating up here. ISU, I think, putting on a lot better of a performance than what we saw in the previous Kings Row, as now they are going to find themselves on the attack. Round not completed, so we know where that goalpost stands for ISU to make this an even 1-for-1 map score. Defensively, though, we can already see exactly what the composition is going to look like. No surprise here, and maybe Lethal's going to get a cheeky pick out the gate to see if that can maybe snowball an early advantage. But I wouldn't doubt that Fisher's like, we ain't going to step into that trap.
Yeah, I would also, I mean, I wouldn't hate Lethal playing Widowmaker here. I mean, I obviously feel like the first pick and stuff, I think it's good, but, like, just in general, Fisher Esports, again, I always talk about the T-Rex arms, right, where it's like they're pretty low range. Cosmic can get something done in terms of getting to the backline, putting some pressure down, but in terms of just another hit scan threat, there really isn't one on Illinois State, or on Fisher Esports' team, but Lethal's just going to go back over to the Reaper, the tried and true, just continue to rock with this content.
Big shots already. Focus the attention up top, and oh my goodness! Admiral instantaneously sent to the grave. As this will be a numbers advantage here for Fisher. There was at least one pick up onto Rankos, and there is quite a distance to get back, so it's not completely unheard of that ISU can take the advantage.
But the other thing about Renko going down is that Orbital Ray charge is going to be way behind, so that means Luke Mino's going to get it way in front if the Illinois State needs to really use that to break open a team fight.
Kappa already on point, looking to generate towards this first third. Renko regrouped with the team, playing the corner for the moment. As you mentioned, 30+% behind to get that Ray. Nice deflect on the torpedo, but Cosmic's got the bail. Ain't sticking around for too much longer as the whip shot comes out. Admiral gonna say, I'm sorry, Ninja. I've got a mace and you've got a blade. Mine's gonna hit much harder for the moment. With ISU now taking the advantage in this corner for the time being. 2 ticks so far, but a switch back, a turning of events. With ISU even having the spawn advantage and starting to lose it here. Graves goes for the rotation. The stun is there, but the Death Blossom comes in by Lethal, moving through the hotel, pushing back onto the point. Kappa sticking close to the team. The Death Blossom does a lot of damage, but Lethal looks him right in the face and says, I've got a shell with your name on it.
Lethal played that so well, and it looked like Illinois State may have showed their hand a little bit too early with that orbital ray, not finding any picks, but Fisher are not able to come back into that team fight, and it's a point cap for Illinois State University, and 4.5 minutes is a large time bank to move forward through second here. We've seen teams get stalled, though, in scenarios like this, but with both of these cages available, I'm thinking, again, where it's like when we're in these enclosed areas, Reaper is a really good pick on a lot of these. I also think if you can get Echo in a scenario like this, it's going to be great for Cosmic to get that assassination, but with Duplicate, WMAMON has that secondary life, and it's going to be very hard to take this character out.
Moving through this archway is the next hurdle. Seeing how to turn this corner effectively. An instant go button by Kuffa with the charge forward. Nice takedown with the assist of the damage from Luke Mino in the back. And Lethal just going to keep taking space right now, partnered alongside Kuffa. The cage doesn't actually land with anybody, so it's forced them back.
Oh, they got
W Mabel's going to have to force the duplicate and doesn't have enough space to actually tuck out of the sightline. But as they focus W Mabel, Lethal actually sweeps in to give some extra support, and they work wonders onto this.
Fisher Esports, though, I mean, because the cart has been stalling a little bit here, and it's only been one person pushing it, Fisher Esports should get one last re-engage here at the very end, but they're walking into both support ultimates for Illinois State University, so this will be a very difficult fight to win unless Cosmic can find a way to get into that backline, assassinate either Luke Mino or Admiral with that Dragon Blade.
Only a few meters. They're going to look to touch it just before. Up top, you can see Sloth is there to try and get some shots onto W Maimon. The Dragon Blade going to be brought to the table, looking for the back line. That's an instant takedown. Nice pickup. Clean takedown for a second support and going for a third just as a constellation.
And now I'm just a little bit worried if I'm ISU because you have a 3-minute time bank. It is a lot to work with here. The worry is that with where the card is, this is like the hardest place to, I think, be held. I think everyone who's at home played comp. You're at this point and you're like, man, I gotta walk so far. I have to make all of this time away from the clock, and you have to win fights very quickly. You have no semblance of a respawn advantage, and it's all going to be on the edge of Fisher right here, who have another rally from Grapes, who has been annihilating team fights whenever rally stuns have been hit.
You just hear the elevator music as you're running back, but that's a big start. Denying the Death Blossom and gets another bash onto Iron and Grapes. Admiral comes in saying, I want to join the party too, and will be able to lock down several players from this Fisher squad to guarantee that they take this quite convincingly and don't want to hear that elevator music once again.
Yeah, they caught Sloth lacking a little bit there, and really good presence of mind from Illinois State to collapse onto that pick, and this is where it's going to be very tricky for Fisher Esports to come back into this when you're going up against Orbital Ray, Dupe as well. Cardiac Blossom can make this team fight not even last very long, and for Fisher Esports, you're really going to be relying on a Death Blossom and this stun from Grapes to potentially bring a fight back more to even keel. But if you're Illinois State University, you have a very good chance of just ending this battle.
Peek in the corner, movement speed active. A lot of shots coming in onto Sloth, who does have to force the Wraith form. Grapes now having to use that rally, I think, a little bit early. Couldn't quite get the value. And that's when Lethal says, I see that shield down, and it's nowhere near me. So now I can dive in from up top and take down my counterpart. Sloth can't be a part of this fight just yet until the spawns come through. W Maimon fleeing for their life. Able to get out, doesn't manage to get picked up here, so ISU has a recovery tactic, as now they can just bail because the Ray's been sent out to the field.
Yeah, disengage as best you can here. If you lose maybe one or two members, it's not the end of the world, but a fantastic disengage from Illinois State University. But Fisher Esports have that cage along with the Dragon Blade. Just put them in a blender, see if you can continue to hold this fight. 2.5 minutes left.
Beyblade's up. Comes in now from up top. Couple of quick slashes onto W Maimon, who has 1 HP. But there's still Luke Mino attempting to save this squad. But Cosmic is still putting out the damage, chasing down Luke Mino. The stickies landed.
Oh no! Oh no!
They stepped away from it, and ISU grabs it. Grapes wasn't close enough. Took the focus away from the payload because the chase ensued, and ISU's gonna take full advantage of it.
That's another visit from Sir Charles IX that we're going to be having on this broadcast. We waited until the last weekend to get all of them.
Yep.
It feels like at this point, but
we had to put out the red carpet for Sir Charles IX.
That's one that I think Fisher are going to be kicking themselves for losing, because there was a way back in, I think, especially with the fact that they had a respawn advantage, like significantly ahead of ISU in that scenario. And there's, I mean, obviously you still had to stall for like another 2.5 minutes, and with how Ultimate Cycling was working, it might not have gone in your favor, but that's one they're definitely going to want to potentially have had back. But if I'm ISU, I feel so much better because we won this Kings row. It wasn't as like as stompy as it was against Winthrop. We go to a map pick that's ours. We're going to be able to play, and we're going to be able to win on it. We're not down an 0-2 hole right now, and in lower bracket, this is kind of what ISU does. They're always calm and collected.
It's just like taking a Zenzu bean. I'm going to call back to that because I think it's always fitting. It's like, all right, we got knocked down. We're going to take one. All right, we're going to power ourselves back up. We become a little bit stronger and then a little bit stronger. And the Saiyans prevail, and that's what they want to be right now.
Yeah, like what is the Saiyan thing where it's like the more you lose, the stronger you get or whatever?
So the closer you are to death, and then being able to recover, the more multiplicatively strong that you become. At least from my knowledge. So that's why those Zenzu beans were so clutch, because it would be just like, oh, pop back up. Look at that. I'm just a billion times stronger.
So that means ISU were close to death and they survived.
Yes.
And that means they're okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm starting to see the vision there.
I'm glad we're all on the same page here.
Yeah,
in the chat, people are gonna start saying like Zenzu bean or putting a little bean in the emotes or something. You'll all join in with one.
I watched Dragon Ball, but like I wasn't
you never
salient
watched
enough in my
DBZ?
mind. No, I know I watched DBZ.
Oh, okay.
Like on Toonami and stuff. Like I was
dude, that was where it was
when
at
I
when I was a kid. Yeah. I would go over to my friend's house because I only had like the basic 8 channels, and Toonami was not one of them.
I didn't understand anything, but I was like, these guys are punching themselves, and there's a lot of lights, and it's cool.
And then like
That's
13 episodes later, you finally actually saw something happen. And on the next episode, as we're going to be going into the next map, which is still to be decided.
So this is Fisher Esports, their map pick, and I think the Genji was like the thing that I think has really been effective for them. I think now that you've seen W. Maimon has been playing the Echo and playing it pretty well. Like I don't want to discredit W. Maimon's Echo at all. It struggled a little bit against Winthrop, but that's, you're playing against Tree, and that's Tree's hero. I think now this would be where I'd be interested to see, did Fisher Esports kind of like try and hinder the Echo at all and just opt in to say like, hey, you got to play the Genji mirror against us because Cosmic is so good at it. I'm thinking like New Junk City, where enclosed areas are really impactful. Throne of Anubis is another one that I'm thinking of, where you kind of negate the ability to play Echo. You could still, like, I mean, whenever I say the ability to play, you can always be in like the hero select and just click on the hero and play it. Is it going to be viable? Is like the question that we always come around. So I think I'm like, Throne of Anubis would be a little bit harder. New Junk City would be a little bit harder to kind of pilot that Echo, especially with how adept Cosmic is at taking down Echoes and putting pressure when you are not given an infinite skybox to work with.
Yeah, and again, I think that's why we're going to see a lot more decision making it's funny because when it was towards the earlier weekends, teams were like, oh yeah, we're going to go to this map. Oh yeah, we're going to go to that map. Oh, now they are taking every second to communicate this decision because the stakes only continue to get higher as we are only, I would say maybe like an hour and a half, 2 hours away from being able to see who could take this title.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes sense that they're, thinking about it a lot more because we're in the lower final. There's a lot more stakes here at this moment, and you want to make sure that you're picking a map that you're comfortable with, and that also gives you somewhat of an advantage, right? I think that was the weird thing about Kings Row, where it's like, I don't know if it's too much of an advantage when like everyone plays it. It felt like it worked on that map in particular because W. Maimon was able to play Echo very effectively, and kind of what you're getting with Fisher Esports, where it's not going to be a swap off the Genji. So I think that if I'm Fisher Esports, and I'm thinking probably like maps that hinder that Genji or hinder the Echo, a little bit more enclosed, because even if you do pick the Echo, again, Cosmic has shown in this in the previous series against UCI, against Sai, who's a very good Echo, to take him down. And, but it doesn't matter because everything I say doesn't matter anymore. Nothing makes sense. We're in this bizarro world where we're seeing Shambali for the first time.
Across all 3 weekends.
Across all 3 weekends, we're just randomly picking Shambali now. And this tells me, like, okay, so, like, hit scan, like, I don't know anymore. Why were we going Shambali? Because it was always when it was escorts, it's like, okay, we're playing Gibraltar guys, or this week we're playing Circuit guys. Now Shambali just suddenly shows up.
I'm just going to be honest. Strap yourself in, bro, because this is going to be a top thrill dragster kind of roller coaster where we're going to 0 to 60 to 100 in like a fraction of a second, because that's just how I'm acknowledging today.
I'm trying. Okay, so like when I think about the theory crafting of why they're picking a map like this is a very good map for Iron in particular, right? If Sigma and Ramatra are going to be staples on a map like this, that works out extremely well for Fisher Esports, right? Iron very good at both of those heroes. Kuffa not necessarily doesn't have the same amount of,
agency
grease on the wheels. Grease on the wheels that like on like a Sigma or something like that, right? Or Ramatra, I think, is definitely something you could still play, but it looks like they're going to be sticking to the standard composition. So maybe they just like the architecture of Shambali
Maybe.
or something like that. But
I mean, it could be. There's a lot of little avenues and off places,
Yeah.
and we've been talking about how Sloth is a little bit more of a rat, so in a good way.
In a good way. It's I like the way that Sloth has been playing Reaper. But the problem to me is that when I look at Illinois State and like I see the heroes that they're playing, Echo's really good here still. Widowmaker is good, and like hit scans are still very good. So maybe this is like a play style thing where they know that they can have these avenues where Sloth can get into that backline. If Illinois State's going to play very aggressively and trying to be going first, are they going to get caught out by a surprise Cosmic, a surprise Sloth, things like that? So we'll see how exactly this is going to be working out. But I mean, if you're ISU, you're like Lethal gets to play Widowmaker. I'm down. Oh, okay, now it goes back. So just offering some.
Okay.
So, I mean, we're just an even keel now, so we'll see. But I am a little bit worried about Maymon having a lot of value on this.
Yeah. And we'll see how things unfold with this map selection and what Fisher might have up their sleeves. Decent shots coming in from down below. Nobody really contesting the cart just yet. Ooh, this flanking angle. Reposition as well coming out from Lethal. And this rotation still very well done by Fisher to look to check them at the choke point. That's so much though, and the focusing beam also going to get rid of Iron. This is just going to start falling apart.
Yeah, it just felt like it's too slow there. You can't let ISU and this Echo really just continue pumping out the damage like that. Yes, W Maymon's going to go down. It's going to be traded. Lethal has to be careful. Gets healed up by the rest of the team. There's potential for a recontest here, but very limited. I think they have to probably give this one.
Yep, they're going to just be able to, well, okay, they're going to go back into it. Cosmic looking to force them back. Illinois State University, though, going to be respectful. They're not going to overstay their welcome to see if something clever comes up, as there's just over a meter to really work with. Sloth needs to be topped up as well. Finally stable. We're going back in.
I mean, both orbital rays are going to be available here relatively soon, but W Maymon has done so much damage that dupe is going to be available, and that's a difficult one. Lethal assassinates Sloth, and that's a team fight win for Ice.
100%, and now the best part of this too is what kind of ultimates can they get out of this? It's 3 ultimates from Fisher on the defensive side.
Cosmic?
Oh my goodness! All right, they expended a lot of cash out of that bank, but they sure as hell bought their way back into it.
Unreal Dragon Blade from Cosmic. I thought the fight was completely over after Sloth wasn't even in there, but a Dragon Blade comboed along with that Orbital Ray does wonders for that team fight for Fisher, who have taken a lot of time off the clock. 2 minutes is already gone, and again, where the card is, Illinois State have to win these fights really crispy and cleanly. They cannot continue to trade because there's no semblance of an ultimate advantage. They still have the dupe, they still have the rally to work with, so it's not completely done.
Ooh, almost got the whip shot out in time before the duplicate, but the health value is dangerously low for W Maymon. Is there going to be enough damage to plunder with the Death Blossom gaining 3 and joining the onslaught that is both Liesel and Sloth?
I really love that engagement from W Maymon, going so aggressively into the back line, forcing a lot of cooldowns, knowing how to play around that kind of extra life that you have when you have duplicate, playing on a knife's edge. And I like where Illinois State is right now in terms of just trying to hold as much position and make Fisher Esports work for really every inch to move forward and get back onto this cart and take as much as you can for free away from Fisher Esports.
And this corner going to be a great position to really just funnel some damage in as the cart continues to move up. And now, will there be potentially an off angle that you're going to have Cosmic take along with Sloth to look for that, again, really just aggressive assassin type style. We're looking to play a little bit more close. Has the Death Blossom primed and ready to utilize onto ISU. If they move up into this, it's just going to be a stalemate for now until the time is right. Decent sticky bombs out. Well, Sloth has to wait until they can get back up into this, but they're continuing to be chipped away by W Maymon and is going to get dangerously low. Doesn't have a healer. Lethal takes out Cosmic on the wings, and now they're going to go head-to-head with a great assist by Admiral.
They scouted out the rat there. Sloth was trying to go into the back line, but really well scouted out from Illinois State University. They turned immediately. The Reaper got no value, and that's just more positioning gained from ISU here. Fisher Esports will get a chance to recontest with a lot of key ultimates in their time bank, but I think it's going to be... I think for Illinois State University, they need to try and win this fight really aggressively and without losing too many members, because if they continue to trade, Esports are closer from Fisher.
Cage now active, coming out from Iron, attempting to lock in ISU. The blade once again comes out. The better end of this is going to be Fisher defensively just before the checkpoint. Cosmic laying down some pain, as that is a hold with 2 minutes and 20. And this is going to be one of those difficult places to work through this S-curve.
Yeah, and I think the thing about this is kind of why I'm starting to feel like Fisher Esports picked a map like this, where in this enclosed area on second, this S-curve that you're talking about, the Echo is a little bit easier to take down, especially with Cosmic, but I like the rotation that Illinois State is making, going through this side area. As you can see, Sloth waiting in the back line, assassination potential. They're going to just go back to the team fight.
Doesn't find the rat trap and looks to go back in up front. Rally going to be up and ready for this, just in case. But honestly, there's no Death Blossom available, so Grapes can play a little bit more defensively. Cage now landing from ISU. Lethal comes in on top of it and is going to make quick work of Fisher on this defense. And ISU now going to be able to push towards this next checkpoint and look to the home stretch of Shambali Monastery.
That is perfect Malga play coming in from Puffa and usage of that Cage. Just knowing that there's these members that are on the side lane right here, picks them off completely. It's a Brigitte, it's a Reaper. They're just going to go instantly down with the combination of the damage from the Malga and also the Reaper. Really well played from ISU, who have 2.5 minutes to kind of continue their momentum. They're looking very good moving forward here. And with that duplicate again, Maimon can play a little bit more aggressively without the threat of getting assassinated.
Keeping an eye on that side room, as you see Lethal already stepping into it to catch them off guard. W Maimon, though, punching damage in onto the shield, so you don't have Grapes feeling as confidently to defend some of that incoming damage if they want to have the go button from Ranko. Luke, though, going to be also reaching this orbital ray just before Ranko to try and lean into it, so that will be an advantage as it's unleashed once again. Focusing beam instantly onto Ranko, so that's going to deny even more close in proximity to generate their own orbital ray, with now the duplicate getting a blade on top of it, and they continue to find value, and Ranko is always behind the 8-ball.
And I mean, they're always finding a way to check Sloth. Sloth has not gotten the same amount of value in terms of this play style that they've had before, because Illinois State is checking it perfectly. They use a lot of ultimates to try and win that fight. They do end up winning it, but Orbital Ray is going to be available for Renko. I don't know if Illinois State is going to be able to win this team fight right here, right now.
Charging in quickly to make sure that they can compete just under 2 meters. ISU waiting to see how Fisher is going to maneuver around these pillars. The statues being great architectural defense to deny some of the incoming fire from across the center. Ranko, though, sticking up top, making sure to pump that healing into Sloth down below as they're getting consistently low. The orbital ray finally active and primed, so they can play forward. Torpedo's gonna get denied. Cosmic going in, but there is protection coming in with the rally from Admiral to force back Cosmic, and Cosmic's not gonna take the bait.
Unreal disengage there from this Illinois State University team. Now they're going to come back in. Kuffa has the Cage as well to make this fight really dicey for Fisher Esports.
Illinois State University now with 55 seconds to go to reach this completion. They're in a prime position to do so is Sloth. The second they get locked into that cage is just completely picked apart by the shrapnel from Kuffa's gun. And that will be the completion here for this map of Shambali. First time we get to say it in these broadcasts, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the side swap is gonna go.
ISU is not messing around anymore. This is a team that wants that salty run back against Winthrop in the grand finals, and they're playing so extremely well. The microcosm of this map was like that one moment where Sloth goes into the back line and tries to get an assassination done, but all the cooldowns are forced, and Illinois State, it's like almost when you see that this Reaper is in the back line, 3 people just turn and immediately look at the Reaper, and it's like, okay, what are you going to do? You got to raid. You can't TP back to your team. You're in a very precarious position, and Sloth has not gotten the same amount of value on this Reaper that we saw on Oasis, and it's just been a bit of a difficult area for Fisher Esports to get value from. Cosmic is trying as extremely hard as they can to, match up and deal with W Maimon, but again, when you're not in that second S-curve area, Echo is very good on every other part of this map.
Ooh, boy. Take a look defensively now. We're going to see Lethal and W Maimon sticking on that Reaper and also the Echo, which realistically they've been doing so well. I was curious if they were going to bring that long-range hit scan, again, like you mentioned, with the poke dynamic to it, but they're not going to really weigh into that. And at this point, I think with the way that they've been playing and how they've been able to catch off Fisher despite it, and like you mentioned, denying Sloth this much value, they really have no need to kind of take things away from what they've been playing now, because they're finally downloading the way that Fisher is playing.
Yeah, I think they've kind of decided that Lethal, while the Reaper isn't the same skill expressive hero as it is, you need something to counter at. You need something to be a little bit safer on that, side lane, using Wraith Form, using TP to really make it difficult for Fisher Esports to maneuver. As you can see, Iron already getting blitzed by the damage.
Oh boy! This attack don't look too good out the gates, and they're gonna have to say, all right, fam, let's just cut our losses and go back. And Lethal's just like, what up, fam? I see you.
Iron is going to have the same experience that Kappa had playing against Echo in this previous series against Wither in the upper finals, because it's like, it's so hard when W Maven is given all this space to work with. There's not really anything that can counter an Echo on a map like this. I mean, you have the hit scan potential, but if Cosmic's going to stick on Genji, look at these health bars. They are never full, ever.
No, I mean, Iron at this point is just fleeing for their life. And all the while, when you have all the healing going into Iron, that's when Sloth becomes vulnerable. That's when Cosmic becomes vulnerable. It's because you just have to continue to pump it into Iron.
Yeah, and you can see Sloth is just like, okay, foregoing completely the Reaper, and now offers that hit scan potential to put some pressure down onto W Maymon. Without how much damage Fisher Esports has taken, Renko's got an orbital raid, but if you're ISU and some team's going to orbital raid just to get out of spawn, you're fine with that.
Now, Duplicate coming out, W Maymon looking to put the pain onto Iron. To see if it can partner alongside Kappa. Death Blossom comes in. ISU right now look indestructible on this defense.
Yeah, this is like the ISU we were promised. It feels like Lethal getting taken down low, but will end up surviving. They probably have to give up a little bit of space to this Fisher Esports team, but that's already a minute and a half taken off the clock. By the time we get to this next fight, it's going to be about 2 minutes. Lethal playing on a knife's edge, but has the support of these healers to stay alive. Actually, this might be an engagement for
Renko now getting very low. Sloth is instantly picked up by the focusing beam. Cosmic's got a hope and a prayer, but I'm sorry, my friend. Just like your name, you're somewhere lost in the sphere of the galaxy.
Yeah, this might be a go next, I think. Like Fisher, especially when you're seeing Sloth kind of like swap over to the Cassidy, doesn't necessarily offer the same amount of burst potential or survivability that something like a Reaper does with Wraith, and it feels like Fisher Esports is scrambling a bit to try and figure out what to do. Cosmic gets taken down in the neutral just randomly, and it's all falling apart for Fisher Esports. This is not looking like a team that has all control like they were previously against UCI. They're going to have to use a lot of ultimates just to try and get out of Spawn Ridge.
We'll see what they can do. Again, this is just one of those moments that I agree with you. You may just have to bite the bullet here. As you can see, the defense is, though, Kappa very low. This is the best opportunity that they're going to get. But as I say that, the Death Blossom plus the Brigitte Bash from Admiral is just going to stun them in place. That is blunt force trauma coming out of Admiral.
Yeah, this is a momentum killer for Fisher. I mean, this is your map pick, by the way, and you're being full held at your spawn gates. This is brutal from ISU. They do not want to mess around anymore. They are trying to win this effectively, and get to that grand final.
They're making a statement. They still have one more to go, but right now they want to take full advantage with every second available to them. This is what you would call indestructible. Breaking by none, as Illinois with another duplicate from W Maymon to get a double Malga for a double cage to completely hold with only 40 seconds to go.
I mean, I don't think I mean, the way back for Fisher Esports is just like miracle neutral picks. You can see Sloth goes over to the Widowmaker just to try and make something happen. But like, even if you're Fisher Esports and you win this team fight, you have to probably use double support ultimates, and even then, you have a long way to go. And I think if you're Fisher Esports, you're just trying to make a miracle happen.
Yep. Hope and a prayer. As you can see, Luke Mino, the streams have crossed. Who shall come out on top? Cosmic finally gets the pickup that's necessary as Grapes gets a bash. One we have not seen in quite some time, and this is now the only momentum that they get. But once they get it, the overtime becomes active.
Yeah, you got to play perfect from here on out. And like I talked about, Fisher had to use both of their support ultimates to just get out of there. Cosmic does have a blade available to them, and I think it is something that we've seen Cosmic get a lot of value on. But Kuffa could just walk up, use that cage, take out a member, and then this fight is completely over, and this map is over.
All right, diving in from up top. Kuffa slams into the back. Cage is active. Everything seems to fall right into place. Lethal with the early pickup, though. Cosmic gets the deflect onto the damage onto Kuffa. Cosmic saying, I'm not done yet, friend. We may be in the overtime, but I'm not giving up unless I draw no breath.
Yeah, Kuffa uses the cage, but it actually works out really well for Cosmic and the blade, where you kind of just put them in a blender for Cosmic to be able to slice and dice. And Fisher Esports, I mean, a miracle has to happen, but these are the first couple of steps to be able to do that. ISU potentially going to try and recontest here, maybe force out some ultimates from Fisher Esports.
Ooh, if they can separate this and get the pickup, there's the cage now. Iron able to lock Luke Mino into this. They don't have the healing. They're actually pulling this off. When they started with overtime, they've run it now at 3 consecutive fights and get 2 minutes and 20 seconds back on the clock.
They're gonna, I mean, and now this is where it actually becomes a little bit difficult for ISU to pilot this Echo. Yes, I think you are gonna be able to use the duplicate as a way to give an extra life, but Fisher Esports not out of it yet, still drawing breath, still potentially able to make something happen, especially with Grapes having this rally. And I think Fisher Esports at a point with where the card's gonna be, you win one team fight, you get even more time to go third.
Sloth. Oh goodness, that's a massive amount of damage up front onto Lethal. Bash comes out again. Gets actually a stun here to deny that. Wonderfully done by Grapes for this map. We didn't see a lot of Grapes earlier, but this time it's been 2 consecutive clutches with those bashes, and now again starting to take control.
Yeah, Grapes is the silent MVP of this. I mean, the way that these Brigitte rallies have been doing, the stuns in particular, Lethal was going to get a ton of damage done if that stun doesn't come through and negate anything from that Death Blossom. The fight did last long enough that there is going to be an ability for Illinois State to recontest here, and they do have both support ultimates.
Playing this corner, minute and 10. Still a decent amount of time for them to hold back if they need to. There's the ring to play defensively. They're going to put the bash, lands onto 2. Cosmic able to survive. Will Admiral dive down from the high ground? The shield starting to break. Sloth goes down. ISU now has the numbers advantage. Will they continue to put insult to injury down below? They have to keep Lethal alive, and they do so, drawing back and now going to hold this anchor.
I mean, to be fair to Fisher, the fact that they got out of that only losing Sloth is big because that was rally committed. They're able to get farm up towards Renko's Orbital Ray, so now they can match even for even Stevens here. And Cosmic has a Dragon Blade, and Dragon Blade plus Orbital, for Cosmic in particular, has won team fights effectively.
Lethal hiding just to that inner corner. Recognizes that he's there. Renko for Luke Mino, gonna lead it.
Oh, they got
first.
Cosmic.
Renko's gonna be leading with that Orbital Ray. Sloth gets one onto Admiral. They have no additional healing. It's all onto Luke Mino. Sloth's gonna come in alongside Cosmic, working their way through it despite being locked within the cage. And in 15 seconds, they get the team kill and now reach the final checkpoint.
Fisher Esports just will not go away. They are continuing to just be a pest against Illinois State University. As actually, I still want to try and recontest the duplicates used.
They duplicate now. With the Reaper play, they had the fade, looking for the reposition, can't manage to do so. It bought enough time to keep the contestant just under a meter. From on high, Sloth goes in, but so does Lethal. Both go for the exchange. Grapes gets the bash, once again with the rally. They're going head-to-head as ISU looks to stick into this, but Cosmic still hyper-focusing W main on down as Renko gets the assist. The overtime is active, lighting up in blue. They shall not go gentle into this good night and still want to keep this alive.
I mean, every time that I think that they're just going to lose these fights, they somehow just bring it back. Miracle team fights as Lethal going over to the Windmaker, seeing if he can get a pick here. But Fisher Esports went from, I thought, being completely done with this map to they might even complete it, which is going to be fantastic for them. Orbital Arrays available to them. They're going to have a Dragon Blade from what looked like a completely disastrous hold from Illinois State University, or from Fisher Esports. Looks like it might be converted into a full map completion somehow.
And now the home stretch is in sight. 60 seconds to go. Disruptor shot coming out from Sloth, looking for those shots. On to W Maimon and gets chunked on the way down. Kuffa, though, comes in big, able to deny it. They have to make this fast. They need to die or get out. Fisher's going to have one last shot at this.
Admiral did a fantastic job with that rally. Got a big stun that really is going to let specifically Luke Mino get back into this fight, because Orbital Array will be something that is much closer than before, and that's the thing they really needed to be even keeled. Sloth is going over to the Sojourn just to offer a little bit more of that one-shot potential. W Maimon waiting in the back, seeing if there's an assassination potential here.
Playing a tricksy game their own. No one ready for going
Renko
gets obliterated! Absolutely shut down! The focusing being disintegrates the support line. Fisher now, and a desperate play to try and turn this about, and it's only one support. Renko now actually swapping onto the Kiriko. What is happening? Cosmic with the reset. They're pushing back in now. They've got the double dash reset, looking to play up front. The duplicate comes out by W Maimon. Both Malgas on either side of the payload, trying to get a crossfire here with Lethal coming in. Iron being pumped up. Grapes getting that whip shot to knock them away as they lock them into the cage. Finally losing enough health, dropping down out of the Malga, going back in for the attack. Blossom comes in over top. Lethal getting the double while W Maimon swoops in with the assist after being eliminated prior. Overtime shall vanish, and ISU says you may have had a worthwhile attempt, but we will not let you finish this map.
full credit to Fisher Esports for coming back and trying as best as they could to win that last fight. That one assassination from W Maymon was the complete difference maker. If they don't assassinate Renko like that in like that last second to last team fight, it's completely different, because Renko is able to use orbital ray effectively. They were such in favor of the tempo right there, but a fantastic play from W Maymon, who has looked a lot better in this series than I think when we saw it previously against Winthrop. Especially this Echo play has really been phenomenal.
And this is that momentum aspect where we like to talk about, and again, really locking in. They're just finding their stride, and even when things in this moment, I have to still give major credit to Fisher, because we can't deny that. Like, there is still a lot of resilience going into the ability to play through that and get this far. But yes, ISU right now in a position to say we want to have a second chance against Winthrop and fight against another bird of prey.
Yeah, this feels like a salty run back. Like, they want it. I mean, even this hold where I was ready for the map to be over and like go to break and talk about fourth map.
I know, right?
I mean, Fisher Esports did, to their ever-loving credit, bring this one back to almost being able to complete the map, which they deserve a lot of credit for. But Illinois State University, I think when they really have the game by the scruff of their neck, it's just hard to wrangle it free. And I mean, the thing about Fisher Esports being able to do this and like come back and have this momentum is that now I don't think that they're ever out of this series until they lose the map. I think that they have shown a lot of gumption and a lot of fight to be able to come back against a very good Illinois State University team. This last fight was just kind of unfortunate in terms of their, the ultimate cycling and how that ended up being, but it all stemmed from that one assassination that W Maymon put onto Renko, and that meant they were even keeled now when it came to that ultimate cycling. And it's going to be a Shambali map pick that was Fisher Esports. Illinois State University taking that one.
I mean, it's one of those moments where it's not over till the opera sings. You just got to hear that lovely vocalist just come right out and say, this is finally the conclusion. So with ISU now, they are up and on a match point before diving potentially back in to face off against Winthrop. But Fisher, not out of this yet. They fought tooth and nail to be able to get that map, but unfortunately fall short. So we're going to head to a short break before this next map. So don't go anywhere, friends, because it's going to be a good one. return, my friends, as we continue on between these two battling it out. I mentioned before Birds of Prey, and that is the story thus far, and we will see which one will be dropped out among three. Kenobi, we were able to see a worthwhile attempt from Fisher as they almost just come close right at the very end. It says 2-3, but we just don't actually have the full meter to say exactly how close that 2-3 was.
I mean, it was also close to being a full hold, which
That
is like,
too. That
I mean,
too.
A spawn, not even a full hold, a spawn hold. They were, I mean, they won that last fight in overtime, and then they brought it all the way to almost completing the map, which is insanity to me that they were able to fight back from that one. But New Junk City is where we're going to be going to next, and this is what I hypothesized for the Shambali pick, where the third map, where I was like, okay, they're going to go to a map that's like more enclosed. It's a little bit harder to play the Echo. And this is definitely one of those maps where I think that Echo piloting it on a lot of these flashpoints is going to be pretty hard to do, especially that first one.
Yeah.
And you can get a lot more value, especially with Cosmic being able to, if they do end up playing that Echo, Cosmic's going to have a much easier time dealing with it, which I think is one of the things that we've seen a lot of the success of Fisher Esports be. I would expect most likely that they just opt in for the mirror. WMAMO's going to play Genji, or they play the Echo and they're like, you have to force us off of it before we make any changes. So I think those are the two things. But beyond that, it's going to be similar in terms of the other picks. Lethal's going to be on Reaper. Sloth's going to be on Reaper. I do have to mention, though, the way that they played that Shambali and the way that they completely negated how Sloth's like playstyle, like we were talking about the first two maps, like their ratty playstyle, which I love, but it did not get the same amount of value because ISU was really, really engaged in trying to deal with it.
Yeah, they started to pay so much more close attention to it. And again, that's one of the biggest things is if they can really understand this type of pattern that's coming out from their opponent, and then they can really start working to refine and how to counteract it, which has been a real strength. Sloth has done it repeatedly on multiple occasions. And the other aspect too is also how ISU has been able to play a little bit more reactive to when, let's say, the Brig Shield comes out, because if that shield is recognized that it is active before the Death Blossom in a chaotic engagement, that's when there's full agency to say, all right, that shield's down, we're gonna now clutch it out.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that we're seeing a little bit better for ISU and a lot of their success that we've seen so far, they're going first a lot of the others, and it feels like this meta, it's like the more you go first, a lot of metas are kind of like this, where it's like if you're the one being, it's always better to be proactive than reactive a lot of the time. There are teams who are very good at like soaking up pressure and then kind of like a rubber band, forcing it back onto the enemy, but this doesn't seem like a meta like this, so it seems like ISU is much more proactive in a lot of these moments instead of just being reactive to how they were against Winthrop a lot of time when it was that Echo matchup.
Those crates didn't matter right there, by the way.
Yeah, I was seeing those and I was like, are we sure we don't want to keep holding those?
Those are the ones that don't really... Oh, here they come again, right.
Goodbye. What's in there? Are those just card? What?
No, those are all of the lost predictions that have happened over the course of today.
What are those?
Like I said, the lost predictions of today. Those are all the coins that have gone. You'd think the other players that got their predictions right went into their packet. No. They went down the wayside.
Yeah, and speaking of this map and kind of going down the wayside, that's where the Echo is going to be going, and I think this is a smart decision from Illinois State University. You don't want to kind of force your hand on it because you know it's not going to get the same amount of value, and Cosmic is someone to be respected, so it is going to be that Genji matchup. And I think if you're Fisher Esports, you're happy with that. You getting Cosmic on this Genji against the Genji matchup in your own right, totally fine.
Double charge, Iron gonna come second, but takes a ton of damage in this. As Sloth playing in the front line, still chunking down Lethal quite a bit, but this slight drawback now and towards that center pillar, and the wall gives him a moment, but Kappa unfortunately overstays the welcome, goes just a little bit too far forward around that inner wall and actually gets the short end of the stick.
Yeah, and Iron's still here, which means it's going to be a lot for Illinois State to deal with. And without Lethal, there's no way they have any kill pressure anymore. So Fisher Esports going to take that first fight. I think WMAM's going to have to get out of here. Yeah, don't want to be too over-aggressive there. But look at Cosmic already doing very well on this Genji, getting a lot of value in this back end of these team fights. Already has the Dragon Blade combo that along with an Orbital Ray in this next team fight. Very hard for Illinois State to win.
Cosmic with that blade, just ever so slightly before WMAM on. Still putting quite a bit of damage there to generate it fast enough. Has it available. There comes the engagement. Slashes behind. Might not actually want to use it, but Sloth gets a pickup onto Admiral because that slash through and the shurikens do just enough damage that they make quick work of it.
And I like that they're actually able to keep hold of this Dragon Blade. Like, yeah, you could have just won the fight really hard if you had used the Dragon Blade there, but now you keep the Dragon Blade for a very aggressive engagement from Illinois State University. Potentially, you can get into the back line, assassinate the supports. Well, even if Orbital Ray comes out, you maybe get something out of the way in terms of one of those supports healing with the rest of the team. And Fisher Esports looking pretty good to start things off here, but here comes a re-engage from Illinois State.
Oh, that's big damage onto Cuffa. Nice deflect on the torpedo, sending him packing back over to Lethal, who does have to fall back for the moment. Continuing to climb this wall and look for the high ground. Swapped over to ISU, so they are denying that percentage gain, but again, it's already at 95%. It's at a critical point where if they lose this fight, it's going to be a first point going in favor of Fisher. Lukmino now waiting to unleash that orbital ray. It was already there from Renko. The blade comes out across the center, rounding the inside, but Cuffa's just going to shut it down regardless. Beautifully done by Admiral, giving the heads-up play. The layup in that sense with a nice chase down on to Sloth, who will not be able to escape, and they take this back.
Yeah, that whip shot was absolutely disgusting. You see Cosmic actually switching. Okay, I thought Cosmic was going to go to the Tracer, just try and buy back into that one. But that fight was won almost entirely by Admiral whip-shotting Genji away, then gets the stun off the Brigitte rally. Very, very well played, and Illinois State keep hold of a lot of other key ultimates. Renko has the chance to farm back up towards Orbital Ray as an aggressive engagement comes here from Fisher.
Oh my, it will be reacted quickly by the Orbital Ray from Lukmino, giving them so much more agency, and they will absolutely just beam down Fisher and send him packing.
And I wonder what the thought process is here, being that aggressive, because you know that Orbital Ray was going to be in the back pocket. You're not going to get a chance, I think, to recontest here as this point ticks up forward. You are going to get a lot of availability to kind of like hold space when you go to the next flashpoint and you have an Orbital Ray of your own, so maybe that's what they were thinking, where it's like, we know this point's already kind of lost. Let's just force out some ultimates from Illinois State as best as we can here. Sloth gets assassinated by Lethal, and that's not good. I mean, luckily the flashpoint's ending, so it's not as bad as it could have been, but that's definitely not something you want to see if you're an ISU fan, because now Fisher Esports can take all of this positioning away. Lethal is not going to be in this team fight, and that's fantastic for Fisher Esports that Illinois State now has to walk into them to ever make something happen, and you've got an orbital right away.
Yeah, during the overhead pan, you could see that Sloth was starting to check and find Lethal in the corner and gets the short end, and because of how the RNG was with this next position, it gives them the advantage. Fisher in the back now. Oh my goodness! As I say, give the advantage. Lethal just comes in with the Death Blossom, taking down both supports and makes minced meat out of Fisher.
And that, I mean, I think that was a really good play from Lethal. They get both supports, but unfortunately the Orbital Ray comes out. But there's no healers now. And Cosmic is going to stay at this 10 health for as long as he possibly can until eventually Renko and Grapes are coming back into this team fight.
Oh, Rally now looking to try and bash Sloth, who does use the raid form, so Admiral doesn't get the chase just yet. And I feel it's a little bit of a loss here with that.
I mean, it's a back and forth there. Now with Sloth going down, I think it's totally worth it that they forced a lot of cooldowns out of Sloth with that rally. Just the threat of being stunned and annihilated is something that I think they definitely would have liked. This fight's over. Like, there's no way Fisher Esports are going to win this one. They need to retreat. Don't want to lose any members if you're ISU. Just play carefully, calm, composed, get back into a team fight. You have an orbital ray to work with, way ahead of what Renko's packing on the other end. Cosmic, though, we have seen a lot of the time Cosmic pull out these blades, get into the backline, win fights just off the virtue of Dragon Blade. So we'll see if Cosmic can do it again.
Orbital Ray online. Once again, Lukmino has the advantage over Renko by 40%. So Fisher will not most likely have it for this engagement unless there's a wild torpedo ahead of time. Patience is a virtue now for ISU to play around the architecture. Honestly, at this point, Fisher is looking to just run the clock a little bit until they can maybe get one of their own. The Cosmic. Whoa, my goodness. Cosmic just says, sorry, Cosmic, you not playing in this one. And a collapse comes in on the backside. Sloth with the Death Blossom. Gets W Mame on before it can peek around the corner, but there's still enough sustainability here as Fisher gets just picked apart once again. This is now going to be the second of 3 flashpoints, and ISU is looking to close it up now, send this bird packing, and look to their new adversary.
I'm really liking how Cuffa has been playing this Malga so far. When Cuffa's able to load into the server and play this character effectively, every single cage that I'm seeing from Cuffa is pay dirt. They see that Cosmic a little bit too forward, and Cosmic has to just like desperately pull out the blade because you're stuck and you have to try and buy back into a team fight, but it ends up getting no value, and the way that they're finding picks at the start for Illinois State University has been so impactful, and they are one flashpoint away from getting that salty run back into Rams.
And Luke now, if they want to, there it is. Orbital Ray comes right in through that archway to compete against it. The cage not going to do much here for Iron, and Fisher just being picked apart time and time again as ISU take dominance on this map.
And I wonder if this is kind of the bridge too far for Fisher Esports, where they had this great run through the lower bracket. They're going to start losing percentage here on this final flashpoint. They had to match ultimates with Illinois State, which is not what you want to be doing in a scenario like this, where now it's Illinois State who have all of the positioning to work with. Fisher Esports might have used their last legs in that team fight to try and get back into this one.
Oh my gosh, Iron is already below half. That's so dangerous. And just so much healing being pumped in. That's going to give an opportunity, though, for Ranko to take the advantage, at least towards this ultimate charge. But Grapes is also going to have that rally back online.
Impatiently seeing what's going to happen. There's also going to be the cage from Kuffa, and these have been fight winning for ISU.
Lethal almost getting taken down to the lower left, as you saw, before having to get topped up by the healers. Luke Mino being so reactive to give that back. Waiting for that rally to be unleashed. It has to be soon, but Sloth is already down. Cosmic now goes in tandem, making sure that they can turn this about. But unfortunately, W Maimon has become absolutely enabled these last few maps and has come out swinging.
And it's desperate picks for Fisher Esports to try and get back onto this payload, the Tracer, the Lucio, but it feels like they have no gas left in the tank here, Rich.
No, unfortunately, they are running on E. This car is coasting to a stop. ISU will be, well, okay, W Maimon's down, so is Lethal. They swap it back over. There's one in the backside. And, you know, maybe they're on a downward hill, so they're getting some momentum with this car.
They continuously do this thing where it feels like the map is over and then they bring it back, and now I feel like the script would call for them just being able to run this back, and we're going to see a potential reverse sweep on a map like this. But Fisher Esports able to stay alive for a little bit longer. If Grapes has to stay on this Lucio, it does feel a little bit bad because your healing output is not going to be the same, and there's an orbital ray on the other side. It's going to be so tricky to navigate.
All right, playing back, Ranko, Orbital Ray to match Luke Mino. And the fact that Grapes made the swap significantly enough and got those couple of picks, they actually do have the advantage over Admiral, so the sound barrier can be accessible for this next engagement if they just play it carefully enough with that 25% remaining. Around the outside, though, Grapes going to look to continue getting that chip damage, also giving a significant amount of movement to the team, which they otherwise did not have before. Only by Ranko. Orbital Ray coming in over top. Grapes now looking in for the elimination alongside Fire. The Death Blossom is now going to give them this momentum to take this point, and now looks to the next with a team kill.
This team will just not go away somehow, some way. Even what felt like a little bit of a composition differential in terms of the healing output, Fisher Esports find a way to win that, and it was Grapes with a really good amp it up that kept those members alive. I mean, the healing from Lucio suffers a little bit, but when Ranko is there with Orbital Ray pumping it up, it does manage to work a little bit out for them, and Fisher Esports get a no leads on life here, have a sound barrier to work with, so these ultimates from Illinois State University, specifically those DPS ones, probably aren't going to get the same value.
Movement ring one. Waiting for the movement to come through by Grapes as well to stagger between the two of them so they have so much mobility. Sound barrier going to give some great additional defense to push into this. W Maimon down below. We talk about the TVT, but the GVG is down below. And
he's
goes in with a slash up top. Comes back in now, swinging on the backside. Grapes doesn't get the sound barrier out. Thankfully not an Ajax, but Illinois is going to now take this advantage.
Yeah, Grapes doesn't use the sound barrier, which is good because they're going to have it for that next fight, but it wasn't really a GVG. At that point, it was someone in the wings taking Cosmic low and then sliced by W Maimon. Really good heads-up play to help W Maimon in that battle, and now it's Illinois State University who have control of all of these sightlines to work with. Kuffa has the cage. It's been so money for Kuffa in a lot of these team fights, getting those DPS and not having them get any value in these team fights.
Lethal getting early information on where they're maneuvering through, playing that off doorway to the left while Kuffa holds the choke point. The blade comes in from Cosmic, has the sound barrier, so can play a lot more aggressively here and not have to force out the deflect. And when you give that much boost to Cosmic on the Genji, that blade's gonna do work.
Cosmic is filthy with these Dragon Blades. I mean, I joke about it all the time. Dragon Blade in the year of our Lord 2024 doesn't get a lot done. If it's a Cosmic Blade, it definitely does. This is one of the main reasons that Fisher has gotten this far, and now Fisher continue to have this new lease on life. Ranko's going to have Orbital Ray just a smidge ahead of Luke Mino, but again, my eyes are still going to be locked in on Kuffa with that cage. He's been so good at just making these fights miserable for Fisher Esports to play.
Sloth playing the counter side. From the supports. Ooh, Kuffa down below. They're going to swap it. if they don't go down for the engagement. Fisher gonna stay up top, diving into the back. What a cave to deny the dive onto the back line, giving space for the supports, and a huge just safeguard and protective cover from Kuffa.
Really well played from Kuffa, and it was all because of the fact, and they're going to stagger actually Iron.
No.
Iron's not going to be here, and with 86% ticking, I think this is it, Rich. I don't think there's a way back for Fisher Esports. Illinois State are going to get that salty run back.
They will be able to shut down the Falcons. Fisher, unfortunately, not able to be here. There was once 3 birds flying overhead, and now it has been brought to merely 2 as ISU goes into the grand finals against Winthrop.
And while the script necessarily wasn't the same in how we got there, we eventually get ISU versus Winthrop in the grand finals. But hats off incredibly to this Fisher Esports team. Top 3, nothing to sneeze at. Cosmic looks unreal, and they have a player that they can rely on through the next couple of years, couple of seasons with this team. Very impressed with everything I saw from this Fisher Esports roster, who, I mean, looked like a top 3 team in Collegiate, and it's amazing that we see a program go through so many changes, right? But you kind of keep like the same, you keep the manager point, you keep Tensa as your coach, and you were able to make some changes, and you still look like one of the best teams in Collegiate. I think they deserve a lot of credit for their performance during this tournament.
Major hats off, and ISU now at this point have been able to gain their bearings. You and I both agree that we have seen some elevation in the play tactics that's come out from W. Maimon, Lethal, and even Kuffa being one of those, not to say weak links just as an overall, but like it was lacking a little, I think we would feel, when it came to the way that they were playing against Winthrop. And now, at this point, they've been able to continue warming up. They have been able to brush off any sort of concerns that they've had to bring them back for a second attempt to go into this grand finals.
Yeah, and I think from ISU's perspective, like it is lower bracket ISU, and we always talk about how this is where they find most of the, if we're talking about like locking in, this is where they lock in. Yep. This is the lower bracket when they do get like, I've never seen them get punched in the mouth kind of like they did against Winthrop, but that might have like woken them up in the sense that even this series where they lost map 1 super convincingly, it was not close in how bad map 1 was for Illinois State University, and that might have been like kind of like, I remember talking about last week where it's like these teams that are so successful, Gino Oriema, when UConn was winning 88 games, was like, I want our team to lose. And maybe that's what Light is saying. Light is like, maybe this loss was good, where we get to, you know, we get to kind of come down to earth and be like, we are mortal a little bit.
Just like when Goku faces off against Frieza, and he's right there at the end of his...
You're going to use your reference, and I'm going to use mine. As we both get a little bit of our joys as we see, yes, ISU.
Yours probably hit better in the audience. I don't think there's a lot of...
Audience gonna appreciate that. I mean, there's probably some sports fans out there's like, yeah, Kenobi, you're the real one.
there are some. I mean, for sure. I mean, with the viewership that we have, but I think Goku and Dragon Ball Z probably hits a little bit closer to home for our demographic.
I mean, come on, isn't there like a Hero Academia like comment that you could probably make that somewhat relates to that? I guarantee it. Or
I'd have to think. I haven't watched My Hero in like so long.
I still haven't seen it. I need to. It's like on my list.
It's very
good.
if you like Dragon Ball, you'd love.
See, that's what everyone keeps telling me.
Academia.
But again, as we mentioned, we are in a position of where we see ISU go back to face off. But this is going to be the grand finals, a 1st to 4, so they get that extra stent worth of attempt to face off against Winthrop. While Winthrop's been sitting in the wings, Kenobi, we're gonna see how they're gonna fend off against it. I mean, what are your thoughts going into it that they get to see them a second time?
My thoughts are we're going to have a great series. I've given up like predicting anything because it's just not going to happen. Like no matter what. We saw Shambali today for the first time. Like, I don't know. I don't really know what's going to happen beyond the fact that this is going to be an absolute barn burner.
Absolutely. As we're going to head to a short break before heading into any of our further content. So don't go anywhere, my friends, and we'll be back after the short break. Hello and welcome back, my friends, as we are here to have a glorious interview just before going into our grand finals. From ISU, we have none other than W. Maimon. W. Maimon, how are you doing, my friend? It is a pleasure to have you alongside us, and how you feeling after that one?
Yeah, doing good. Bit tired because I'm in one, but other than that, not bad.
All right.
I mean, you still got a series to play and kind of the salty run back against this Winthrop team. So, I mean, kind of, because I think we were not expecting to talk to you in a lower bracket interview. So kind of walk me through a little bit about the thought process of ISU from that, in that first series against Winthrop, where it was very much, it felt like those first two maps, you got punched in the mouth a little bit, and then you came back very effectively in map 2, 3, 4, and 5. How did you feel about, ending up going down to the lower bracket? Because I feels like a lot of people were like, you're the favorites. How have you kind of managed those expectations?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, we wanted to win that match, and like you said, we did start to pull it back. But I think you kind of just have to account that to the fact, obviously the new patch just caused this new Mauga meta, and we haven't really been able to practice at all, because me and Admiral were like doing boot camps for our OWCS teams. And it's basically meant that our understanding of this comp isn't super high, and we haven't been able to practice it much. It's a comp which is like insanely macro heavy, like so much on the ult fights. And I think maybe a big part of that is that, Winthrop, a big core, like especially their supports, have like played together on NRG, so they've got more practice in the meta. But I think now we're a lot more confident for the final.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I mean, we could just see, even Kenobi and I had mentioned it during the broadcast, that there's just this level of elevation that you've been showing, even yourself specifically on the Genji, that we saw continue to develop over the course of these games. And now, as you've been able to get this time together and, be able to practice, every minute counts. How is it that you're feeling with, like, the coaching from Light, and, like, how, Light's been, in the background giving direction and talking with you, and the team working in synergy? Like, what is it like also just to kind of have that, split factor of not being collectively in one place?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just kind of felt like after every map, we've been improving, getting like a better grasp of the comp. I think like originally coming in, me and Admiral have been like playing this comp a lot in scrims, so we have like we do have a good understanding of how to play it. So it's more just trying to like express that to everyone else and like becoming more of like a being more on the same page of how we play this comp.
I guess for kind of like you in particular and the role you play with this composition, we've been seeing a lot of like the Genji and the Echo differential, and kind of like where do you think that lies in like the priority for either one? Because it feels like it's very like map dependent with where you want to play the Echo, or maybe you're seeing something in the enemy composition that like brings that to the table. Where do you see kind of the line of like the decision making to play Echo or to play Genji?
I mean, I think ultimately you can play either one everywhere, but I definitely think certain maps or map types have like a preference for one. Like if it's a map which is more brawl heavy, like more close quarters, like New Junk City, for example, I think Genji's definitely better. If it's like more open, then Echo's better. But ultimately, like for example, like Fisher, they have like a really good Genji. He's like kind of a one trick, so they can just play Genji everywhere and have good success. So yeah.
Okay, so with us now going into the grand finals, and your thoughts now taking already more time with Fisher. Do you have any, like, still within, like, the bounds of being somewhat respectful, of, like, words to Winthrop going into this now opportunity to take the title? Do you have any words for them?
I mean, I think we just kind of know how we want to play now. I think if we, like, are fully locked in, we'll win 100%. Obviously, they're a good team. But, like, if we play properly, we should for it.
Okay. Alrighty. 4-0. You hear it her first chat. We got him in there just telling it like it is. So we appreciate your time, W. Maimon. We don't want to take too much more of it. We know we have one more series for you to play. You said you're a little tired, but you got to get every last ounce of energy inside that match versus here talking with us. So we appreciate your time, my friend, and good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All right.
Oh, man.
4-0.
4-0.
Different. I keep bringing. I don't want to dump on Sam like too much, but it's so funny. It's so funny that there was. It's so funny that there was that like Sam was like, oh, we're gonna get 3-0'd, and that now we're in a position where we were interviewing W. Maimon in the lower side because they were lost. And I mean, I love the confidence there from Admiral. I think this is one of the things that ISU does so well is even when they are in these positions where they lose early, right? It feels like they always have that ability with the staff, with the players that they have, the more we understand it, the better it is. Like there's this one TikToker like who like shoots basketballs into like anything, like he shoots gummy bears into water bottles and stuff like that. And he's like I understand. He'll miss one and then he'll be like, I understand it now, and then just sinks the next one. Like this is what I feel ISU is very much like, where they need that, like maybe just a little bit of what's the word? I'm trying to think of like the word.
Muscle memory.
No, they need to be beaten down a little bit. Like they need some type
Trial
of
by
ability
fire?
to, yeah, they need to go through losing, I think, a little bit to like finally figure out like where the composition is going to be in terms of where they want to be playing it. And based on what we saw from that Winthrop series, from the start of it to this series, it does look like they are starting to download, and that's what I'd be very worried about if I was Winthrop on the other end.
Absolutely. And we're going to now head to a break before getting into that grand finals match. So don't go anywhere, friends. You better tell everyone to come here, because I think this one's definitely going to be better than a Jake Tyson fight. And I can tell you right now, I'm pretty sure anything will be. So don't go anywhere. And now we come to the final act of this Overwatch Collegiate homecoming. We find our two teams, the top two that we have been talking about for this script for ages. Many of the other characters and elements of the story have been quite turned on their heads, but this one still reigns true. Two birds of prey able to go at one another as we take a look at this bracket, Kenobi, and see how we've finally come to this end.
Yeah, it may not have been the way that a lot of us had expected with the players, like you mentioned, and the teams that aren't here at the very end, but we all expected Winthrop. It always felt like it was a Winthrop ISU collision course, and even how these two teams managed to get there were not really the same as what we expected, with Illinois State losing in that winners finals and Winthrop taking what I would consider a pretty big upset based on what we knew about this Illinois State roster going forward. No discredit to them with how well that they've played so far, but we're here at the final end of homecoming, and I cannot wait to get started. This is what ISU, I think, wanted. They wanted to be able to come back into this, play in that grand final, and avenge what happened against Winthrop.
And avenge with quite a confidence from what W. Maimon said. A 4-0, quote, end quote.
Yeah. I love the confidence, you know, when I talked about it before break, when I couldn't find the word that I was looking for.
Oh, yeah,
but adversity is the word that I was looking for, where it's like when Illinois State face adversity, it feels like they need to, like, at least once in any tournament, and then they just, like, lock in, and they never let go again. And that feels like what we saw a little bit against Fisher. They look so clean, so calm and composed. Winthrop University has a lot to look out for in this grand final, where it is going to be that 1st to 4, so it is a little bit of a different dynamic, especially with map picks and how they've been going. We can take a look at the rosters. Winthrop, do they really need that much introduction with how we've seen so far? I mean, this is a team that top to bottom stacked with talent. Tree, if the meta is going to be as consistent as it was in that previous series where we saw a lot of this, you know, Echo play, a lot of this Genji play, Tree on that Echo was phenomenal and was the winning factor in that series against ISU in that winners finals. If Tree doesn't have those performances, we could be looking at a completely different way that Winthrop get here.
And realistically, again, it feels like we're having a callback moment to when we saw in Contenders and just other collegiate play, where it was the Tree effect. Like, once Tree takes control of the situations like this, it basically is never let go. But as we take a look now at ISU, who we saw only moments ago, with, again, W. Maimon chatting about what they have expectation-wise, they right now are almost like the Batman and Superman aspect, where they had the kryptonite gas hit Superman, so they were weak, but now you've run out of time, and it's dissipated, and you're back to full strength.
And the other thing we're kind of seeing, like callbacks to Contenders and stuff like that, this ISU team, no matter where they've been, on the lower bracket, their runs have been impeccable. Like, it feels like that's where they thrive, is on that lower side, going through that, again, adversity that I talked about, and finding a way back into the grand finals where they do eventually win. And you could even see the confidence of, like, W. Maimon, where they're not worried that they lost that winners finals. They still believe that they are the best team, that they're going to 4-0 Winthrop. I don't necessarily know if they're going to be able to 4-0 a team as good as Winthrop, and you saw that there was some respect there as well paid to them, but we start things off on Oasis, where we go at the start. And this will be an interesting, I think, when we look at the overall narrative of these two teams playing each other, at the start of it, before we go into it and before we see what's happening, the Echo matters so much to me. It is going to be the thing that really defines this series. Is Tree going to have as much value as he did previously? Is W. Maimon going to be able to kind of match up against it? Because one of the things that they did so well on Winthrop's end was they targeted Kuffa so hard. Kuffa was not having a fun time playing on that Malga, was getting annihilated in a lot of these fights, and you could see how different it looked when Kuffa was given that space to work with, can make those engages. They can go first as ISU. I think that this match will come down to Echo, and if Winthrop is going to be forced off of it, are they going to have to play the Genji, where I think that that's more comfortable potentially for ISU? Like, that's really where this all hinges for me.
And just like, you know, the talks that the more time, the more investment, and the more repetitive play that comes from these individuals only gives them greater strength. And again, you really mentioned it and highlighted that. And despite the tiredness and exhaustion that a lot of these players are facing, because it is just not ISU that has individuals overseas. They are also on location, on ping, going through these same types of complications versus just being as an entire unit playing within their university. So the stakes are high for both, and they have hurdles of their own that they have to work through as we enter in onto our first map of control for this first to 4, an adventure that's not going to be soon forgotten.
And I can't wait to see what these two teams roll out with. I mean, again, I'm expecting Echo going to be incredibly impactful against that Genji matchup in this enclosed university area. I think this does favor a little bit more of that Genji, as we do have a little bit of a pause, the nature of online play.
Man,
but I
had
think
such a good momentum there.
we did. We were ready and raring to go. But I think one of the things when I think about ISU is I think about this quote all the time with how Light, I remember they put out a video recently where Light's like, hey, I'm just here cleaning our trophy cabinet. It took like 2 hours to do so because of how successful ISU has been. But it feels like this team has the mantra of Phil Jackson had this great coach when he was coaching, or great quote when he was coaching the Bulls, where you're not successful until you perform a successful act. And that's kind of, I think, the mentality you need to have as a team like ISU, where you just win so much. Like they do a lot of winning, and kind of keeping that hunger, keeping that grind is something that I feel like ISU never lets go of. Even when they do face that adversity, even when they do take these losses, they still have that ability to eat a sensu bean, come back in, right? That's a good Dragon Ball Z reference right there, right?
Thank you for tagging that in before I had to jump in myself, but we'll let that happen. Well, and the other aspect of it as well, and when you take a look at it, because realistically, again, it was, Wheats who used to coach and be a part of ISU, now on the opposing side, Light taking the helm and all these different change-ups and things like that, where there's just even those kind of like past relations and history and this consistent development between the universities and where it's all culminated to. And due to the technical pause, we're just going to give them time to make sure that they can go into this with no issues. Rather happen now than midway between, especially with the obstacles like I mentioned that they're facing, as we're going to be heading back into it. And hopefully we will have some good, clean, competitive competition here between these two.
Gonna get going here between both these two teams, and it's the standard for both of them. Gonna be using the TP just from the Symmetra to get out quickly, and then I expect Tree to go back over to that Echo. So again, the Echo, a really important thing, but in this more enclosed area, we heard from W Maymon, it's a little bit easier for the Genji to put pressure onto the Echo, so we'll see how Tree is gonna maneuver in the skies, how this poke is going to be held. And you can see Rock Attack just babysitting a little bit on the side angle, trying to throw those cookies at the Tree, but Tree taking a lot of poke already.
Nice whip shot, easily putting W Maymon further away from any sort of entry alongside Lethal. And again, patience up the stairway until that movement ring comes in to try and force back ISU. The inner corner, though, Kappa gonna play close as this almost pincer maneuver between 2 points to surround Winthrop, with Sam getting dangerously low. Nice reaction time, though, from Ultraviolet to keep them topped up, as Infected still continues to hold the line just around the wall, but nice rotation from Kappa to take the advantage. Winthrop now being delved on rapidly. The damage is there. Big torpedo, though, to come out for extra healing to top up Winthrop, as unfortunately ISU finds the short end of the stick, and Lethal out the gate for the first Death Blossom comes up short.
I think one of the impeccable things about this Winthrop University composition, while we talk about like Infected and Sam and Tree, this support line is almost unbeatable a lot of the time. When you have these moments where you're so low, the trust that I think that the rest of the team has that Ultraviolet and Rack Attack are being able to keep them alive is impeccable, and you can take these very elongated fights. And Winthrop University have control of this first point. They're going to start taking up their percentage, and they have 5 ultimates to work with here as Illinois try and aggress on the point.
Sam just ever so slightly edging out repeatedly, has the Death Blossom now. Multiple ultimates stacked up here for Winthrop, with ISU playing a little bit of catch-up. Nice engagement to beat the corner, Orbital Ray, everything coming online and unleashed. Derpy actually goes for a double support role, but even with the chaos that ensues, it's still ISU, I think, favored ever so slightly to rotate across and force back Tree.
Yeah, I think that's one that Tree would have liked to have had. But I think that's just in the clump. It's very hard to figure out who you're going to dupe in a scenario like that, and it just doesn't end up working out exactly as they would have wanted. Is Winthrop University going to have to retreat here? UV needs to be careful, but with Crack Tech there, should be able to be fine. As Cage is still available for Infected, so they could catch someone napping a little bit and potentially find a pin.
Infected solo, 150 HP is all that remained for the moment. Is now ring active, so the movement speed is favorable for Winthrop with ISU tucked into the corner, staying towards that double door. Cuppa actually gets out, manages to evade and elude the cage.
Yeah, I mean, but they will give up the positioning, and they will start giving up percentage. But I mean, if you're Illinois State, you're totally fine with that. At least you are going to be able to keep these members back in and go back and re-engage eventually.
Now capturing onto the point. Oh no, my Lethal gets clocked by one, and then a long-range shot from Infected as Cuppa looks for a retreat. Tree's going to follow up onto Admiral, and now at this point, you're just going to have to look for last fight territory as you see Sam regroup.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult as well because Admiral is a little bit behind the 8-ball in terms of their rally charge, and we've seen how rallies, just with that stun potential, can turn fights around completely, and this is last fight territory for ISU. They got to make something happen in this team fight. Lethal's Death Blossom didn't get anything value before. Can it in this team fight?
Infected still playing the front runner, diving in the back, but return Lethal absolutely gets two bolt supports specifically, so ISU is able to easily shift forward with a team kill.
And this is a great counterbalance, I think, and good understanding from Lethal, where if Winthrop is going to play this very aggressive style where they want to go first, you can get a lot of value with Death Blossom just going into the backline, getting an assassination like that. Both teams had to use Orbital Array, but the biggest thing is that Admiral is able to get closer towards that rally and match the one coming in from Rack Attack on the other side.
Up top, W Maimon waiting to see who is going to be duplicated. Cage active. Oh my! Instant grab. There is now a duplicate onto the Juno, so there is potential to have the Orbital Ray, more so for that extra support alongside Admiral. W Maimon gets it and is able to toss it out to chase down Ultraviolet. Torpedo cycling back onto the point to claim the advantage, is still gonna keep it and not allow Winthrop to take any advantage in returning the point. No one home, and that's round one in favor of ISU.
And I talked about a little bit in the previous series how good Cuffa has been with the utilization of Cage. Just the ability to, if you step out of line like once and they know they have an advantage on ISU, that Cage is used immediately. And on Reaper, it's a great pick because Wraith doesn't last as long to keep you alive throughout Cage. There's no really way to get in there unless the rest of the team wants to die. So again, really good decision making from Cuffa when using Cage. That's a fight win for ISU on a map where, to be fair, the Echo didn't really get the same amount of potential it's going to get on these last two sub-maps where it's a little bit more enclosed in University, and Tree should have a lot more room to work with on a map like this.
And now entering in already one advantage, Winthrop going to look to try and even the score and bring us to that third round of control. You have both convening towards that elevator. More so going to be Winthrop as an entire unit, while W Maimon takes an off angle, looking to collapse onto Tree. And again, it calls to that statement you mentioned earlier, which Echo shall prevail. W Maimon almost gets Tree in the backside, even continues to harass the support line. Infected gets overwhelmed, but it's already two down. Cuppa and Admiral eliminated, and Tree, even though it may not have gone head-to-head with the Echo, it was Tree that finds everyone else.
But I like the POV we had there was fantastic because W Maimon, we're seeing a difference in kind of how these playstyles are, where W Maimon is trying to poke Tree and put pressure. Tree is not looking at W Maimon. Tree is only looking at Cuffa to put that pressure down, and that's kind of the difference we're seeing between how these two Echoes are playing. It feels like W Maimon is playing this Echo more as a mitigation tool rather than a burst potential assassin like we're seeing from Tree.
Falling back for the moment. Tree gonna play more carefully towards that center column to reduce the sight lines on the incoming fire until able to top up, get back to that high ground position. Duplicate now available, just surpassing W Maimon. Orbital Ray comes in though because Luke Mino managed to gather it first. Ultraviolet and Rack Attack close though in proximity to unleash theirs onto ISU. ISU able to swap it over, the movement comes in, give a little to gain a little, as that's what the mentality is for Winthrop, going back in with the Death Blossom. W Maimon is down, no duplicate available, and once again, another bash onto Lethal with a great assist from Tree, who is continuing to fill the kill feed.
I mean, Tree is playing so fantastic, but also Sam had a great assassination. Knows that W Maimon is a little bit out with the rest of the team. A little bit off size is what I'd call that, and just use a Death Blossom for that singular kill. I love when players do that and just decide that they don't need these like really kill field filling ultimates. They can just get that one assassination and it turns the complete fight. And now you can see Winthrop University still have a very good position right now. The spam from Tree is going to be fantastic, and now we have double Malga potential in this next fight from both these teams.
Going to be utter chaos and who will be able to weather the storm between the two. Duplicate active now onto W Maimon, so it's not going to be the double Malga choice for ISU, but it will be for Winthrop. 2 are already down, and that's going to be ISU getting the better end of this with a Death Blossom instantly collected by W Maimon.
And I like kind of what we're seeing a little bit in terms of W Maimon and how I feel like the Tracer has, or the Echo has evolved in terms of what duplications are being used, where if you want to play like super aggressive and have a lot of burst potential, Double Reaper also works totally well instead of Double Malga, especially if you're the ones being aggressive. And you saw Tree was a little bit on the back foot there in terms of using that duplicate where you were using it to double out the Malga, but you just didn't have the tempo that you had on the other end with the Reaper.
Patience is a virtue now for Winthrop to get back into this. They've got the percentage advantage for now, but have to take it away. Big sticky bump. That's the 3rd time in a row that Sam has been chunked by so many of them. Infected getting forced back for the moment, but significant healing coming in from both Rack Attack and Ultraviolet to keep them stable. Illinois needs to be careful though. Their health values got dangerously low for a moment. The Death Blossom comes in from down below, up the stairways. Lethal is absolutely unable to get any healing. Admirable attempts with that rally and can't survive it.
They gotta leave it. They have to leave. I mean, but Illinois State is in a weird position where they have to secure these picks because now Winthrop University is gonna come back in and they have both support ultimates and they know Illinois State has nothing to deal with this.
Admiral blocking the incoming shots with the shield, able to get out before the damage continues to runneth over. So there is a chance to get back into it soon to have a duplicate and the Death Blossom, but both support ultimates are up for Winthrop.
Yeah. It's going to have to be a miracle team fight for Illinois State to try and win this off the back of either Lethal finding an assassination with the Death Blossom or a fantastic dupe from W Maimon.
We'll see if that can come out. There's the movement speed. Death Blossom. Oh no! Blocked for 1. W Maimon at least gets the duplicate out, but the damage has already occurred. And you've got 2 Malgas once again on the playing field. And Winthrop's going to make it a 1-1 round score.
Yeah, unreal disengage from Winthrop there. As soon as they were able to get away from that double support ultimate that we saw from ISU and then re-engage, they knew they had so much ability. Just the threat of the fact that they had double support ultimate forced ISU all the way back, and now we're going to be going to our 3rd sub-round of Oasis. I mean, Echo's still very good on a map like this. We have seen Genjis kind of thrive in matchups like this, but again, I'm just really... It's interesting to see kind of the duality of what we're seeing these Echoes do because Tree, I'm so annoyed that that's a thing. But Tree being able to continuously just poke down Kuffa, and W Maimon seems like there's a, changing in terms of how they want to do the target focus. They put a lot of pressure onto Sam, they put a lot of pressure onto Tree, but it seems like Winthrop University is just go, go, go for the tank.
And now, as they push on to this, I didn't get to say it earlier since we're still at map 1, I can. For those that are in the chat, let's act like we're in an arena and get some W's in those chats for seeing who's going to take this first map of control. Pushing up to the stairways, you do see, again, so much into Infected. Great torpedoes from Ultraviolet to top up the team to keep them pushing into this to try and counteract as the movement speed comes out. W Maimon down below as Sam looks to chase underneath, rounding that upper staircase to give extra assistance. Dirt, oh my goodness, Tree gets picked up by W Maimon and they've lost a significant amount of damage. W Maimon now looks for the flank, hyper fixated onto the support plays of Ultraviolet, who is bobbing and weaving for their literal life. But Lethal gets the assist elsewhere, and this is still ISU able to take the advantage.
Yeah, and I think one of the things about this composition that we're going to have to be looking out for, especially in these enclosed areas where it seems like doing the smart thing and taking these fights where Echo isn't necessarily able to just continuously free fire and is in a vulnerable position against W Maimon, who is doing a lot in terms of putting pressure down onto that Echo. This is where it's going to be really difficult for Winthrop to get back in because, yeah, there's going to be a lot of spam from Tree, but it's not going to be as easy as it would have been if they had control of this high ground themselves. So this is a fantastic position for ISU to be in to continue to cycle ultimates and continue to accrue percentage.
High ground. At this point, realistically, Winthrop is just going to have to try and draw ISU down from that upper position, putting and posturing towards the low. But you can see this consistent applied movement up and down from either Lethal or Luke Mino. With that orbital ray looking to be dropped into the center, diving in, Death Blossom bashed again, Rack Attack again, responding lightning fast, but that damage will runneth over once again. Able to eliminate the brick play, diving back into the cage, giving some extra assistance as the duplicate here for Tree is still active. Another cage coming into the table, but ISU is still taking it back.
ISU, I mean, Winthrop don't have supports anymore, so they have no legs to stand on, and that seemed like it was a desperate fight where they used everything. And now, if you're Illinois State University in this neutral fight, you've been doing so well with the poking, with everything else, that, yeah, you used a lot of ultimates yourselves, but you're the one who are in the lead. You're at 75%, and you can see Tree still sticking onto this Echo. It's going to be so hard, again, to really farm up and get a lot of value unless Illinois State makes a really desperate misstep.
Watching closely, because again, nothing at all close online for this, with W Maimon holding up top. No real focus fire just yet on W Maimon until they can dive back in. Sam taking that lower flanking position. Infected holding that inner column. Diving forward, nice deflect though from W Maimon to deny the damage. They have to start pincering into this. They're running out of time in the overtime. Lethal playing forward, is about to have the Death Blossom. That's what they're playing for. They need these ultimates to guarantee that they can swap this over. Sam and Tree close. The focusing beam is a massive. Now having the duplicate. They may want to try and buy into it and hold on to it, but have to commit the duplicate. Sam is already down. Tree needs to get something of value to try and counteract against it, because Ultraviolet hasn't been able to get the orbital ray, and neither is able to get Rag Attack with the rally. IS2 just gets their ultimates economy in time to give them the chance to force back Winthrop, and now with Rag Attack and Ultraviolet gaining theirs, they're attempting to do it more so as a desperate play than a setup, as ISU has been able to do.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the desperate swap from Tree just to get on the Pharah to come back, but it's not going to matter at all. Cage finishes it out, and Illinois State University take a victory here against Winthrop on Oasis, starting off that salty run back exactly the way they wanted. And if W Maimon was right, this is how you start the 4-0, and they look crisp and clean. The Echo is still getting a lot of value from Tree, but when we're in these like more enclosed areas, you saw it. When we were on Gardens, it was like, you know, Tree has an infinite skybox sword because it looks so much better, but when it's a little bit more enclosed, when you can't just continuously abuse the fact that you have that infinite skybox to work with, W Maimon is doing a lot better this series in particular, dealing with Tree on Genji, which I think was one of the things that we didn't see in that winners final.
Well, and the other aspect too is, I think you would agree that the evolution of the timing and tempo for these teams has continued to grow larger before they go into these fights. And even you and I are just really starting to better understand, because they're waiting for those critical, vital moments to find that subtle micro opening that gives them the advantage to try and take this back. And like we talked about, nobody had ultimates. They're like, we gotta get something. There's no way we go into this as a neutral while they have the high ground, and we have to find something. And unfortunately, Winthrop comes up short behind both support ultimates from Illinois, and that just continues to snowball them forward.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the duality there on that last map of like the difference between the Genji and the Echo, where the Echo, if you had control, it's very easy to continuously spam and stuff like that, but you can't. Entering and engaging with Echo is a lot more difficult, right? Where if you're Genji, you have that ability to create space to take it, you have Deflect to be able to kind of play more of an off-tanky style and engage better. But it feels like with Winthrop University, with that Echo composition, they want to really always have the advantage, and we're going to Suravasa as our next map here. A map where I think Echo does thrive pretty well. I think the first point's a little bit tricky in terms of the skybox not being infinite, but you do have a lot of range, which is good, and Echo is going to be able to spam pretty significantly. And with kind of how that first point works, if you are ISU, you cannot let just someone sit on the other side and just continue to poke you down like we've been seeing Tree do.
We're entering now into Suravasa for our flashpoint as the selection coming out from Winthrop, since they have not been able to take that first map. And with this one, we've already been able to see quite great success when it comes to ISU, at least on the flashpoint stance of things. In this case, Suravasa, we've not seen nearly as much as we've seen the New Junk City, so it'll be nice to be able to see how this unfolds between the two and what Winthrop might have up their sleeve to take advantage of this. And also the other aspect is when we talk about a lot of these transitions between the flashpoint itself, whether or not they go directly to the point, they look for those cheeky grabs between the transition. There's so many things that can happen, especially with the cleverness of these players.
As we see Illinois State University. Oh, I didn't know that actually moved.
Oh, the Crocodiles? Absolutely.
I did not know they moved. Actually, did not
I mean,
know.
granted, well, because you actually know what's interesting is you may think, oh, why is it like it's stuck there? Fun fact.
Yeah, they hold it
they
for the,
actually
to kill
hold
birds,
it open
right?
for birds to fly into, so that once they're actually landed on the tongue, it lets them know that they can snap, and they can actually even do it in almost a dazed state. There you go. National Geographic's be damned. That's what's going to happen with 30 seconds.
And I mean, again, so we're seeing kind of the same thing here. The difference is that W Maimon is on Echo themselves in this matchup, so we'll see again, where is that pressure going to be? It seems like W Maimon is really trying to pressure out Tree more than anything else, where Tree really wants to make it difficult for Cuffer to maneuver.
taking this high ground advantage. ISU already putting a lot into that low ground. Infected is down. I was watching that health bar so closely, and unfortunately there's not enough from Ultra and Rack.
Yeah, and I think now we're seeing WMAMON a little bit like try and move the pressure to different areas of the point where they know that they have an ability to continuously spam and really make it difficult. You can WMAMON already has Duke way ahead of Tree, and this is not something we were seeing in that previous series. WMAMON has really woken up, but does get assassinated by Tree in this scenario, and this might be in a point where Winthrop University can re-engage.
And there's a little bit of percentage gain. Again, just every little bit counts, especially with the pace at which this generates, but that's a huge reposition onto Tree, and there's no recognition of it. That flanking angle was beautifully done and gives the opportunity now for ISU to get back in to compete against this, but the positional advantage up top is still Winthrop as they hold along that inner wall until Kuppa says otherwise. The duplicate comes in. WMAMON looking to charge alongside Kuppa as the dynamic duo, the Malgas, unleash the chain gun, and the Cage follows suit. Rack Attack now with that rally, attempting to hold strong with Ultraviolet having the Ray, but it dissipates. Nobody's able to survive and withstand what ISU brings to the table.
And that was very expensive from Winthrop as well. They had to use the Orbital Ray. They had to use Rally too during that. And you could see Tree, I was going to say Tree almost swapped over to the Genji, and I was like, I think Tree is having a really rough time getting the value that we saw in that previous series. Genji might have been a little bit easier to operate with, but I think that they know that when we go to these next couple of flashpoints, the Echo should be much easier to pilot, but I think also you have to be looking at Illinois State and how well they're playing it now, because this wasn't the same thing that we saw. Now WMAMON is really stepping up and is really awake, it seems like.
And again, just the more and more comfort as they play with the squad. Having a boot camp is exhausting, but that just means that you're that much more prepped and ready in the mind, and now just have to have that coordination to keep playing with such dominance. With the Cage now coming out, Kuppa leading first, diving in from on high again! Tree not ready again. It was first the flanking backline angle, and now WMAMON comes from over top where Tree is not looking. If Tree doesn't start recognizing this is gonna be dire.
Yeah, I think this is really WMAMON clutching up so hard in this series. We talked to him, he was very confident that they were gonna 4-0, and I can see why with this Echo performance when it wasn't like that in the winners finals. This has been a completely different WMAMON who is firing on all cylinders, and I don't know how Winthrop University deal with it.
Waiting to see how they want to enter in onto this. You can see a slight separation between the two. Regroup for Lethal back onto the point so they can stay clustered together, but WMAMON looking for another angle, potentially onto the backside, gets the duplicate, and goes for once again the Reaper, forces out the Ray form. The Cage comes in by Infected, Rack gets focused down, but Tree comes in at least for one, even though they get something out of it. Unfortunately, they lose everyone else. Tree is unable to turn this around.
Tree couldn't even use the duplicate during that fight, and it's just, again, it's Illinois State going first. They're the ones being aggressive. You saw WMAMON is going very aggressive, puts all the stickies onto Sam. Sam has to use Wraith Form, gets a very good duplicate, forces out so much pressure, and then it gets a really, really nice Death Blossom. Illinois State on the front foot, being so proactive. I love what I'm seeing from them.
Oh, Luke, careful! As now the Orbital Ray comes out, that is critical. Admiral gets picked up though, so one of the supports is down, but there's still a lot of healing to work through, especially because Tree's been sent back to spawn. Ultraviolet no longer having the Orbital Ray alongside Luke Mino, so it's solely reliant on this rally that's going to come in from Rack Attack. Even Tree opts to make the adjustment onto the Tracer to get back into this fight, to have numbers to push back the rest of ISU as they've swapped it over and surrounded Kuppa.
Yeah, and with Mino going down, I don't think you want to buy back into this one. Actually, Lethal does get Rack Attack, but with Admiral going down, the fight's going to be over right there, and they're going to live to fight another day with a very, very healthy ultimate economy coming into this next fight. The thing is going to be, again, I'm looking at Kuppa specifically with this Cage. Tree is just foregone completely the Echo, and it's very difficult as well because the assassination potential from Tracer against a composition like this, you don't have a lot of it unless you have Pulse Bomb.
And Tree already looking to harass the backside, drawing attention away. There's the Cage. Easy response by Kuppa. Double, triple Malgas on the field with a great Death Blossom coming in from Lethal, and again finding value early. There's no shield to get the pummel on to Lethal to stop it.
And it's Illinois State going first. They see that Tree is kind of flanked around to the back end, and they're like, cool, we have a free 5v4. We're going to use all our ultimates, and you're not going to be able to deal with it, and that's exactly what happens. And I think this is where Tree, I'm still sticking on the Tree. No, okay, yeah, it was the Echo. I think the
There we
Tracer
go.
was not going to get any value. Pulse Bomb, yeah, is a good ultimate, but even then, I'm not even sure it's worth sticking on. So going back over to that Echo, which WMamon has had the advantage wholeheartedly throughout these first couple of months.
Positional advantage, at least for Winthrop, due to the rotation and how far you had to have ISU rotate, so that gives them a minor heads-up play for the moment, but they have to draw back because they're waiting to find the best angle to harass onto ISU. Luke Mino just about to catch up to Ultraviolet with that Ray, which will be critical. Again, playing off of that is so significant for these engagements now with the movement speed forward. Diving into torpedoes come flying. Orbital Ray across the center, giving the extra support necessary versus playing offensive. Luke Mino pumping in the healing, now looking for the offense, but two are already down. It's solely onto Luke Mino to try and keep this team going, but it's going to be a challenge to do so when those shells from Sam continue to be unleashed.
And this is where Winthrop need to start waking up. They need some momentum here. They're going to be able to take this point and start ticking it upwards. And they also have a fantastic ultimate economy going into this next fight as well. There's going to be duplicates from both sides. And I wonder, again, are we going to be seeing the double Mauga? Are we going to be using those duplicates more in the mid-fight? But with Rack Attack a little bit ahead of Admiral in terms of that ultimate charge, that stun could be a very big difference maker, especially with Lethal on the other side, who has Death Blossom, could get no value if Rack Attack is quick on the draw.
Dive forward, duplicate active, nice whip shot to keep separation for WMamon, but comes quickly back into it. The kill comes in first onto Admiral. It bought enough time, but ISU turns it around despite losing one. The sacrifice was well worth it. Both supports are out of the fight, but the damage once again, as we've seen time and time, has already been done.
And Lethal was so patient in that team fight, knowing that it was going like very scrappy, waited for the Brig Bash to come out so the stun wasn't there, and then hits the Death Blossom. There's nothing to negate it. Very, very patient, smart play coming out from Lethal that wins them that team fight. And now the shoe's on the other foot. Cage is available for Cuppa. There's also going to be Admiral with the rally, and with where we are in terms of the percentage and where we're ticking up at 2-0, if Winthrop don't win this team fight, this is a 3-0, and they're already down 0-2.
Yeah, this is going to be the end of the map if they don't. And you can see ISU playing much more defensively. They want to buy a little bit of time to try and find the advantage.
They gotta get Orbital Ray. They have to get Orbital Ray.
They need to have it. Ultraviolet will get it first unless there's a miraculous turnaround. There's the wonderful whip shot to keep the distance off of Luke Mino. Comes back in aggressively onto Ultraviolet, but now there's a trade as well. Tree able to fixate onto the support, but again, it's Tree only getting one while the rest of the team crumbles.
Admiral the Savior doesn't even have to use the Brig Rally to get value right there. That was such an insanely well-played whip shot, and you can see it's already speed picks to try and get back installed as much as Winthrop University can. They have an Orbital Ray, but is that going to be enough? I don't think so, Rich.
Lucio tries to swing the inner corner, keeping it into the overtime. Sam is the one that opts to go for the Tracer to keep Tree with the ultimate to hopefully get it in time. The duplicate is already out, and this is where the dominoes start to fall. The house of cards crumble under the weight, despite the worthy attempt to get back in. Speed be damned. ISU's gonna hold ground and be able to take this and put themselves a 2-0 map score and are halfway to WMamon's prediction.
WMamon might have a little bit of a crystal ball because this has not been close these first couple. I mean, the first one a little bit closer. That was a insanely convincing Suravasa. On a map pick that was for Winthrop, by the way, throughout all of that. And again, the way that it's so funny to me that they were just like, yeah, we understand. We understand it now. We're getting a little bit better. And the way that they're maneuvering in the mid-fights with the ultimates, holding them perfectly, using them aggressively, like always being the ones who seem like when they're ulting, they're the ones who are doing it proactively. It feels like now Winthrop are the ones who are ulting reactively, which is not what we saw in the winners finals and not how we got to this position. But this Illinois State team is firing on all cylinders. They are making every right decision, it feels like, with how they're cycling ultimates, how they're playing the macro. It is fantastic to see from a team that we know had this in them.
Well, and the other aspect of it too is and we saw this happen on 3 separate occasions. Actually, both of these I'm going to give an example of. One of them is where you have Tree finding Luke Mino in the back. This is a perfect example of it. They know who they have to focus down. They really needed to deny the orbital ray and those kind of things. But the problem is that when that actually happens, the other aspects of the team are just being caught out, brought down, or denied availability if they can get that either sooner, or the fact that Tree isn't caught off guard on either by Lethal or by WMamon. That's another factor that's starting to really rise to the surface.
The funny thing as well is that it's not like Winthrop's playing bad. I don't
No.
think that they're playing pretty good. Like, I think that it feels like Winthrop is one step ahead and ISU is 4 or 5 steps ahead with how they're just like team fight planning, right? The way that one team fight where we saw at the very end where they know that Rack Attack has to use Brig Rally for this team fight, right? Uses stun, and then Lethal, knowing that there is no stun available, hits Death Blossom and wipes the team fight. Like, that just understanding from a macro level is fantastic to me, and I love seeing that. I know, like, the meta is kind of like ho-hum a bit with how we talk about it, but it's just nice seeing players be smart with their ultimates, because there are a lot of times in a lot of metas where they're just throwing stuff to the wayside, but this looks like a well-oiled macro team, and just based on the players that we have and the coaching staff and all of that, like it's nice to see kind of a team play at this high level.
Ho hum, her ha, so what? So we're gonna enter now into Runasapi, which we've gotten to see a lot of, and once again, we will just look to hold this 10 minutes because that's what's gonna have to happen. It's only the last few seconds that may make the difference here to see who takes the win, and we've seen some quite miraculous turn of events when it comes to our push maps as of late.
We did.
So
I think we saw me and Tiny had like a 100-0.
yeah, you did. Yeah, you had one.
this
You
map,
did,
yeah.
and then you and I had one where it was that crazy turnaround. So we've seen both ends of the spectrum here.
No, I mean, this is also the map that Winthrop won, map 5, right?
Yeah.
That's the one
Yeah.
I'm thinking of. So, I mean, it makes sense that Winthrop's going to this map because it was very successful for them. But in that series, it was successful because the Echo was the problem. And I am incredibly impressed with W Maymon's ability to figure out a way to make the Echo work and negate Tree a little bit. And also, I think Lethal deserves some credit too, because Lethal is playing a little bit more of an assassination style where if Tree gets a little bit too over aggressive, Lethal's kind of right there, 2 Hellfire shotgun shots to the head, you're dead, or you have to force so many cooldowns out just to stay alive from the supports and from yourself as an Echo.
Yeah, and being able to get that many resources out as often as you can will just cripple that fight later on, because then you're going to be wishing you had them. It's similar to like when you're looking for cooldowns in WoW and you're like, oh man, I'm trying to heal this group and I'm out of them. I
don't have Holy
literally
Nova.
nothing
Oh
for
no.
you.
There's no Holy Nova anymore. What am I going to do? But we see both these teams come out on that similar composition. And to me, Rich, for Winthrop, this feels like a must-win. I mean, I know
Yes.
it's a very long series. 2-0, 3-0 you can come back from, but with how ISU is playing, Winthrop need this map bad.
Yeah, they need to make a statement. They have to show them that they will go down fighting and they will not allow themselves to just roll over. With the fight in the neutral continuing to ensue, Lethal rounding that doorway to find an angle. Big recovery from Admiral, but unfortunately gets chased down by Tree, and that's exactly what you need to see. But Infected going down, also quite dire. Lethal still just shooting away at Tree, clipping those Echo wings as we've seen between these birds. And now, only with a minute left already so far off the clock, you can finally see ISU start to move back to get some progression.
And you can see how much value Lethal is getting just on this Reaper, so far ahead of Sam in terms of that ultimate charge and just the amount of pressure, again, that Lethal is bringing to the table. I talk about how Reaper is a hero that is hard to like pop off on and get a lot of value from. Lethal is doing just that, and on a role that's not necessarily his own, right? He's known for that hit scan parry potential, but now it's on the Reaper.
A lot of healing funneled into Lethal to take these cheeky side angles. Death Blossom finds the position. Nice stun though, coming in quickly from Infected to knock them on their rear, as there is still some ability to combat against it. Infected gonna collapse onto the last few supports and turn it back.
Infected played that very, very well, especially getting into that backline, negating the damage coming out from that Death Blossom, because that Death Blossom was an assassination attempt against Rack Attack, and Winthrop University win that team fight without having to commit ultimates, which is fantastic for them. Now as they're going to start to accrue their own meterage here at this back end, Sanchovies is going to have that ability to get into that backline with this Reaper Death Blossom, potentially make something happen with an assassination, or use it in the mid fight like we've been seeing, and really make it difficult.
And now, aggression forward, duplicate out, a lot of damage into Tree. That is going to be very dangerous. That is a big bash onto 3 targets from Admiral. stopping Sam, Tree, and Infected, and you can see the repercussions of how on point that shield was.
Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about like Lethal, WMAMO, and Kuffa. Admiral has been playing fantastic too on this Brigitte against, no slouch in Rakatak's best hero, you could say, and the hero that we know Rakatak for besides Life Leader was that Brigitte, and now you can see Admiral just has such a good amount of momentum against this matchup, and both these teams have their cages available to them, but it's going to be Illinois State University taking this first checkpoint, and with Lethal, again, having Death Blossom in the back pocket, Cardiac Death Blossom in that cage just wipes team fights before they even start.
Cages unleashed with a Death Blossom towards the center. Lethal able to get rid of that shield from the outside, doing so much damage within. Big focusing beam by WMAMON. Tree is just in range for that execution, and now follows forward, looking to just reduce anyone in the back.
I mean, we talk about it a lot, Rich, where it's like no lead is safe on a map like this. The momentum is so heavily in favor of ISU, though, at this point. And it feels like, again, they're always the ones going first. They're the ones who use Cage first there. Infected has to use it reactively. Doesn't end up doing anything in terms of winning that team fight. And look at the lead that they have. So significant right now.
And being able to get that checkpoint this early also so significant as they continue to gain distance. Duplicate now active once again. Oh my goodness! Huge follow! You see them knock right onto their backs, and then just WMAMON come in swinging with their own Reaper play.
Tree's gonna go down too, and that's really disastrous. Rakatak falls, and it's now gonna be do or die for Winthrop University here. We've seen teams come back from this before, but Winthrop had to use every single ultimate in their bank besides the duplicate, and Admiral still has this rally available to him. Kuffa's gonna have another cage, which you can Cardiac Blossom with. It's so difficult for Winthrop to hold here.
I'm waiting to see how Lethal's gonna posture into this position for the Death Blossom. Cage now active, goes in for a nice reposition, and that healing so significant in the back. This is absolute demolition and exploitation onto Winthrop right now.
I mean, it's a horror for Winthrop. They're going to be able to get back in touch with these stall picks, but I mean, they have to have some way, somehow. Sam Toby's has to have a huge Death Blossom here.
WMAMON going instantly in onto Ultraviolet and separating the team. They need to push down below to contest again, but look at how low Infected is. They're getting picked up even though it's 2 down already for Illinois. They're going to now finally be outmatched as the spawns come in, but Lethal still sticks around.
Wait, Lethal is killing everyone!
Through the shield, he's all alone, a man on a mission, and comes in with a fantastic display.
This Illinois State University, this feels like the culmination of what WMAMON was talking about. They understand now. They've downloaded this meta. They are playing so incredibly crisp and clean and Lethal on a pick that I always criticize doesn't really have that much pop-up potential. This is how you pop off on Reaper. Just 1v4ing at the very end like this. Fantastic from Lethal and the rest of ISU, and they are poised to take this in a 4-0 like WMAMON prophesized.
I cannot believe the amount of just sheer differentiation from our previous match between these two to now. It is utter dismay in what we're watching. And I gotta tell you, Winthrop right now has to take a minute and absolutely have a turn back moment right now because things look so dire.
It's so crazy too, because you see in a lot of these team fights when Winthrop University actually is the one engaging, the calm and cool poise that we're seeing from ISU, even in that last, we saw one of those replays where Admiral is kind of just sitting there, flailing with the Brigitte, not using rally until that perfect moment where you can use it, get a stun, and then help wipe the team. Like, I don't know, man. This Illinois State University team, it's so crazy to see how quickly we went from those first 2 maps where they played Winthrop in the Winter Series. They did not look like they had woken up or like loaded into the server, and now they are. It is not close. They are running over Winthrop from the winner's side.
I feel like they reached level 36 on their Charmeleon and have truly become a Charizard right now. They have evolved to their final form and are absolutely setting their opponent ablaze. Either that or a seismic slam. Whatever you choose.
Can't you like give a stone to like evolve your Pokemon or like a candy or something like that?
Well, you could use a Firestone.
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm saying is that I think that the pace of how quickly that they were able to make this change, it feels like they didn't even grind up to level 36. They just got a Firestone and they're like, we're Charizard now. What are you gonna do? How are you going to deal with this?
Absolutely, as we're going to be able to now give them a brief moment. Again, this is where, like I said, Winthrop has to dig deep. They have exerted dominance once before, and as we've mentioned, 2 birds of prey unleashing their talons to fight back, but right now it looks that Winthrop's Eagle's talons are a little dull and need some sharpening, so don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a moment.
My friends watching from all over the world, because I can actually say that because there are probably people, part of this that are in the UK and everywhere else that are watching, because again, some of the others, you never know. But anyways, from all over, we are now in a position to where we have potentially one last map. We talked about these two birds, talons out, scratching and clawing as they flew overhead, soaring to see who will swoop in to take this grand finals match. And right now, despite the eagle being a more ferocious and larger sized bird, this red bird is swooping in, sweeping left and right under the wingspan, and is in a moment to take down, as we enter Shambali Monastery for a second time, that will decide whether or not Winthrop is still in this game.
I mean, I hadn't seen this map the entirety of Collegiate so far, and then now in these last two series we finally see it come to fruition. And Fisher had picked this map, we have to remember, in that previous series. ISU nearly full helped them. So
Yeah.
I'm a little bit worried about what we're going to be doing here with how strong ISU looked on a map like this previously. But I mean, we were talking in theory crafting about, like, how do we get back into this match if we're Winthrop? And we are both, I think, befuddled at how strong ISU have looked comparatively to how they played in that winners final. And we're like, I can't imagine what it's like for them, but we're also thinking about, like, where are those ways back? And it's like, I don't see a weakness with ISU and how they've been playing so far.
And that's the thing. It's like I almost try and put myself in the shoes of, like, Leeds, where as a coach, like, I would love to know what that conversation looks like. And being able to hear those words of wisdom and the directness that needs to happen in clutch moments like this, when all the obstacles seem to be against you, and this is the decision they make, where it's all on the line for this title, this prize money, and this recognition of greatness.
For Illinois State University, I mean, we saw kind of them play a little bit. I think they played a little bit more Genji on this map than what I remember in terms of that echo, but it seems like Winthrop University, they're going to live and die on the sword that is this composition that brought them here from that winner's side with Tree on that echo. I think it does have a lot of good angles on a map like this where you have these long sight lines. On the defensive end, it's going to be a great start because you can get that momentum, continuously spam. It'll be a little bit harder, I think, for W Maimon to... Theoretically, it's going to be harder for the attacking echo to really get into those positions, but if you're Winthrop and you make one misstep, Illinois State have proven that if you do that, they were going to get pounced on.
Doors open, chances low, but hopes not gone. Shot almost lands, barely bobs and weaves around that inner wall. A second shot lands to the torso, but not yet finding between the eyes. Lethal, so very close to turning this around instantaneously, but thankfully for Winthrop on the defense, they have been able to dodge a dangerous storm.
Yeah, the headshots might have looked nice, but they didn't secure any kills, and that's really good for Winthrop University as they continue to try and hold. Now Lethal goes over to the Reaper just to try and add more of that burst potential that they're going to need for Illinois State to try and break this defense.
Still utilizing the wall as a great defensive barrier and a channel to block a lot of that incoming fire. Tree getting another focusing beam on to Lethal, which is huge. We find Winthrop now looking to hold the line over ISU.
I mean, you can see kind of how easier it is for Tree in these scenarios to get value out of this focusing beam, out of all this spam that's happening, a little bit ahead in terms of that duplicate charge as well, because these sticky nades are hitting pay dirt a lot of the time.
Tree still raining damage from up top, waiting for the proper stickies. There comes in first, though, by W Maimon. Big stun down below. Infected eliminates Kuppa instantaneously after that frontline aggression. And focusing, ooh, that's going to be pretty great, though. They did actually use the orbital ray here.
Yeah, but Illinois State will have to use theirs to just get out of spawn. So I think if you're Winthrop University, you can take that trade totally fine. The real goal here will now to be, if they can find any other ultimates, they can get out of Illinois State in this regard.
Once again, taking the high ground, keeping quite a bit of distance here until needing to dive in. Cage actually locks onto Tree. As they dive into this, there is the Death Blossom. Shield is up. Rack can't deal with it. And ISU puts a lot into this, but keeps bold support ultimates to carry into the next one.
And it's another fantastic cage by Kuppa. I mean, they had to use so much from Winthrop just to try and sustain through all that damage because a lot of their members got caught. Tree got caught in the cage, and you need to be able to keep your Echo alive to try and use that duplicate, but it just fell apart completely. And you're right, the biggest thing is they keep their support ultimates through all of that, so even if a cage or the DPS ultimates come out from Winthrop, you should be okay to negate some of them.
And now, the
work their way up this ramp. Lupino
think he
most
hit
likely
anyone.
gonna lead. Yeah, it didn't. Fades away, nobody locked in. Torpedoes come out. Sam gonna elude for now, thankfully, so that he can get top back up. Orbital Ray still being held onto it. It's only gonna be the rally for right now, forcing them back. ISU has so much ground.
Yeah, Winthrop, no, they cannot engage here. They cannot engage into an orbital ray like this. They're going to have to just try and force it out, but it's going to be such a difficult team fight to win unless there's some miraculous neutral duplicate or neutral death blossom.
Orbital Ray now across that payload. Everyone diving into the back. Death Blossom gets pushed forward. Sam gets one onto W Maimon, but the Orbital Ray still doing quite a bit of work here for ISU as the patch comes in now for Admiral with that aggression onto Wrath. Health values getting low as Lethal still remains strong, putting shots into Infected, but Ultraviolet is doing everything imaginable
Orbital Ray
to keep this tank alive, and the Orbital Ray now comes in to give extra assistance so Winthrop can finally hold back.
Winthrop are, they get the kills at the very end. They're desperately, if UV doesn't get that ultimate that looks completely different, traded from Tree onto W Maimon, but it doesn't matter, and Winthrop can take a deep breath. They held right here. Only 30 seconds left for ISU. It's last fight territory for them. They do have a rally to work with and a dupe from W Maimon, so it's possible, but Winthrop, their ultimate economy doesn't look bad either. This is very holdable for them.
Time just flew by in front of our eyes with how intense that was. Rack now looking for that rally to be used to counteract against it. Don't have to worry about Lethal, but more so W Maimon if they go for the duplicate onto the Reaper a second time. Focusing beam on WV! That's massive now with ISU having the go button. Gonna put the pedal to the floor and press on to Winthrop. Now Derpy goes in for the duplicate onto the Juno, so that's extra support to try and sustain through the damage, but Infected is already down even though the cage is still in the center. Lethal going to overwhelm once again as we've seen before and continuing to do so. We talked about the echoes, but this Reaper's still strong.
I mean, the Reaper's strong, but that fight is won and lost by W Maimon's assassination onto UV during that fight. Incredibly well played from him, and now it's 2 minutes to move forward for Illinois State University. All the momentum in their back pocket, and this Echo is going to be able to farm up a little bit here if you're W Maimon. And the biggest thing, Rich, is that during all that, Luke Mino, because UV died so early, Luke Mino has this orbital ray, and this is a point where if you win one team fight, you get second and you're moving to third.
We find ourselves here once again, deja vu, as Sam plays towards that window to see if they want to go for that flanking angle. But just a lot of funneling right now, really just buying and wasting time until the ultimates are going to be thrown up. Nice displacement onto Lethal, knocking back. Sam, though, has to play defensively and give ground since the health values get a little bit dangerous for Winthrop. They have to have the moment of recovery as they place themselves aggressively forward. The ring comes out by the Juno. Ultraviolet with the orbital ray. ISU is attempting to flee as rapidly as possible and get out. But the Death Blossom countering to Lethal. They collapse from on high. That window is where they breach, and you will see ISU taken down.
I mean, the disengage was good, but the side door flank from Sam was fantastic as well. It was a good disengage, a better re-engage and chase down from Winthrop University there, who were able to secure a nice foothold here. A minute left for ISU with where the card is and where we've been having these fights so far. This is probably the last fight we're going to have between both these teams. UV had to use that orbital ray during that last fight, so now that means that Illinois State is in the driver's seat when it comes to that very key, important cooldown.
Different positioning. Oh, there's the reposition, though, by Lethal. Tree has to go in to get distance from the flanking angle from Lethal. The duplicate now active. Double Malra on the play. Infected about to have the cage. Gets stunned and denied before it can be dropped. ISU comes in swiftly from Admiral with the bash, and Infected is absolutely caught off guard.
Yeah, there was no way to, and I wonder if there's a way for Winthrop University to get back onto this point. W Maimon is hunting Tree, trying to take down this Echo to stop the potential to get back and proc that overtime and stall the cart a little bit here. Infected, though, has a cage. They're chasing. They're looking
Cat and mouse. Cat and mouse. Chasing down towards the health pad. Tree left
focusing
in the
beam!
distance, and the focusing beam claims the life of Tree. Now cycling back onto the payload. Kappa diving in, but that's a lot of damage from Infected in the backside, and it's separated. The body between the supports and Kappa is a huge play from Infected to deny that re-entry, and Sam comes back in despite 2
going off on a side mission to get rid of Tree. It's actually going to not benefit them, and it was well done by Infected to be that division between the supports and the tank.
I think it might have been just a little bit of a, like, this is the first time where if I was really nitpicky, I'd say that was a misplay from Illinois State. I don't think WMAMO needed the help from Lethal to secure that pick onto Tree. If Lethal's in that team fight, it doesn't look as easy for Winthrop, who understand that if the 2 DPS are on that side lane dealing with one, they're going to have such an advantage, especially with Cage. So really good heads-up play from Winthrop to see that advantage and then take advantage of it. And they do a great job of finally holding that defense, where it felt like when those first couple of fights, it was like, this is going to be a run-through, but they held at the very end of first point and then held halfway through second point. So this is a very winnable scenario for Winthrop University to try and get through.
Absolutely. And again, with how much time was taken off, when you even said it, there's only 30 seconds left. I'm like, my goodness, I can't believe that much time lapsed. Yeah, because they went for so long. It was unreal, that hold initially. So ISU's going to have to do the same thing here, as we're now going to see them defensively look to deny this completion. The checkpoint has already been laid, and this is the moment where, again, Winthrop has to dig deep and is able to soar their way to get them into another map.
Illinois State University know exactly where they need to hold to be able to take this championship, to see the prophecy of WMAMO come true, where you're going to be taking that 4-0. Winthrop University, I think they're just going to, at the start, see if they can find some pokes specifically with Tree on that Han. So if you can find a pick, get a lot of momentum that way, that's going to be fantastic for your team. Actually going to TP the team onto the cart, which I actually love that they're going to be very aggressive like this. Oh no, it's going to be on the side.
Go to the side room.
I like that. I like
seeing if they can find an off angle. Reposition now coming in from Sam. Gets a decent number of shots onto the front line. Cup low, and Admiral gets picked up by Tree. What a well worth exchange. A healer for the DPS, but it's still ultraviolet on this attack. Looking to give quite a bit here. Infected now low. Oh, but Sam gets picked up. Lethal goes aggressively. Things getting a little chaotic here for the defensive side of ISU, especially now when WMAMO no longer has the focusing beam for that execution.
Yeah, and really good from Winthrop University that they won that fight quickly, because they need all the time in the world to continue to move forward. Illinois State University, with Admiral dying that early, I mean, you can see just the differential in terms of that ultimate charge. Admiral's going to be nowhere near rally by the time Rack Attack gets there, so that first pick really matters in terms of that ultimate cycling that we talk about being so important for a map like this, and really it's going to be coming down to the neutral.
Oh, a roundabout flanking angle comes in from ISU. They want to try and get this unique catch on to Winthrop. Kuppa gets dangerously low. The rally is active. Big bash onto 3, and ISU is mincemeat.
Yeah, I like the decision-making from ISU to try and take that fight on cart, because if they do that, now they are guaranteed at least one other checkpoint. But I don't know. Winthrop had a very heads-up play there to try and just push the cart while Illinois State was on that flank angle. So when I thought that Winthrop might get or Illinois State might get another chance, they might not. They gotta go now.
They gotta dive in. I was waiting for it to see if the sumo comes from on top. Lethal now with a Death Blossom, still taking the high ground, separating from Sam, going back in with the movement, but that's going to get 2 out the gate, slaughtered once again. Winthrop wants to make a statement to come back for the reverse sweep.
And they've got 4.5 minutes to do this, and the way that they're playing is much better than those first 3 maps. They have ultimates to work with to cycle effectively. I just love the decision-making of using that rally early, knowing they had an advantage and pouncing on it. Now they have Orbital Array to work with. Even if Admiral is going to have this rally, it's not going to matter too much going into something like an Orbital Array, and with all the incoming damage Winthrop University is going to have.
Drawing back. Great play for now. Oh, Sam got so nice cage though to lock them onto that stairway, but there is a return use. Oh no, the damage isn't going to be able. Yeah, there's no way that healing can get through because the shield was there. Ultraviolet couldn't do anything.
I mean, if you're taking this as like a good thing for Winthrop University, you got out Orbital Ray, that's good. You got out Cage, that's also good. So now you have one of your own to continue to cycle. There's not really DPS ultimates on the other side you're too worried of, but I like the position here from ISU, holding strong at this doorway.
See what kind of ultimates they can force out. Kuppa looks to try and run along that outskirt. The outer wall is his friend as Infected gets the takedown regardless. Admiral up top looking to give extra assistance to the team, but starting to run dry. And it will be Winthrop able to dominate again, but they force out the duplicate, and Bolt also going to have the Orbital Ray.
Yeah, I think if you're ISU, you take this trade totally for yourselves, because you had to those were ultimates just to get out of spawn. Yeah, you won the team fight, but the positioning you're going to get isn't going to be nearly as bad as it would have been if you had taken this fight exactly here. So I think it's good heads-up play from Illinois State, but it still is an advantage given over to Winthrop.
Now they approach that golden box, as you can see, just before the next checkpoint. 2 ultimates online, soon to be 3 if Luke Mino can get a wild spin on that percentage gain. Duplicate onto the Reaper, that extra damage to overwhelm Infected, hitting them shot after shot. As Illinois State draws back for the moment. Nice bash that comes in. Rack attack playing forward.
Sam?
The Blossom is there. I can't believe that Rack is still alive. Winthrop is holding on for dear life. They're knocking ISU down. They've cut their legs from under their feet. And now it's going to be a team kill. And you will see Winthrop saying it's not over yet. And finally put a map score on the board.
And we were talking about what's the way back in for this team, and right there, this is a complete momentum booster for them. The way that they played on this map in particular was phenomenal. It looks like a completely different team because those first 3 maps, they were so far behind the 8 ball, but this time they were able to get a couple of advantages that they really used effectively. That was the thing I was really impressed with. When they knew they had an advantage in the macro at all, they would pounce on it immediately, and that's one of the things I think you need to do to beat this ISU team.
A wild conversation I could imagine happening. And again, this is where I really do wish we could sit in and hear that. We can only imagine what Wheats is saying, but right here, this confidence is absolutely what you needed. You had to have that break. It's those moments where, I know you probably have a good sports reference to it, when the coach comes into the locker room and starts to have some real serious talk moments where you dig deep, and that's exactly what it makes me think of when it comes to Wheats, because being around Wheats enough and seeing what he's done in his career, I guarantee you he's going to have some very choice words to turn this back into their favor.
And I think it'll be interesting to see the rest of the series because they've lost those first 3 if you're Winthrop University, you are now behind the 8 ball for the entirety of the rest of the series. Even if you start the reverse sweep, you are always going to be playing on ISU's map pick for the rest of the series, which is a big detriment because Shambali is kind of a one-off in terms of how maps operate, but I think that if you are Winthrop University, yeah, you won this map, but you have to do this 3 more times on map picks that are going to be tailored specifically to how Illinois State University want to play, and that is a tall mountain to climb against a team that looked so good those first 3 maps. And it's not like they looked bad either on Shambali, right? It's just Winthrop University, I think, really locked in is kind of the phrase that we've been using for a lot of these teams, and they were able to come back, play that map very effectively in terms of rotating their ultimate economy, but there's still a long way to go if Winthrop want to come back into this one.
There really is, and I just imagine, because I know we've been also kind of playing the whole, Birds of Prey. We've got both their mascots. I could just see this giant mountaintop where there's one bird to the left and one to the right, and they're soaring up to that peak, the zenith of where this concludes, and you could already see the redwoods just so close, but that eagle just continues to escalate and elevate every flap. And we're just waiting now to see what this next map is going to be.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I wonder what we're going to do because the thing is about, even though I was talking about how, okay, so it is going to be Anubis.
Okay.
This is interesting to me in the sense that this tells me no echo, no echo whatsoever. And I think that that'll be interesting because W Maimon has looked fantastic on it, to be fair, but also it is the best comp for Winthrop. It is far and away when they could put Tree on the Echo, that's where they have the most success. Now putting Tree on the Genji, we heard from Infected that Tree was saying that the Genji on pick doesn't feel that great. I don't like playing it, and playing Echo in this such enclosed area of point C, if we're flipping back and forth between these open areas and closed areas, it feels like it's always going to favor ISU. So this map pick makes a lot of sense in terms of how this series and the previous series have gone.
Well, and again, the other aspect of it too is to really call to a little bit more in detail about yours, the enclosed area. Depending upon how that first fight, if it does get away from them and they start to move towards the second and they can continue to cycle outside of that, that can also be a huge boon as well if you get that type of advantage.
Yeah, and it's obviously a very momentum-based map. And we're with 2 very momentum-based teams. So I think that this, it feels like this always on Clash, where it's like the first team that wins that first point is going to most likely win the map. But I think that in particular for this, it's going to be almost imperative for Winthrop to win first point, because if you go and the Echo doesn't get a lot of value, it's still Echo for both these teams though. So they kind of just want to. Okay, no, I think WMA goes to Genji. This would make a lot more sense to me. And I think if you're Tree, you gotta play this Echo in this enclosed area. You have to play so unreal careful. You cannot get picked early in the neutral in this team fight, or I think the rest of the dominoes are gonna fall behind you.
now, as the seconds dwindle, the door is open. Winthrop has been able to use a lifeline. Let's see how many more they have at their disposal to bring this into another map, or have ISU close it out.
I'm interested to see where the positioning is. My eyes are going to be locked on this Echo up on that high ground. And again, with how enclosed it is, a lot of poke can come in, so Tree has to be so careful. You can even see Rakatech playing just right next to Tree, trying to keep them alive throughout all this.
And Tree looking for the damage onto the supports into the back. Great sticky for the moment to dwindle the health value onto Admiral. There's the focusing beam, but is just able to evade. Oh my! A second longer in that, and closing the gap would have guaranteed that Admiral goes down, but ever so elusive. As ISU gives ground, Winthrop going to take this, and they're going to be able to move out into that open, exposed area.
I don't know if they're going to be able to give it away for free. Illinois State want to go back into this.
Yep, they almost got the pickup again, but Tree hyper-focus is now on the Lethal, who had very little health, and the supports were getting Kappa topped back up. Duplicate available, holding on to it for the moment, but W Maymon swoops in. Rack takes down the counterpart. Both supports are down for ISU. Winthrop in a prime position, and they manage to get C first.
Luke also used Orbital Ray, so that's going to be a disaster of an ultimate that they're not going to be able to have for this next fight, and Winthrop University are going to be able to use a lot of momentum here. This should be a 2-0 lead, especially with the ultimate advantage that they have right here, and that was so well played from Winthrop. I talked about how they need to be patient. Tree waited for that perfect moment where the sticky bombs hit, tried to get that assassination, even though it didn't show up in the kill feed. All the cooldowns that had to be used to force away Illinois State University and get that space worked in their favor.
Now, with this larger skybox, Tree can play a lot more elevated, but going to go very quickly forward. And you can see ISU there, like, we out, fam, we out.
Yeah, they cannot take this fight on even ground right now, and it's going to be ticking up right now for this team.
They're going back in now, looking for the bash in the back. W Maymon can't quite get the value just yet. The deflect finally goes and drops as the slash comes in onto Ultraviolet. But with the orbital ray still put out on the field, it's going to benefit everyone else remaining despite UV down.
And that's a 2-0 lead for Winthrop University. I talked about how it was going to be difficult to navigate with this Echo, but now when it's out in this open field, it's a lot easier. And I wonder what we're going to be seeing from Winthrop if they're just going to decide to give this point, because this is what sometimes teams will do. They'll just give this point and then fight back on here, which I think is the smart thing, especially with an Echo, because Echo, you want to be in a position where the team is, engaging into you, and that spam is going to be so much easier if they just give this tick away and then go back in. Now it's Illinois State who have to walk into a lot of that spam, but Winthrop just kind of, asking the question a little bit right here still.
Yeah, and look at how tactical they are, utilizing the architecture. That's a nice whip shot to put Infected out into the open. They get some of those shots in from Lethal as the Death Blossom is available. Cage comes in from Kappa. Infected holding on for the time being, isn't going to use it, and at this point they might just look to try and draw the time out since they've lost this tank and will look to reset.
Yeah, maybe see if you can force out any ultimates, but I think Illinois State is going to be very, very patient with theirs and very careful, not going to be using them now. It's just stall tactics for Winthrop University. They want to get out and not lose too many members quickly, as Rack Attack will end up going down. Winthrop University end up losing this, but it's not like terrible for them again, because now it's a very big mountain for Illinois State to find to come back into this one. They do have Orbital Array, which is the thing that's going to make this, that's going to equalize this very effectively.
Well, and like I mentioned, if they could get far enough ahead, now they're always in this open space. They're not completely encapsulated on that C objective. So this gives a lot more free range to Tree to kind of play that elevated position. Granted, it also helps W Maymon, but W Maymon looking to play a little bit more enclosed for the time being and getting delve onto and derped. Oh my goodness, Tree. I swear, one of these times I'm just going to be like, stop and change the name. As he gets the elimination, but now the duplicate waiting to be thrown into the mix, but at this point, another focusing beam almost gets it, but just topped up by the supports.
And it's going to be desperation for Winthrop to try and get back into this one. They're going to have to commit, or Illinois State, they're going to have to commit ults if they want to try and contest.
Movement speed now active. ISU dropping in lethal. Gets to do some decent damage, but will Tree be able to turn this about face with a cage of their own? Unable to really do much more, though, because it's 4 Malgas at one time on the field. ISU able to take this and now put
they traded a lot of picks. Trey traded a lot of picks there. That means there's going to be a potential for Winthrop to come back and re-engage into this one. This is not a done point. Illinois State University are going to have to mount one last defense here.
Now, waiting to the last moment to go in to compete, getting that stun, managing to return. Infected getting bashed in the back for the time being. Rally is active.
Cage down, Lethal gets 2, and ISU will be able to make quick work of this, even though they waited for Winthrop to come back in.
Lethal had an insane assassination there onto Tree and also onto one of the backline members, and that was ults committed from Winthrop University that go at a loss, and now they are behind in terms of that ultimate charge, and this is all the positioning that Illinois State University wants here. They're going to press the advantage as much as they can. Lethal almost gets assassinated by Sam Chovies, but gets out for free, and we're back to even neutral right here.
Looking to see how they'll enter into this. Still looking in that main doorway, but look at the side angle. You do see Sam Chovies gathered with Infected towards that right-hand side. Counter. Torpedoes come whizzing in from up top. Lethal gets an instant Death Blossom onto Rack Attack, and now is fixated on Tree, who has no assistance from the supports because they have been sent back to spawn.
And this is going to be Illinois State with a 3-2 lead right now. I think there's a potential for Winthrop maybe to come back and recontest. Sam is going to go now it's over for sure, and this is going to be again more momentum for a very momentum-based team like Illinois State University. And I'm still looking at those ultimate charges from the supports. This is where I feel like the wheels could just come off for Winthrop University if they lose a couple more of these.
High ground at least taken by Winthrop. Lethal underneath though, sneaking ever so slowly.
He's found assassinations from here before.
He really has. Oh, there's gonna be the Death Blossom. Oh, that's so instant! A triple out the gate on the ISU. Send him packing.
And the best part about that is you get both the supports, so that means that now Winthrop University are going to be able to potentially get more to equilibrium when it comes to their own support ultimate charge, and now we're going to go back in to see where things are going to be a lot of particle effects, I'm assuming, in this next team fight, but that duplicate from Tree is going to be the big deal. Actually, Illinois State don't even get there. They try and re-engage.
And now with them being in this very forward position, it's an opportunity for Winthrop to counteract against it. Lethal's taken out instantly by Ultraviolet in this flanking position by Sam is going to come in, and they now take the advantage again.
They're just trying to die right here and trade to see if they can find any picks. Lupino does find Ultraviolet, but this is all the positioning now that Winthrop University is going to want. And the big thing is that they got those support ultimates. That assassination Death Blossom from Sanchovic could be the difference maker when we look back on this map.
That's huge. That guaranteed the support ultimates going into this fight where it was close previously. Tree needs to be very careful, though. Those stickies continuing to land will not be favorable. The cage is out. Derpy goes to the duplicate. Double Reaper, as we've seen ISU do before with W Maimon, breaking the wall, separating them from the squad. Luke Mino taking the high ground for those torpedoes to get the extra damage onto the backside, removing the duplicate from the equation. Infected and Tree, though, continuing to play on the front line, forcing them back. Sam Chovi's holding as well, and they've taken this next point.
And in the battle of the particle effects, because Tree had that duplicate, it's what matters most. It changes the complete complexity of that team fight, and now Winthrop University is one map away from taking another map off of ISU and not getting reverse swept like we saw before.
All of you on the edge of your seats as much as we are. Every moment counts, and Sam Chovi's looking for the reposition, finding an off angle as the Death Blossom gets the knockdown for the moment. Upon entry, W Maimon though gets rid of Tree. And now Sam Chovi's gets rid of Admiral. It's only Luke Mino. We've seen this position many times before, but Ultraviolet is also picked. That's another support. Rock Attack is going to have so much on their shoulders, but they get eliminated by Lethal, sweeping in onto it. ISU now is in a position to equalize for a 4-4 points and head back to C.
We're going to a decider on point C right here, and it's all on the backs of these DPS and also the tank. I think the biggest thing we're going to have to be looking out for is Infected. Can Infected find one of those key squishies in the backline with the cage comboed along with the Death Blossom from Sam Chovi's, the Cardiac Blossom that's won so many team fights? Is there a way to win that fight? Because they need that before Luke Mino can find this orbital ray.
Oh, but it's already found. It's been brought online.
It's so difficult not to win.
Fixated.
This has to be a miracle Death Blossom Cardiac or cage combo.
Fixated onto Luke Mino to lean into this while Sam Chovi's looks to find them.
Oh, he's dead!
Ultraviolet's down! W Mamo doesn't get the duplicate though. Is there enough to retaliate back into it? It's all on to Tree! I'm sorry, my friend. You were one that we've highlighted, but ISU instantaneously eviscerate Winthrop, letting them take one map in like a majestic creature soaring in treacherous skies, maybe?
There's a chance they can test.
They're still coming back in. Infected is now on the point. Now gonna get the duplicate though. It's gonna be a double Malga, seeing if they can get the pickup. Lethal's gonna close it out. The rally is there, going in for the bash, forcing him back. Can they manage to turn this back? It is still so much dominance, and as I said, they will soar through treacherous skies, and only one bird shall prevail, and that is Illinois State University claiming another Grand Finals title for this Overwatch Collegiate homecoming.
Illinois State University add another trophy to the trophy cabinet. Gonna make Light's work a little bit harder when he's polishing and cleaning those. Add another hour onto the list. But this Illinois State University team, unreal performance from them. They went up to their everlasting credit, made them sweat those last 2 maps. But when they needed him most, Lethal with a fantastic Death Blossom completely changes how a fight was going to end up going. And for Illinois State University, what more can be said about this team where they find a way every single damn time? No matter the meta, no matter what's happening, they find a way to win these big moments, and they are absolutely deserving of this homecoming championship.
And again, you think that I, Tiny, many of those in the chat, just completely thinking it's done and dusted. SU being brought down. The script has absolutely been rewritten, but no. There has been some last-minute tweaks, some edits, and then finally seeing the main event, the final draft, one could say.
I mean, it's so crazy to me too, because the way that they do it, right? Like they played. I would say even we heard from W Maymon. W Maymon said they played bad those first 2 maps in winners. In the winners finals, and then now they come in. W Maymon looked unreal. That I mean, I think if I was to give MVP for that series in particular, it's W Maymon. Like unreal to go from your Echo being a liability in the winners finals. Tree was so good at it. It was really taking over. And then W Maymon comes in that last fight, gets an assassination. There were so many of those little moments where W Maymon popped off and didn't necessarily have the sear of the 4-0. But said 4-1's close enough. 4-1's close enough, you know.
Yeah, we're not going to allow it. We're just going to go to the last point on to Clash and just, make it a little competitive, and then finally ending up on that point of C in the enclosed area that we were talking about and just setting that stage.
I think this Illinois State team from top to bottom is one of my favorites to watch. And, hats off to Winthrop, because I think that performance that they had in the winners finals was very, very good. They were able to push Illinois State farther than probably a lot of other teams, but it's that lower bracket ISU, that magic that they had back when Gig was on this team. It never goes away. Something's in the water over there at Illinois State University, and whatever it is, it's good. It's like the secret stuff.
I mean, I feel like I gotta move I gotta move a little bit further south to be closer to it. I mean, my goodness.
It's what was it, like Michael's secret stuff in Space Jam, where it's just water. Like,
it's literally just water.
It's just water.
It's just water. And again, I think Winthrop had a great tournament. They I think overall, like, they played so well with all of them on ping, the way that they were able to fight through that winner's side. This one looked a little bit more lopsided, but still nothing to shake a stick at with their performance.
Oh, no, not at all. And we can take a look at what this first to 4 looks like. Again, Winthrop still fighting so hard to be able to turn this back, and that 4-5 is absolutely for us to be able to agree that they did everything in their power despite all the obstacles to try and compete against ISU, who, as we've always said and have seen, be victorious. And for this just collegiate last, I would say 8-9 months worth, just the amount of victories that they
this entire year
taken. Yeah, realistically. I mean, because I always have to think about it like, wait, the school year starts it's technically January, that's the beginning of the year, where are we? Because it's been a long time since I've been in school, friends. But yes, we will be heading to a short break to get a few words from Kappa, so don't go anywhere, because we are so excited to see how Kappa's feeling after this one.
Welcome back, my friends, as we are here with a wonderful opportunity to speak to Kuffa. We were talking so heavily about the tanks and how the evolution and development over the course of this. We had WMAIM on. Now we get to speak to Grand Finals winners for this collegiate homecoming. Kuffa, how are you doing, my friend?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Just another day.
I would be too in your position. It seems like you guys are getting pretty used to being in these winter finals interviews that we see you in grand finals a lot. I feel like I see a lot of ISU when we do these.
Yeah. We win a lot, I guess.
So talk to me a little bit. Let's see. You know, I mean, you go into this already where Winthrop puts up a great competition in the previous first to 3. Then you go into grand finals, and then we see you just completely flip the switch. Is it really just coming off of the match from Fisher, or was it some kind of like conversation with each other or light, or what was that massive shift of momentum that we see from you guys?
I think the Morgan meta was like, we just hadn't really fully understood it yet. I mean, it came up like before our first game against Brian and Stratton yesterday. We like heard like Admiral and Will were like, yeah, everyone in Sweden is playing this comp. We're like, okay, we got to play it then. So like we didn't expect to be good at it instantly, and I low-key think losing to Winthrop there was actually good because it gave us more time in the lower bracket to learn the comp and get better at it, and then it showed that we were just so much better than them by the end of it.
So that's interesting because I think we heard it from W. Maimon in the interview from when you guys beat Fisher, where it was like, yeah, we get it now. Like we understand that. What is that like when you're in kind of that area and in the trenches, so to speak? Who is the one who kind of does that? Is it a collective team effort? Is Light kind of there, always coaching you with the macro? Like, where is that adaptation coming from? Could it feel like I see you guys do this all the time, where you're just like, oh, we just get it now? Like, where does that come from?
I think we were all like talking about it like before our next match. Like we were VOD reviewing, going through each map, and like trying to talk about like old fights, because I think our main issue was old fights. We just weren't winning fights, or like we weren't reacting well enough. And every time they went first, we wouldn't use ults well, or we would just lose. So I think we just needed to be a bit more proactive and put them on the back foot. And yeah, they were playing to punish me a lot. Like I was playing a little too greedy, so I decided to play like a little bit more safe and play corners more, make it hard for their Echo to get value. But yeah, I think we had them like downloaded by the end of it. Like that was just like learning. We knew it was going to be like a Mickey Mouse meta. Like every team went to like map 5 with each other. Like if it wasn't this patch, we would have like forward everyone. I'm so sure of it. But, yeah.
It's just the nature of the beast, you know, and that's one thing to really, you know, compliment you and the squad, just being able to have that adaptability. And you kind of mentioned it a little bit yourself where, you know, playing a little bit greedy and start, you know, kind of pulling the reins back. Is that something where, you know, you're kind of more like just in the moment, like you see red a little bit, like, oh, like I want to kind of test the waters and where you're doing it? Or is that just more so a play style from you where you like to lean into that type of aggressive style?
I think like 80% of the fights that I pinned in, we lost. So I just stopped pinning in as much. I think that was just like the main reason why we were losing. So
trial by fire. I mean, trial by fire.
Having a little bit of fun on Morgan, that's for sure.
You were limit testing. That's what we'll say. You're limit testing.
Absolutely.
But kind of like talk me through a little bit about the mentality of your team, because I think that like those first 2 maps that we saw in winners finals, it was not very good, right? And then, you know, you came back a little bit. Who is the one, I think, on your team, because it feels like you have a really good group of like personalities, you all get along each other, you have a lot of the synergy. Is there someone who's kind of like the one person who keeps you like even keeled? Because like when we talked to W. Maimon was like, yeah, we're totally fine. Is that like something you all have, or is it come from like one particular person?
Low-key, I think it comes from Admiral. Like, if that guy like talks some sweet words into me, I'll believe whatever he says. Like, we'll just win. Like that guy's got like the most calming everything about him. Like, if he trusts in our ability, like I'm all for it. We were having like discussions whether we play more of like hit scan comps after we were down the first 2 maps. But like we were just like talking about it. But like we're just not playing like ourselves. Like this team is not like they're a good team, but like we are not this bad. Like this is like terrible. And we just like change things up and like, you know, yeah. I think it was just confidence, and we always start slow. Like you guys see us drop maps to like random teams all the time at the start of the series. Like we never win Koth. As soon as we won the Koth in the grand final, we're like, yeah, we won this series.
You knew it. You just knew right then. It's okay. Just always ask Admiral. Just speak sweet nothings into my ear.
And you were in lower bracket, which is where ISU gets a buff all the time. So, you know, it felt like it was done and dusted there.
That's super awesome. Well, and again, it's been an absolute pleasure. Oh, we got in the background. Yeah, gets the wave. What up, Lethal? But okay, so we'll come to the conclusion. I know you've got so much ahead of everybody playing and going into the weekend. But again, is there anyone you want to shout out and just give recognition
competition too. I know your team has always been one that we've continued to watch and always spoken so highly of, and want to be able to get some words from you if you'd like before we depart.
Yeah, I mean, I think mainly to Maymon and Admiral for playing at like 2, 3 a.m. while they're boot camping in Europe. You know, they're prioritizing Collegiate while they can with the Overwatch CS Finals. Like, it's the most important tournament of the year for them. So, like, really appreciate them for playing really late, you know, putting in all this effort. Everyone in ISU does so much to accommodate us, like Goose, Airplane, Light. Like, we have like an amazing environment, and it allows us to like just play the game and win. So yeah, thank you to everyone, really.
Absolutely. I mean, even Light said the same thing. One word that really resonates for him and all of you guys is just the humbleness, like being humbled for everything. So it's great to hear from you as well, recognizing what type of environment you have. So thank you so very much, Cuffle. We greatly appreciate the time to chit chat with you. Looking forward to how, you know, the remainder of the year, just, you know, your education and everything continues competitively, and hope you have a great rest of your weekend.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Absolutely. Take care, my friend.
Yeah.
Lethal just
Saw Lethal there a little bit. That best reaper in the tournament, maybe.
Right.
Lethal just finds a way to like always. Whenever there's like a meta shift, Lethal's just like, oh, I'm good at this hero now. And that's kind of what we always see from.
Just go back through
Lethal.
clips. He's like, yep, they're talking about me. They're talking about me.
Yeah.
Okay, that's me again.
There was a time where, like, when we would talk about Lethal, and Lethal's like released the stats and playing very well, and I need everyone to know about it.
Yep.
But I mean, it's great to see kind of the confidence that they have there, and you know, I talked about it where this Phil Jackson quote, where it's like, you're not successful until the moment you perform a successful act. Well, this is it. I mean, and they have from like top to bottom, it's a incredibly well-run team, incredibly well-run organization, and the confidence that they have, where they were just like, they knew. I mean, even W. Maymon, that interview that I look back on, and I'm just like, W. Maymon was convinced they would 4-0. Was close, you know, there was some room for error there, but
very close.
But I mean, for most part, that was very convincing from ISU. So again, I think that they deserve a ton of credit from top to bottom in the organization, and they are deserving, I think, of another homecoming championship.
And as we continue to just look now, we kind of, you know, draw back a little bit and look at just the collegiate scope as a whole after recognizing such a great victory, but also just so many of the names that have been continuing to prop up here and just slotting in for the playoffs. And it's kind of calling back to, you know, what the schools and the universities are really giving to these students, the opportunity to play in competitive nature like this, and more universities recognizing the influence and the impact that it has for these students, and only can continue to hope that there are many more that look to invest and be a part of it, to have more competition like this, and names that we might not otherwise see continue to be in these types of playoff brackets. But for all of those that have been tuning in, it's been a pleasure. Down below you will see those links. There's so much more Overwatch in the ahead of us coming in next weekend, and for the rest of this, again, there's so many of those professional players getting ready for the OWCS, and that's still to come in the future. So if you want to continue watching some of these players that you know are going to be playing and participating, just like Cuppa said out there, you got to follow the links. You got to be ready to hear that bell come online and be just like, all right, let me go watch, let me go see some great competition. We've got a lot of great competition coming up in the future, and it's been, like I said, a pleasure for you, Tiny, and Twin Salty all here for these weekend days. And Kenobi, I couldn't ask for, honestly, a better opportunity to be a part of it.
Me neither. I mean, it's been fantastic. I really like the direction that we had for a lot of this homecoming tournament. Rich and I are going to vamp a little bit just to help. There's going to be one person that like is going to get the drop based on the fact that we're doing this. 99! Yeah, someone's at 99%, and someone will eventually get it. But I think like the avenue that I'm seeing collegiate, where it's like there's so much. I think there's like a lot of love for collegiate in terms of like what we're seeing, people supporting it. We talk about like ISU is kind of like the pinnacle of that, where that's just like everyone loves playing at ISU. There are multiple schools like that, and then there are schools that kind of come out of nowhere, where it's like you have these teams that weren't necessarily expected to be in this homecoming bracket go far. Bryan and Strand is the one that I can think about. Fisher Esports performing really well. Like I think
UCI
overall,
taking down big names.
UCI like taking down Northwood and Maryville, who were like perennial, always in grand finals back in the day. Now, and it's not even like we're done with this collegiate year also, because we have to go to champs, and anything can happen in champs as well. So I think that this homecoming was a fantastic tournament. We got kind of the script. The way we got to the end of the script wasn't necessarily the way we thought it would have happened, but we eventually got there with ISU, our favorites, taking that championship.
Flip all the way to the back of the novel and just see ISU. It's just that easy little cliff note there. But
we cheated a little bit.
We did. We just flipped right there. But for all of us here on the production, us again, our other casters as well, it has been an absolute pleasure. We hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Take care. Happy gaming. And until we have another competition.